All right, enough waiting. I was sitting there with the standby screen, just watching the comments like a pervert, being like, "Yes, they don't think I'm here, but I am. I'm watching. I'm cucking myself. Yeah, I'm watching." All right, that is working. Cool. Thank you, everybody, on the congratulations. So yeah, no, Craig, we're not watching. Well, we are watching some Bimmy by proxy. Bimmy by proxy of me, of old videos I've made. And we'll get to Bimmy, but I didn't get to Bimmy until later on in my channel. I mainly tried covering just shit that I thought would be entertaining. So we're going to go through the timeline of, like, ever since I pretty much started making videos on YouTube, and they're hopefully going to progressively get better, but we're going to start off with, like, what I consider my first video, my first, like, actual, because I had made YouTube videos before that just as a way to experiment with my editing software. But then I eventually was like, I need to do like this episodic series, so I called it the Overstimulation Station, and I used that name for a long ass time. And kind of like what Derek Alexander did from the Stop Skeletons from Fighting, because that was his username, but he used to call himself the Happy Video Game Nerd, and it was like he was doing like a direct parody of Angry Video Game Nerd. But unlike Chris Bores, a.k.a. the Irate Gamer, Happy Video Game Nerd, it was actually pretty fucking decent. Derek Alexander's a much better writer, has a totally different voice in his writing and in his performance and all that. Chris Bores was just like a straight-up AVGN ripoff. But then eventually, Derek decided that, you know what, I'm ditching the Happy Video Game Nerd thing, and I'm just going to be Stop Skeletons from Fighting, because it's the same name as my YouTube, as my username. And that's what I eventually did with the Overstimulation Station. I was like, you know what, I'm just going to call this whole thing Dancing with Ghosts. And just, if it funnels people to my music, that'd be awesome, because that's what the thinking was. And the light sensitivity begins. Or the large line of blow. I just did whichever one you want to call it. But yeah, so the name changed. I dropped the title. I used to have a theme song. Yeah, I got rid of all that shit because it seemed like just unnecessarily making people wait 30 seconds to like finally get to my content. Like what Metal Jesus does, he's got his he's got his like own little like theme song or whatever. I don't know. I just think theme songs kind of suck a little bit nowadays. I think they were kind of cute like 10 years, 15 years ago, like early YouTube. They were pretty, quaint. But now I think it's like, okay, just get to the meat and potatoes, Thank you to everybody in the chat that's saying congratulations. I mean, honestly, 20K isn't that much. Hell, 40K isn't that much. But I don't know. It's something, It's something. It's I can tell you this. I've not had the insults that I used to get back when I was, I don't know, maybe under 10K. LOL, a 3K subscriber channel trying to talk about whatever, X, Y, and Z, LOL. Gets a little bit harder to make those comments when you're like, LOL, 20,000 subscribers, who cares? I mean, yes, it is still very fucking small, but I'm hoping as the snowball picks up momentum down the hill, it'll get bigger and bigger quicker. Now, one thing I did want to bring up is it was the 10,000 subscriber special, okay? That was oh, fuck, I just knocked the fuck out of my fucking laptop like a restarted computer. Like an uncharted individual. That was from one of the shows we played at Eclipse here in Jacksonville. And that That I did the 10,000 subscriber special on August 29th, 2003. So almost 2 years ago. Good. I'm glad that picture's up because I'm blowing my nose again. And screw you. You don't need to see it. So for all intents and purposes, I did that stream like basically 2 years ago. And so in 2 years' time since then, I've been able to double that amount. So that's pretty cool. That's kind of how I figured that it works, you know, like you just, because it took me like 8 years to get to 10,000. Josh's nose is much younger there. Fuck you with the cocaine jokes, man. They're so fucking old. It's not that, like, I don't appreciate a good, oh, he's probably a drug addict joke, but, like, it's the same joke every time. But, yeah, so it took me, like, 8 years to get to 10. It only took me 2 years to get to 20, so maybe by next year I'll get to, no, I'm just joking. I don't know. All right, well, you guys got your nostrils wide open. You ready to sniff some of my farts? We'll start off with my what I consider my first video on this platform where I was actually attempting to try to gain viewers, and it was my review of Mega Man X2 for the Super Nintendo, and I was kind of doing a little bit of a blatant James Rolfe ripoff. Yeah, I was just another like white dude YouTuber who was talking about retro video games. And, you know, I was kind of surprised that, like, I wasn't doing better. When there had already been, like, a gazillion people who had, like, blazed that trail by, like, 2015 when I started my channel. Yeah, I'll be able to read your comments easier once I start these videos. So let's get to this. Okay, so, yeah, like I said, this wasn't even my regular theme song. This was just some random one-off theme that I made for my first episode that I never used again. And like, yeah, as you can see, very crude fonts and all that shit, but I was brand new to editing and all this shit, so yeah, I'm gonna watch my first video now. So we'll have fun with that.
Josh Cannon, he likes to make videos and occasionally review shit.
Greetings everybody, my name is Josh and I like to make videos and occasionally review shit. Tonight marks my very first ever video game review, so if you're watching this, you are on the ground floor, man. The hipsters don't even know about this video yet, so if you're watching this, you are literally one of 10. You are very, very special. Thank you. I love you. The game I'm going to be reviewing tonight is one that I loved from my childhood. Of course, I'm talking about Mohawk and Headphone Jack. Just kidding, that game sucks ass. The game I'm really talking about is...
I will say, when I went to do the throw with the Mohawk and Headphone Jack game, I threw it behind me and it landed perfectly flat on the shelf behind me. I couldn't replicate that again if I tried. That was like a one-off thing.
Is Mega Man X2.
Capcom released Mega Man X2 in North America in 1995. It is a direct sequel to Mega Man X. And the story probably has something to do with Reploids and Mavericks not getting along,
They look
blah,
handsome.
blah,
Appreciate
blah. I don't know if you're like me, but I always hit start through these intro screens. I never really cared about the story, especially at the very beginning when I just wanted to play the damn game. This game starts out like all the other Mega Man X games, with an intro stage. Instantly, I'm in the action, I'm dashing, I'm blowing things up. It feels so good.
All right, I wanted to make a point of mentioning the dates of when these came out. This came out April 14th, 2015. There you go.
And since I've already played the first Mega Man game, I'm already fully aware of the dynamics and subtleties of the gameplay. Make a mental note that you can destroy this wall closer guy. This will be useful later. The intro bosses are always super easy and can be defeated pretty quickly. After defeating the intro stage, I couldn't wait to see what kind of new crazy animatronic warriors I'll be fighting this time when all of a sudden...
That was a weird line read.
What? Where are the Mavericks? Who are these three bastards in silhouette?
I landed a pile of spikes.
What's this all about? I was dying to know.
You know, Vahan Nassim, whatever, some kind of Arabic Indian name. They said X2 is easily better than X1. I would have agreed with that on any other time. I recently played through X1 though, and they did things in that game that they just never did in any of the X games going forward. Like when you would beat one boss, their level would interfere with another boss's level. Like if you beat Storm Eagle, I guess his ship that he was on crashed into the Chameleon's level, so like the whole environment would change. Oh no, it crashed into Spark Mandrill's level. That's right. And if you beat the Octopus, his shit flooded the Chameleon's level. Then that's something that they stopped doing. Like they stopped, and then like it was just small things like Armored Armadillo. Like at the end when you're on the freight thing, and you're about to shoot off into the canyon. They have those little like robotic birds that are flying there, and that was the only time you ever saw that enemy in the entire game. And they just had these cool little touches that none of the Mega Man games would do after. And it's like they would just, the Mega Man X series always looked for a new gimmick. And in X2, it was having to fight those three mini bosses: Violin, Sergei's, and whatever the other guy's fucking name is. You had to fight them throughout the levels, and then you got certain zero parts. And I don't even remember exactly what those parts did in the game. Super chat from Paul, $9.99. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
And then, the big reveal. Oh yeah, baby, this is what I'm talking about. 8 brand spanking new Mavericks to take down, areas to explore, and power-ups to be had. Mega Man X at its finest. Now, to me, every Mega Man game has one or two bitch bots, as I like to call, or robots that are noticeably easier to defeat than the rest. And in X2, for my money, it's Wire Sponge and Bubble Crab. So I'm gonna kick Wire Sponge's ass first. I get up to Wire Sponge and start blasting away. He's obviously the Maverick that you're probably supposed to start off with when, all of a sudden, he gets all red and pissed off a little way through mid-battle. This is a new feature in Mega Man X2 that adds a little bit more excitement and unpredictability to boss battles.
Oh yeah, Mega Man
The
Triple
boss
X.
adds a new attack or changes up attacks, breaking the cycle that usually always happens in Mega Man games, where you figure out the boss's pattern and the challenge level goes way down. And that's the balance. Some of the later Mega Man X games were just too damn hard and made me say, fuck it, I give up. However, you don't want a Mega Man game that you can blow through in under an hour either. There has to be a balance. Now, as I was saying, with
Dude, those Mega Man X games on PlayStation are hard as fuck. Like, I all but rage quit. I think X4 I beat. But X5 and X6, by the time you get to the Sigma stages, good fucking luck. Especially X6, man. Those games really started to crap the fuck out. Like, the ones on Super Nintendo were really the only ones worth playing, in my opinion.
boss battles, even with the new mid-fight change-up, if you have the weapon that is the boss's weakness, you can still get them in a pattern, which I kind of consider cheesy and unchallenging, so I try to avoid doing that. Now, with that being said, some Mavericks can be quite tedious to defeat if you do not have the weapon that is their weakness, like Crystal Snail, for example. Oh, come on, why so slow? What a pain in the ass. The only real challenge of this boss is having to deal with Nintendo's patented slow everything the fuck down mechanism when there's a lot of crazy shit going down on screen.
Yeah, there's a good bit of cringe here in my line readings and shit. In the writing, too. Like, yeah. It's a good bit of cringe for me. So don't worry if it's making you cringe as well. No one's cringing more than me right now.
Overall, though, the Mavericks in this game are very well designed and diverse. You got your Magma Centipedes. You got your Overdrive Ostriches. You got the Wheel Gators and his pool of blood.
I think I was trying to be like a mix of like JonTron and AVGN. I was trying to like combine those two and like try to like find my voice in that way, and it's so fucking obvious that I don't know, man, whatever. I'm not gonna give myself too much shit for it. It was like my first fucking video.
Or oil. I'm not sure. Wasn't this supposed to be a kid's game? God, I love the 90s. This was also before Capcom started running out of ideas for robotic animals to use in their games. You know, like Duff McWhalen and Metal Shark Player. I mean, what the hell's that all about? Kind of like Boomer Kuwanger and Wire Sponge. Like, what the fuck are those, man? What the fuck is a Kuwanger? Yeah, okay, fine, you have a point. So what? After defeating a few Mavericks, those silhouette fuckers from the beginning make an appearance again, and they proclaim that they must intervene, and then they taunt you by saying, "We have Zero's parts, and you can come get them if you can defeat us, bitch!"
Bitch!
I'm paraphrasing, of course. Now, these X-Hunters, as they like to be called, disperse themselves randomly throughout the rest of the remaining Maverick levels in the game, and you gotta find them fuckers. They don't just show you where they are, and sometimes finding them can be tricky. Like this part in Flame Stag stage. Oh, look up there! Some more of those breakable rocks. Oh shit! There's another one of them beetle things. Smash this wall, you beetle bitch! What's this? No way. I am already at the boss? Wrong. It's one of those X-Hunter silhouette fuckers. And this one's name is Surges, Surgeon, Sergey's, whatever. Well, most of these X-Hunters have a pretty predictable pattern. But with this guy, yet again...
Damn, this is the most quiet the chat has been, like, ever since, fucking a long time.
You get that classic Nintendo slowdown, big time.
I'm just gonna assume that's because you're all so fucking entertained by, like, my 10-year-old fucking attempts at being AVGN Jontron.
That's one of the main things that makes this guy so frustrating to battle. But if you're a Mega Man X vet, you should still be able to take him down pretty easily. Once defeated, do you leave the level? Nope. Still gotta soldier on and fight the main boss. The Japanese are a very diligent people, and their games are no exception.
That's what I thought.
After defeating Agile and Violin, whatever, you collect all of Zero's parts.
By the way, I thought that having the image of a violin and keyframing it over the actual, I thought that was the funniest shit ever at the time. I was like, wow, I really am becoming an ace at this editing software.
Now, think of these battles like going to college. You do a bunch of hard work now that will make life easier later on. In the Sigma stages. You know, just like college. Now, on to the armor upgrades. Mega Man X would not be complete without bitchin' armor upgrades to enhance your moves. The first upgrade I figured out as a kid was in the Overdrive Ostrich level when you go to...
Okay, you see that hard extender up there for anyone who actually fucks with the Mega Man X games? In Overdrive Ostrich, you're supposed to get on that little hovercraft thing, and the right way to get it, that's not how I always got, but the right way to get it is you're supposed to somehow navigate that fucking thing all the way, like, ramp it up into this area, and then you crash into this, and that's how you get it. And I've never been able to do that. Sorry, I had to do a little nerd detail there.
Nearly the end of the level, and dash jump into the little cove with the purplish bricks, and access the mid-air dash maneuver. A very useful move indeed. Now, the second upgrade I found was in the Wheel Gator stage. On a whim, God, wasn't it so gratifying to explore some tiny little out-of-the-way area and find one of these? To this day, finding an armor upgrade capsule is still one of the most satisfying things in any game I've played. Next, in Morph Moth stage, Morph Moth, I swear, do they go out of their way to make these names hard for people to say? Or am I just dumb?
I think you're just dumb.
I'm going with the latter. Well, anyway, you can find the chest upgrade, which I'm still stoked about finding a capsule, but this, as with most chest upgrades in the Mega Man games,
there is something
pretty much
inherently
useless.
endearing about
it gives you some
Overdrive
kind
Ostrich,
of Nova
right.
Blast attack, which does very little damage to most anything, but whatever. It can be used as a one-hit death maneuver for some of the mini-bosses, I suppose. Finally, in Crystal Snail stage, you get the head armor upgrade, which is a very useful radar ability that seeks out...
Dylan from somewhere. When I find a capsule on the ground, I take it. That's good. It's good advice. You'll have a wild time, or maybe not. Depends on what it is. I don't know.
Spots in the game where rare items are located. This upgrade is pretty essential if you're new to this game and are having trouble locating all
that was supposed to be funny, by the way.
the E-tanks and life extenders. I'm convinced that I would have never found everything in this game as a kid if not for this helmet upgrade. Now, just like the original Mega Man X, there are hidden life extenders everywhere. And as I said earlier, I'm sure as a kid the helmet upgrade helped me find some of these, but I wasn't obsessive compulsive when it came to games that I loved. I know for a fact I found most of these bonus items just painstakingly searching for rare spots and crevices. Crevices. Mega Man X taught me that sometimes a secret can be found right off the bat with this life extender. Other times you have to use powers and power-ups you've already acquired in the game to go back and get other life extenders. For my money, this was one of those life extenders that you had to have the helmet upgrade to find. How are you supposed to know to use Crystal Snail's power to freeze a poor little robot guy and jump on top of him and climb to the top? I liked it when they did this though. The life extender in Crystal Snail's level was a bitch to get until my dumbass finally figured out that by tapping the B button the robot could actually hover much longer in the air than just holding it down once. And then you had the obligatory freebies, like in any Mega Man game. The Life Extender and Flame Stag stage is a good example. Oh man, what a challenge. The level design in Mega Man X2 continued to be amazing and improved on the designs of the first game. I loved how you could affect the weather in Wire Sponge's level by blasting certain weapons at those orbs. I totally dug that Beetle and Flame Stag stage that you could jump onto and it lifted you up to an E-tank. It was always super fun and challenging trying to avoid all the yellow spotlights in Magma Centipede's level. Or Overdrive Ostrich's stage, how I could never quite get that damn speed bike inside the building to get the life extender.
Oh yeah,
I always loved
that.
following that robotic fish back to his final docking area in Bubble Crab stage, and how he just kind of creepily sat there, defenseless, as I exacted my revenge on his punk ass. And as you might have guessed, after defeating all the Mavericks, you get to fight Sigma. But not before fighting some of his crony bitches first. Now, you're at the first Sigma stage. These levels tend to utilize your newly learned abilities and skills to their fullest extent. So, you fight your way through until you get to these bastards. Remember these guys? Well, let's just say you'll make life a lot easier on yourself by destroying them before they make their ascent to the top to close the walls in on you. It's best to use Overdrive Ostrich's power-up to blast upwards and take out those wall-closing bastards. You fight Violin again, but this time he's got moving platforms. He definitely got the short end of the stick when it came to the Maverick Hunter upgrades for the Sigma stages. I actually think the platforms make him easier than before because you have more places to hide from his spiky ball attack. Then you go on to battle Sergei's.
It's not lost on me that I just got done bitching about how Pat the NES punk just stares into the void as old commercials play, but I swear to God I'm doing this for a different reason. This is my content that I'm wanting you guys to watch. Is it a 20K thing and all that? At least I'm not randomly like gumming my mouth together as I stare into the void. That's all I can say about that.
But now he's in some goofy tank-looking thing that shoots out glowing footballs at you. Then when you blow...
I'm glad you liked the violin gag, because I certainly thought it was funny when I was, 26 years old.
The front part, he changes up his attack, and you have less platforms to move around on. I was just dicking around with him at this point, but he's pretty easy to defeat. Before I move on to Agile, let's talk just for a second about the Shoryuken! In the third Sigma stage, after you've collected all E-tanks and life extenders, you blast a bat at this certain spot with Crystal Snail's weapon. You can climb on top of that ladder on the ceiling. You get by more bats. Do this dashy dash thing. But before going down that hole, make sure your life meter is at 100%. Now just slide down the left-hand side, baby, and BAM! Another motherfucking capsule in a Sigma stage. How cool is that? You still have more shit to find even after defeating all Mavericks. Nice move, Capcom. Now to execute this attack, you literally do it the same way you would do in Street Fighter, which is where this attack comes from, by the way. Duh. And it's mainly meant to be just like a little Easter egg in the game. It's not really very practical for the simple fact that as soon as you take any damage whatsoever, you can no longer perform the attack. Oh, but boy is it fun shurikening things. Like that fish. Oh, bye-bye upgraded agile bitch. Flame stag. Shuriken centipede. Oh, lassie. We've seen this stage before. That can only mean one thing.
Shut up.
Sigma can't be far. Now see, this was that college shit I was telling you about earlier. You see that black zero, that African American zero? You would have had to have fought that motherfucker had you not had the due diligence to beat them punk ass X-Hunters earlier on. And see, blazam! The red zero, the Native American zero, he done came in and destroyed his bitch ass. So now all you gotta do is fight Sigma. And no worries, my fellow gamer. This is Nintendo Sigma, not Sony PlayStation Sigma, so he'll be a lot easier than the Sigmas of the later series. Unless you want it hard. If you like it hard, then you better just move on from this battle.
Oh god, stop trying to
His
be funny.
first form is Wolverine. He jumps all around, disappearing, reappearing, shooting pink electric cotton balls at you. Whatever, pretty easy. Sigma's second form utilizes that fancy new CX4 chip that Capcom included in all the Mega Man X2 cartridges that allowed them to render those 3D wireframes. Sigma is now in virus form and very, very, very easy. He even gives you robots you can blow up for extra life. Pretty simple for a last boss. After defeating Sigma, he says, "Each defeat only makes me stronger." Oh, buddy, if only we had known how true that statement was going to be in the future. Capcom milked the Mega Man X series for all it was worth in the coming years. After the series moved to PlayStation, it lost a lot of heart and mystique in my opinion. Maybe it was because I had grown up by then, but the first 3 Mega Man X games for Super Nintendo?
Me getting all nostalgic at the end, like James. Maybe it's because I had grown up then, and this was a simpler time. Yeah, a time where I could focus on the smaller things. Yeah, that sounds like the cadence I was taking there.
Epitomized platform gaming excellence for me personally. We've come a long way with video games since those days, and it's probably foolish for me to hold out hope for a Super Nintendo-style Mega Man X game to ever be made again. But who
Aww.
knows? Maybe in a few more years, Mega Man X will become so vintage and hip
Yeah,
that
a
Capcom
Wonder
will
Years
make
episode,
a new,
totally.
old Mega Man X game, just like they did with the classic Mega Man games like Mega Man 9 and Mega Man 10. Until then, I can only dream.
Alright, that was the video. Hope you found it informative and entertaining. I hope you laughed. I hope you cried. I hope you questioned the whole meaning of it all. If you want to subscribe to my channel, you should be able
That was a wicked bad jump cut.
to do it by clicking.
Oh, all the keyframing there. That was back when you could use annotations, so people would actually have a physical, well, not physical, but they'd have a subscribe graphic on the screen, and they'd have an annotation box around it. They got rid of annotations a long time ago. I kind of miss annotations on YouTube.
One of these buttons here. I don't know how to work video editing technology that well right now, so I may not even have a fancy button, but when I can get one, I'm going to. I'll have like lightning coming out of it and like fire and all kinds of like really nice looking graphics, but right now I'm a very simple man, but by the time this video's uploaded, I'll probably have all that shit because I have a lot of free time on my hands. Hence why I'm reviewing Super Nintendo video games. Alright guys, my name is Josh. I hope you had fun. I love you.
And I do like an end credit, like, and it's all like just my name. And I guess that was supposed to be like a joke. And I'm playing like a Dancing with Ghosts song because, yes, my music already existed even way back then. All right, well, that was the first episode of my channel. It got like no views. Thank you for anyone saying anything positive there. Yeah, it got no views. I feel like it probably should have done a little better because, like, I don't know. Even back in 2015, like, I feel like, you know, I had direct, you know, captured from a Super Nintendo cartridge. There was some editing in there. It wasn't like some overhead lighting, you know, and I wasn't DSP pointing the camera right at the TV, to capture my footage. But I was in a large pond there, competing with a lot of different YouTubers, so I got it. I understood. I just kept chugging along, making a different episode every fucking time, which is what we're about to get into now. This is from... Oh, hold on. I'll get right with you on that one.
Hello, my name.
Okay, so, alright, this is in HD. The other one was in kind of like a 4:3, so I'm going to have to readjust. But this is my Unsolved Mysteries, the original show versus the revamp that they brought to Spike TV back in like the 2010s with Dennis Farina. This came out in July 31st of 2015. This was the first video I did that like got any kind of traction, like view-wise. And by traction, I mean it probably got like maybe 1 or 2K views at the time. It's gone on to get a lot more than that, I think. But yeah, so this was like, I don't know, I kind of put a lot of work into this one. I was passionate about doing this video at the time because the revamp of Unsolved Mysteries really royally fucking sucked. Even the intro, like I did a cover of the Unsolved Mysteries theme. I mean, I have Robert Stack tattooed on my arm. I'm a huge fan of Unsolved Mysteries. In every single one of my videos, I have the Unsolved Mysteries soundtrack over there on vinyl on the wall. So, like, I don't know if you've picked any of that up yet, but I'm a huge fan of Unsolved Mysteries. So, this was like the 6th or 7th video I ever made on my channel, but I was comparing the revamp to the original series. So, hopefully that does something for you. The video is only 14 minutes long. I think you'll survive it. $5.99 from Paul. Grift those balls. Yeah, well, that's what I'm trying to do. Hopefully, as y'all get drunker, your purse strings will loosen.
My name is Josh Cannon. Tonight, we're standing on sacred grounds.
Obviously, I was trying to copy the Robert Stack Unsolved Mysteries, like, impersonation or whatever. Never do the voice. His voice is just way too deep and gravelly for me to ever replicate, but... I was actually using the same camera that James Rolfe used for the Angry Video Game Nerd at that time. Because, like, I've said this many times, but I went out and I bought, like, all the same gear that James Rolfe had and just, like, maxed out my credit card. Because I was like, if I have all the same shit he has, then there's no reason why I won't be able to get just as big as he got. Well, he started at that point, like, 7 or 8 years before me. So he had a little bit of a head start and was a lot more original and funnier. So... but yeah, anyway.
I will be taking you on a journey through one of the greatest TV shows of all time and the sad desecration that happened in the year 2008 on the cable network Spike TV. Unsolved Mysteries scared the shit out of an entire generation of kids, myself included. The show was hosted by the man himself, Mr. Robert Stack, and reached its heyday in the early 90s on NBC. And then later it was picked up on CBS, and later it moved to Lifetime until its ultimate cancellation in 2002. The series became a cult favorite amongst many of its rabid fans, me being one of the biggest. And that's the end of the story, right? Wrong. Join me tonight as I take you through the rise and fall of one of the greatest shows of all time, Unsolved Mysteries. This is the Overstimulation Station.
Unsolved Mysteries was a show shot in a documentary style that profiled murders, missing persons, the paranormal, lost loves, and strange legends. The creepy music in the show, paired with Robert Stack's even creepier voice and stone-faced veneer,
That hottie was trans, Josh.
made this series one of my absolute favorites. It was informative, it was entertaining, and let's face it, we like being scared and or creeped out from time to time. It bummed me out when the show was canceled, but they kept airing reruns, so myself and most of the other fans remained pacified. That is until 2008, when for God knows what reason, HBO Distribution announced plans to bring back Unsolved Mysteries to the Spike TV network when their contract with Lifetime expired. You know, I find that kind of ironic. They're bringing it back to Spike TV, television for men, when their contract with Lifetime Television for Women expired. Anyway.
I don't think it'd be politically correct to have your byline for a TV show be television for specific gender anymore. I think that went out with the 2000s. I don't know if that would be. I don't know if that would fly anymore. If you named an entire network television for men, you might be able to get away with television for women still. But I think men aren't allowed to have. That was such a stupid Spike TV. That was such a stupid network anyway. Like if that's what they thought like men liked, it was. I think Family Guy did a good. They did like a good, not parody, but like a good send up on it. It was basically just like fart noises and women going like that was Spike TV. That's men just fart and like to look at chicks. That was actually more accurate than what the actual channel showed back in the day.
The show featured a new set, new logo, new music, and a new host, Dennis Farina. In one article I read at the time, they put it best by saying, quote, "The new Unsolved Mysteries is basically like stripping everything from a car except the engine and building a new car around it," end quote. I was able to secure an interview with one of the world's biggest Unsolved Mysteries experts. By request, this interview was done in silhouette.
When I heard they were bringing back Unsolved Mysteries back,
I was kind of proud of myself for being able to successfully shoot in silhouette and to like modulate the voice like how they did in a lot of those like shows in the 90s or whatever. The video game awards on Spike TV. Yeah, those were always dumpster fires. I never actually like watched any of those game awards because I wasn't really into like new video games back at that point. I was like deep into my retro. I had just gotten. I think it was around that time. No, it was probably more around like 2013. But I was like right in the middle of like my retro gaming like renaissance phase.
Back in 2008, I was pretty excited, but I mean, I was also very skeptical. I mean, Robert Stack had died in 2003, and he was a huge reason why the show worked. If it were up to me, I just want to see reruns of the old episodes. I mean, you can't find them anywhere online in the DVDs that were released.
Now you can find that show everywhere online, but back at that time you could not. They did not have Unsolved Mysteries anywhere. They just had the fucking new ones with Dennis Farina, and he fucking sucked. Now they're literally for free on YouTube, so enjoy your spoils of riches nowadays.
We're only a quarter of the 572 episodes.
And that's all the fans want, is to just see the old reruns. We don't care about a newer, cooler show. We want the classic because they got it right the first time. I'm not saying that solving murders and all that isn't still important.
Yeah, kinda.
And that's why the producers still have the website active, which, by the way, if you want to check it out, it's www.unsolved.com. And they're still updating the website with new cases and new mysteries to solve and all that good stuff.
All right, enough.
Oh, look at me taking a swig of liquor. Oh, I wonder who I'm trying to impersonate there. Oh yeah, I got my politics on my shirt there. Good rush, bad rush. Pay no mind to that.
Dancing around the issue, let me just get to the point here. The new Unsolved Mysteries is shit. You hear me? It is complete crap. They took everything that was great about the old show and they threw it out the window. Let's compare apples to apples, exactly how they managed to so royal.
Alright, is it like dead obvious I'm like living in a mobile home in this shot? Like, to me it is. Like, the ceiling is only like 3 foot above my head. It's got that like fucking Joanne's fabric ass looking crown molding at the top. I chose the paint color for that room, just that army green. I don't know what you want to call it. I don't know why I landed on that color. I had to move back in with my parents at this time, so like I was like, I'm gonna turn this room into my work room. And yeah, that's what I did. And yeah, that's that shelving unit there. That's in my actual bedroom. That's not this one.
Really screw up such a classic show.
Let's start with the music and opening themes. This is the new theme.
Okay, whatever. Let's take a look at the
Wait, I was just standing up. Why am I seated now in a totally different area? Okay. Wow. Yeah, I haven't seen this video in a while.
original now.
Creating the events. What you're about to see is not a news broadcast.
Dylan from somewhere, did your parents let you have your original bedroom or did they send you to the basement? If you ever find a mobile home with a basement, could you send me pictures of that? Because that shit sounds sick as fuck. I mean, you're like digging into the dirt underneath the trailer at that point. I mean, that would be fucking impressive as hell if I ever saw that, honestly. So I'm comparing the two themes, and dude, John Cosgrove and Terry Moore are so goddamn litigious. I don't even want to play a lot of their like IP on here, so I'm gonna unfortunately like anyone. No, don't skip past it. I'm skipping past it because I've literally gotten a cease and desist letter from their lawyer before. So I'm not trying to play too much of their shit. But everyone knows what that theme sounds like because I play it at the beginning of that video.
Totally set the mood for the rest of the show. I am so
Junkers, my parents own a double wide with a basement. Really? Damn, bro. I wish there was some way you could like upload that picture on here. I would love to see that.
ready to watch this just by the intro alone. The new music is generic. It's boring. You could literally cut and copy to any other murder mystery show and no one would think twice. Now, let's compare how the hosts introduce the segments. This is an old segment entitled Bordello Murders, about two women who were murdered at a massage parlor in Kentucky.
Our next story is about sex, murder, and charges that the police may be involved in the killing of two prostitutes. At the center of this unsolved crime is a madam who won't stop until she gets some answers.
I don't think the murders were ever meant to be solved. They thought if it got solved, it would be a really big embarrassment to have police officers arrested for killing two prostitutes.
A brutal double murder. Allegations of police corruption. A house of ill repute and a madam who refuses to keep quiet. It has all the elements. It's a kind of...
God, head and shoulders better host than fucking Dennis Farina. This dude's a fucking classic. He's a legend. Anything he says has so much more fucking weight and gravity to it than fucking Dennis Farina. That's why with the new Unsolved Mysteries on Netflix, they just didn't even have a host because they knew they're not going to come close to replacing Robert Stack. They're just fucking not going to. Happy Gilmore 2 was bad. Yeah, no shit. I could have told you that. I mean, when you try to revive a series like 20, or 10, 15, 20 years later, it's usually shit. The examples of it not being shit are so fucking rare you could probably count on one hand.
He's guaranteed to rip a small town apart. Almost 3 years went by and the case remained unsolved. Then Tammy Papper went public with stunning accusations about the police department. Accusations that have been widely disputed.
I don't think the murders were ever meant to be solved. They thought if it got solved, it would be a really big embarrassment to have two police officers arrested for killing two prostitutes.
Now let's talk about unneeded effects. The new show is full of them. Whether it be unneeded sound or visual effects, they tried so hard to make Unsolved Mysteries look like it came straight out of the new millennium, as if just because something's old that automatically makes it bad. One of the most annoying sound effects that they use a lot is something called a stab. Now what is a stab, you might ask? Stab is something that is used a lot in Hollywood movies, in my opinion, one of their only tactics to scare people anymore, and it's a loud, short burst of sound coming at you to add dramatic effect to something. Like, I might be like if a knife-wielding madman came after me, like just stab, 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 stab. It's kind of fun.
Tammy, once...
Yeah, Tammy Paplar is a fox. I agree, Chucky.
New show
Probably not anymore, but at that time of filming, she was.
uses massive amounts of these sounds in the background as a cheap way to add more of a sense of drama to the show,
And when she went on vacation, Tammy says...
which was highly ineffective, I might add.
Secondary in the useless effects department is a technique called blooming. Now, what is blooming, you might ask? I'm not referring to a flower. It's this effect right here. It's an effect that any Joe fuckface with basic editing software can do. And this was their go-to effect to wash away all those evil 90s demons that made the show look just oh so dated. So I hope you have a pair of sunglasses handy for the clips I'm about to show you. If you took a shot every time they use this effect in the new show, you'd be dead of alcohol poisoning in 30 minutes.
With the murders.
The town all anew.
Possessed by demons. Set up the exorcism.
We can get rid of it.
But Presley's own stepbrother is convinced that the king's death was not accidental.
People say, what do you think the most difficult part of Elvis Presley's life was?
For hundreds of miles in every direction.
Number of log of all activities for that squadron.
The pace and art style of the original show was completely shelved in favor of quicker segments and the aforementioned disorienting effects. The original took its time establishing a story. It was film noir. It was spooky. It had a feel. You know what? Fuck it. I'm just gonna go down the list of things I don't like about the revamped show.
Oh, $20 from Pizza King. You looked like you got a lot more sun in your youth. Possibly. Oh no, you know what it is. I don't do like. The lighting was different, so my lights are like they're like right outside of frame here, and they are bright, like pure white. They're not tinged with warms or cools or whatever. It's just like neutral white, and yeah, it makes me look more pale than what I am. That's why makeup, you know, even if you're a dude and you're going on a talk show, you go into hair and makeup, and they put on a type of foundation of sorts that doesn't make you look so skeletally pale. That's basically what that's all about. $20 Canadian from Fu Manchon. Too many vowels together there at the end. Like every vowel that exists is in that last part of that name. I came for the emo Sean Astin, but stayed for the copious noise scratching. Congrats on 20K. Whoa, fantastic.
I hate the random rock music.
Business anymore. I didn't want him around the girls. I informed the girls you keep the door locked. If he comes in, you just shake your head no. Don't allow.
But then again, this is Spike TV, television for men.
I told him don't.
I hate the pointless editing effects.
And collect his money by any means necessary.
I hate the unnecessary details.
In this case, would become the subject of a major motion picture, Alpha Dog, starring Justin Timberlake.
Again with the corny stabs.
And it was a darkness that I saw through my eyes that I had never seen before.
I hate how they act like this show is new and say shit like this.
Not ours.
Since we taped Kathy's exorcism, she reports significant improvements and has a job for the first time in 12 years.
Oh, did you really talk to her recently? Did you? Yeah, because I'm pretty sure this is more than a decade-old segment that you're talking about.
Since we taped Kathy's exorcism, she reports that she's continuing to improve and has a job for the first time in 12 years.
Geez, having a job for the first time in 12 years. Maybe Boogie 2988 needs an exorcism. Oh!
I just don't like Dennis Farina as a host at all. I'm sorry, the dude is so vanilla. He couldn't be more boring and uninteresting to listen to. I think he himself is bored hosting this show.
With the physical evidence makes for a compelling case. And now, both sides of this ongoing controversy.
I can't stand these senseless graphics on the screen and the text, unidentified object like, we're too dumb to realize that the story is about a UFO and the person being interviewed was explaining the mysterious blue light in the ravine, but I still don't know what that blue thing is. If they could only explain it to me further. Compare that to the original clip.
Volunteer fireman Jim Mays led one team of state troopers to a promontory overlooking the ravine.
Pizza King, Stack Our Unsolved Mysteries was the best. Well, that's an understatement, buddy.
Road and came to the brow of a hill and stopped, and down to the right in the holler.
Okay, so in this segment, I watched it so many times as a kid. stopped right down there in the holler, and I literally had no idea what a fucking holler was. But that's some kind of a geographical feature that some places have. And then there's that Randy Travis song, "My love is deeper than the holler." A holler is like a valley of sorts. Florida is as flat as your 13-year-old sister, so we don't have any kind of topography to speak of. So I don't know these. I didn't know these various terms, but a holler is some kind of a like a ravine, I guess. Ravine?
These blue flashing lights.
You see that light? What is that?
It wasn't so.
Oh my God, such a breath of fresh air. Jesus. Assume the audience has some intelligence. Wow, what a novel concept.
You know, when they brought back Unsolved Mysteries, they were just trying to make it look like every other basic-ass crime drama on TV. They didn't care that it was in a league of its own. They just wanted it to look like the next Forensic Files, or America's Most Wanted, or anything on the Investigation Discovery Channel. They were too worried about the public's expectations. Were they gonna like the show? Were they gonna think it's cool enough? And you can't do that. You can't worry about what the public's expectations are, because the public is like a bunch of sheep, and they're always looking for the next cool thing that they can all jump on board and say they like before anybody else. You gotta be the shepherd and lead those sheep to cool things. And that's what Unsolved Mysteries did in the 90s. They understood that they had to make it look different to stand out. As a final note to the Unsolved Mysteries saga, it ran for an astonishingly short time on the Spike TV network, with only 2 years before being canceled in 2010. And in a bizarre twist of events, Lifetime picked up the new revamped show and started running reruns of that on their network. So now, the classic Unsolved Mysteries can pretty much never be seen on cable TV again. I'm glad I bought the DVD box set before they discontinued that too. I don't know why Unsolved Mysteries keeps getting desecrated and shat on and kept out of reach from its loyal fans. To me, that'll remain the true Unsolved Mystery. I'm Josh Cannon. This is the Overstimulation Station. Hope you enjoyed watching. I'm getting drunk.
Well, that was the show. I hoped you enjoyed it. Hope we solved a lot of mysteries.
$5 super chat from Defy Gravity, FPV. Blah, blah, makes you look bad. You should stop him. Not worried about him.
As far as this matter is concerned. If you liked what you saw, you can subscribe to my channel by clicking down below. It's a mystery why I have such little subscribers. Just a little mysterious humor for you there.
That was kind of silly.
Please share with your friends and tell them about the Overstimulation Station. Take 2. Alright guys, that was...
What a silly, silly bitch I used to be. So like I said, the reason why I showed you that video is because that was kind of the first video I ever did on this channel that like got any kind of momentum behind it. Because I mean, I put a fuck ton of work into it. I mean, even if I were to like remake that, I'd still have to put a fuck ton of work into it. There's no like workarounds. I was like, you know, outside. I was like, there's like 2 different like inside kind of setups, all that VO shit. So now we're moving on to the next significant video in the history of my channel. It came out in this is a video I put out June 2nd, 2017. And this is the Apple is overrated video. This still to this day is the video with it's either this video or the H3 Bill Burr one. Either one of these is the one that has the most views of any video that I've put out to this day. I've not been able to top it. So this was the first like big video I ever put out that probably got me at least a solid 1,000 subscribers from this video alone. So figure we'll take a look at it because it was a big part of you know, me building my momentum back in the day.
MacBook. iPad. iPhone. iPod. It's pretty clear that Apple's gotten a lot of my money over the years. But I've recently come to the conclusion that their products are so fucking overrated that I just had to make a video about it.
My first recollection of Apple were those goofy candy-colored iMac computers.
Yes,
they sold back
IT
in the
Josh
late
is in the
90s.
house.
When it came to computing, my family was a Windows household all the way. By the time I had my first interaction with the
Coworker
user
Josh.
interface of an Apple computer, I hated it. Probably because it was different than what I was used to, and that tends to be why people hate things.
But then along came the iPod. One of the few things that I feel like Apple really got right. I love my 80 gig iPod, and
I feel like this is Norm the gaming historian Josh right now.
as of last year, I just recently filled it up. I've had this thing for over 10 years now, and it's still going strong. I mean, it even still looks great because I've had it under a case for so long.
The iPod was very streamlined and sexy. Like most of Apple's products, looks mattered. And in the jungle of personal MP3 players of the day, the iPod overtook them all, and pretty soon all your friends had one.
These are not 3 separate devices. This is one device. And we are calling it iPhone.
Then along came the iPhone. Apple had yet again seduced me with its unheard of new features for a cell phone.
Seduced me?
It was an iPod. It finally brought the real internet to mobile phones instead of that poor man's version of the internet that were on most phones of the day. And you could seamlessly switch between all of them at that. But damn, that was expensive. The only people who had iPhones when they first came out...
I was experimenting with censoring myself. I said, God damn, that fucker was expensive, but I censored God and I censored fucker. Because I thought, I don't know. I was like, well, let me play around with censoring my shit and see if that does. And apparently it worked, I guess, because, yeah, I mean, I don't know. Maybe I was smart for censoring it because this video, like, is sitting at almost 500,000 views right now.
Out were snobs and techies, but I wanted one. And I eventually got one. 8 years after they had been out on the market.
I loved the first iPhone that I got, but by the time
I guess you could say I was deprived.
I finally got one, other companies had caught up and surpassed Apple in various ways.
Samsung's Android operating system was quickly becoming superior to Apple's iOS system. And then came the iPads. Oh, sweet Jesus, the iPads. I feel like Apple really kick-started the tablet craze, and yes, I eventually got one. My final Apple purchase was a MacBook.
The Apple MacBook is easily one of the most overrated pieces of Apple technology out there.
Still stand by that.
People buy MacBooks for their functionality. They buy them to make a fashion statement. You're paying thousands of extra dollars to be able to throw up that glowing Apple whenever you're out of stock.
Dude, what is this inspirational music I had in the background? This is like I beat cancer music or something, and I'm like ringing the cancer bell or some shit, like, or some commercial for Scientology or some shit. That's what this that's what this music is.
Starbucks or DJing at some douchebag club, like, oh, look at me, I take myself more seriously as a human being than you do because I have the little fucking glowing Apple logo thingy.
I initially purchased a MacBook because I was trying to emulate one of my favorite YouTubers at the time. He stated that he edited on a MacBook computer using Final Cut, and then a few other big YouTubers said they use the same. So because of peer pressure, I do all my editing on a MacBook as well.
I paid $2,500 for this MacBook laptop. It has two USB ports. Ooh. It's got a whopping 251 gigabytes internal memory. And to top all that off, no fucking CD drive.
Okay, now in 2025, that's a very, very, very dated complaint. It was dated even in 2017, a little bit dated even when I first made the video. Yeah, expecting it to have a CD drive, that is kind of a stretch of a complaint.
Why would you not include that if I'm paying almost $3,000 for a fucking basic laptop?
In the past few years, Apple has had this bizarre business model of jumping the gun and future-proofing their devices by leaving out features everyone still uses. Oh, you want to watch movies? Play some old PC games? Rip a CD to iTunes, or install CD-based software on your laptop. Well, too fucking bad. Oh, you want to use wired headphones on your iPhone? Silly fool. Wired headphones are so 2005.
No, everybody still uses wired headphones. People still use CDs and DVDs. You could have included it on my laptop.
Apparently, internal memory comes at a premium for the Apple Corporation because unless you want to pay hundreds of dollars or get stuck with a high monthly bill, most iPhones come with 32 gigs standard, which you will fill up in a couple of months. How do they expect you to get around this problem? Well, I'll tell you how. The fucking iCloud. This is basically a remote database that's located God knows where that takes all your photos, contacts.
All I'm saying is, since the Chaz like got a huge boner for talking about YouTube right now, YouTube wrote New Year's Day, okay, and they wrote Hold Me, Kiss Me, Thrill Me, Kill Me, and like Sunday, Bloody Sunday, and Numb. And I think I've mentioned about the only 4 U2 songs that I kind of really fuck with. Trying to think. Yeah, I think that might be the only 4. I will be with you again. Why couldn't they have just wrote variations of that song for the rest of their... That song fucking fucks. Like, who the fuck doesn't like that song? That's like just... I don't know. It's just such a great song.
App data, etc., and stores it just in case you lose your phone, it breaks, or it's stolen. And that's where they get you, because I decided I didn't want to fuck with Apple anymore. So a few months ago, I purchased a Samsung Galaxy S7. Well, upon starting the phone up, I realized I would have to manually enter all of my contacts, re-download all of my apps, somehow transfer all of my photos. This was gonna be a huge hassle. I realized that if I just continue to stick with Apple, I can merge all my data over to the new iPhone instantly. So since the iCloud is holding all of my information hostage, I am stuck with Apple for the foreseeable future. Plus, honestly, that S7 I purchased was getting really, really hot. I guess nobody's perfect.
There's a certain superiority that Apple users have. I personally am stuck on the island of Apple because I decided to go with them a long time ago. All my shit's in the cloud. I don't feel like starting over again. I bought into the hype and I am not impressed. Now these all sound like first world problems, and they are. Trust me, I am so thankful for the fact that I have a separate laptop that I can edit videos on. I'm so thankful to have a cell phone and an iPod and all these things, all this shit that honestly I don't
see. This is what separates me from Pat the NES punk. I'm actually thankful for the shit that I already have.
Need, but I have it. So it's not like I'm complaining about all this technology I have. I'm just stating my opinions. Now, if I could go back and do it differently, I would. I probably would have went with an Android phone. Definitely would have taken that 2500 and bought a powerhouse editing laptop that would have been so much more powerful than this. Just because the angry video game nerd uses a MacBook to edit his videos on doesn't mean that if I get one, I'm automatically going to gain the same amount of subscribers that he has. I guess I just wanted to have the same technological edge as everybody else on YouTube when I first started making videos, so technology wouldn't be an excuse as to why I wasn't making great content. I now know that I'm not making great content because I'm just not very good at making YouTube videos. Nobody has ever even been able to give me a compelling argument about why an Apple Mac is superior over a Windows PC. I've yet to hear one, a compelling one I mean, not you've already drank the Kool-Aid of Apple so you're going to just be a fanboy of anything they put out. I think anything that Apple does you can get a superior build of
for a Windows PC. It's just more customizable.
Oh, did Joe Cumia just get mentioned in the chat? Brother Joe.
See, that's
fucking lolcow by proxy of his lolcow brother Anthony.
That's another thing with Apple. Everything you get with an Apple device, it's locked into the device. There's no taking it off and adding more memory or modifying it. You know, you can't open the bastard up and add memory.
Oh, the chat is on fire for you two right now, bro. Like, I've never seen anything like this.
Or add RAM it's like what you get is what you get. And it's closed up and sealed up, and that's it. That, you know, that's another thing I don't really like about their product. So basically, my end statement is Apple equals hype. Hype is what they sell, and if that's important to you, stick with Apple, because that's about all you're getting for that extra money that you're paying. I hope you enjoyed this video. Oh yeah, there's these annoying things now because YouTube's new system there, annotations are gone, so
oh, okay, so it didn't download the videos that automatically came up around me. Okay, yeah, that's what they had already gotten rid of annotations by 2017. Okay,
I have to sit here. Well, I guess I don't have to sit here. I could have put up another video or some shit. I don't know. Why am I still here? Why are you still here? I guess we will stop that right now.
All right, so that was my well, that was my Apple's overrated video. That got, you know, that one did really well. I feel like I'm like this is like the lamest field trip you guys have ever been on. I'm like taking you through the box factory or something. All right, the next video that we're gonna watch from Josh is I started dipping my dick into doing like kind of more like video essay style videos in, I guess, in 2017, well, at the tail end of 2017, going into 2018. And so I did a documentary, or I don't know, I guess you could consider it a poor man's documentary on the Woodstock 94 and 99 debacle, because it was always something that like really interested me and I wanted to talk about, and I felt like it hadn't been talked about. Now, I will tell you, this came out many, many years before the official Woodstock 99 documentary came out, either on Netflix or HBO Max, I forget. They did a comprehensive, you know, docuseries about the Woodstock 99 debacles. But my video existed way before that, and I also covered Woodstock 94, which they didn't even touch that or barely mentioned it in the Woodstock 99 documentary. So what I'm basically trying to say here is my documentary is superior.
Everybody has heard of the original Woodstock Festival that took place in the late 1960s. You know, Jimi Hendrix playing the Star Spangled Banner rebelliously on his electric guitar, and many a bad acid trips were had. Woodstock 69 really encapsulated the sounds and trends of a whole decade. But did you know that same thing happened again in the 1990s?
Yeah, so I filmed this in my living room, and I had painted my wall like a lime green so I could just like green screen the whole ass wall instead of using like a little green screen panel. And because I'm recording it in my living room, it's echoey as hell. And I guess I chose not to use a lavalier mic that I could just clip onto my shirt. That's one thing I hated about this, was the poor sound design. Oh, at any given point, I'm constantly switching out the CDs on the back of this wall here, the digital graphic that I put up, the green screen slop here. And these are all some of my favorite albums, so at any given point, if you like look behind me, there's some of my favorite records back there.
Twice, actually, in the forms of Woodstock 94 and Woodstock 99. These events were put together to mark the 25th and 30th anniversaries of one of the most culturally relevant music and arts festivals of all time. But by Woodstock 99, a music festival that started out for peace, love, and music, morphed into a barbaric litany of pillage, rape, and destruction. So what the hell happened? Well, let's take a look. This is the overstimulation station. Woodstock 94 kicked off on Friday, August 12, 1994 on Winston Farm in Saugerties, New York.
The three promoters of the event, Mike Lang, John Roberts, and Joel Rosenman, were the same men involved in getting the first Woodstock up and running. The original Woodstock took place in 1969 and became notorious for being a financial bust that threw the business formed by the three men, Woodstock Ventures, into massive debt. This apparently was not a desired outcome for Woodstock 94, as ticket prices had ballooned from $18 per person in 1969 to a staggering $135 per person in 19...
Oh my god, $135 is such a good price for a fucking festival nowadays. Just or just like a singular band. Like, ugh, man, even since I made this video, concert prices have skyrocketed. Like, holy shit. I thought I was making some big point here in this video, but like, that's just how like bad things have gotten in such a short period of time.
94, which is about $225 in today's money.
Okay, well, $225 to see a festival. I say that's still about probably average price.
But when you adjust for inflation, the price increase isn't as crazy as it sounds. No, the real way Woodstock 94 was going to make money was going to be corporate sponsorships. Because whenever you think free love and hippies, you're thinking corporate sponsorships. Letting a huge corporate entity plaster their logos all over your festival was certainly not a novel concept by 1994, but for a movement that was originally associated with the free-loving, communal ideals of the 1960s, it seemed like a betrayal to some. Trent Reznor of Nine Inch Nails was quoted as saying, "I feared after I committed to do it that it would be a corporate nightmare, with a Pepsi logo behind the Woodstock thing." As the event went on, however, fans didn't seem to mind, and even despite there being overcrowding, 2 deaths, and logistical problems aplenty, the event was an overall critical success. Financially, however, Woodstock 94 still...
$20 from username, $20 for 20 years, love Woodstock 99. You hear about them charging $4 for... Oh, I get to that, my friend, in this documentary, if you want to call it that I made. LOL, what a time. Love the band and the show. Anyway, congrats, my dude. It's bombs up for you. Well, thank you so much. Oh, Jackal is playing on stage right now. If you look in the top right hand of my video there, it says Jackal. God, that fucking band. Oh, they were, man, if they were more known, I would make a video about Jackal. They were so fucking hacky and cringe. Their gimmick was the lead singer played a chainsaw, and he found I guess a way to make different tones with the chainsaw. It sounded like the band sounded like an AC/DC ripoff band, but yeah, fucking Jackal. That's a 90s fucking band for you right there.
Lost money. One of the most notable aspects of Woodstock 94 was the weather. Incessant rain.
Rollins band live, fuck yeah. Would have loved to have seen that.
Plagued the festival, turning much of the ground into muck. Add drugs, alcohol, and stupidity to this equation, and what you ended up with was concertgoers hurling mud at many of the performers. During Green Day's set, Billy Joel Armstrong had a mud pie land smack in the middle of his guitar during their performance of When I Come Around, which led to the band throwing mud back at the audience. This erupted into an all-out brawl, with crowd members jumping on stage and bass player Mike Dirnt accidentally getting his tooth knocked out by a security guard. For the life of me, I can't understand how that guitar still made noise after getting covered in mud like that. The promoters for Woodstock 94 tried putting together a lineup that appealed to young people. They also wanted to bring back some Woodstock 69 alumni as well, so what you ended up with was a really diverse roster of artists that really encapsulated the mid to early 1990s. I think we can all agree that acts like Blues Traveler, Candlebox, Collective Soul, and the Spin Doctors all kind of peaked around that time and then fizzled out by the end of the decade. And then, of course, you had legendary bands on that same bill like Crosby, Stills and Nash, Aerosmith, and, of course, Bob Dylan. So they were already legendary at that time anyway, and still are.
But what was really interesting about the lineup of Woodstock 94 were these newer, younger bands that came out that were still relevant to this day and made it all the way up into the new millennium, which were bands like Nine Inch Nails, Red Hot Chili Peppers, Green Day, Primus. These bands all played at this festival as well, pretty early on in their careers.
I am drinking.
Still remain relevant
Been
to
drinking this
day.
whole time.
What was also interesting to note about the lineup of Woodstock 94 was the distinct lack of any kind of grunge acts for the most part. In 1994, grunge was on the decline, but some of the highest selling artists were still grunge bands, so it was weird to not see really any representation of grunge on the roster in 1994. Now, as a fun fact, Nirvana, Pearl Jam, and Alice in Chains were all slated to play the Woodstock 94 festival, but for whatever reason, drugs, they weren't able to do it, so.
Now the problem child, Woodstock 99.
Woodstock 94 had apparently gone so well that Woodstock Ventures wanted to do it again in 1999 to mark the 30th anniversary of the Woodstock Festival. So what could go wrong? Everything. Everything went wrong. All the things went wrong. Everything went wrong.
Woodstock 99 took place from July 22nd until July 25th, right in the dead of summer. The promoters had to find a different location in upstate New York to host their event since no previous locations would welcome them back. They ended up settling on Griffiths Air Force Base, which would prove to be one of the many big mistakes of Woodstock 99. The layout of the concert put the east and west stages almost 2 miles apart from one another, forcing concertgoers to walk in blistering heat over the hot tarmac of a former airstrip. Furthermore, shaded trees had been removed prior to installation of the airstrip, making it nearly impossible to avoid the over 100-degree temperatures. As if that wasn't enough, vendors would charge roughly $6 for a bottle of water, and the free water fountains were so overcrowded that many people would soon suffer from dehydration than be able to gain access to water. Restroom facilities also proved to be insufficient, and after a short time started overflowing and became unusable.
What would become the most controversial parts about Woodstock 99, however, would be the violence, rape, and destruction that occurred throughout the festival.
The destruction began in part due to frustrations from price gouging vendors, but then escalated into all-out chaos with water pipes being ripped open, ATMs and vendor stands being burglarized, portions of fence and sound towers being torn down, and huge bonfires being started. All the while, security was hardly anywhere to be seen once inside the venue.
According to one article, it was not uncommon for the cheap, underpaid security detail to quit on the job, take off their security uniforms, and join in on the fun.
On top of all this, there were 8 reported cases of rape that occurred during the festival, on some occasions taking place right in the middle of a mosh pit with multiple men taking part in the assault. By the end of the festival, Woodstock 99 looked like a war zone. Most of the infrastructure had been burned to the ground. Hundreds of tons of trash remained strewn about the field due in part to inadequate waste receptacles and available staff members to change out trash bags.
When it came time to point the finger of blame, the lion's share of it fell on just a few bands, namely the Red Hot Chili Peppers and Korn, but especially, in most people's opinion, Limp Bizkit.
It's just one of those days when you don't want.
Most critics cite Limp Bizkit's performance of Break Stuff as the flashpoint for the beginning of most of the violence, with frontman Fred Durst saying things like, "It's time to let yourself go right now, cause there are no motherfucking rules out there." The Red Hot Chili Peppers were blamed for the fires, however. A group of peace promoters handed out candles earlier that day for a candlelight vigil that was supposed to be held during the Red Hot Chili Peppers' performance of their song Under the Bridge. During the Chili Peppers set, the candles were lit, but were also used to start bonfires. It didn't help matters when the Chili Peppers covered the Jimi Hendrix song Fire later in their set. Frontman Anthony Kiedis later explained that they only played that song because Jimi Hendrix's sister had requested them to do so in honor of her late brother.
Blaming the bands for the violence that happened that night is a pretty damn weak excuse if you ask me. That's like blaming chocolate cake for our nation's obesity problem. It's not the fact that it exists,
It's what you choose to do with it that is the problem. You being the key word, as in people need to take responsibility for their own actions and not constantly look for a scapegoat to put all the blame on. By the time Woodstock 99 came around, the mainstream musical landscape had changed so much since 5 years previous. Also, there was no longer an emphasis on having the Woodstock 69 alumni come back to perform. So what you were left with was a roster of bands that skewed exclusively to a younger audience. Just looking through the list of bands almost reads like a time capsule from 1999. Bands like Bush, Creed, Korn, Godsmack, and Kid Rock. They all took top billing. But you could also argue 1999 was kind of their peak year for a lot of those bands, and they also fizzled out much like a lot of the 94 acts that were big. But that's not to say that Woodstock 99 was just a butt rock festival. There were some great bands there that were all over the range of genres of music. You had groups like James Brown, Jamiroquai, the Brian Setzer Orchestra, Elvis Costello, Willie Nelson. You also had this strange new emerging genre of music known as techno, with groups like Moby, the Chemical Brothers, and Fatboy Slim all setting the stage for these all-night rave sessions. Oh yeah, and Muse also played on the emerging artist stage at Woodstock 99, so they're kind of a band that people listen to now. I didn't know Muse had even been around that long. You also had some mid-90s leftovers like the Counting Crows, Alanis Morissette, and the Dave Matthews Band, who also played that festival. So aside from the gnarly
Oh, $5 Canadian Indian Corey Feldman impression. I've helped a lot of girls in Hollywood. Do you want to join my band? I don't know, man. That's asking a lot off the cuff there.
Shit that happened off stage, there really was something there for everybody. Fun fact, some of the bands that were supposed to play Woodstock 99 included groups like the Smashing Pumpkins, the Foo Fighters, Aerosmith, and Sugar Ray. The last two bands I could definitely do without. After all,
I've helped a lot of girls in Bollywood. I miss that Primus Pork Soda shirt. I don't remember what happened to it.
The calamity of the 1999 festival, there is yet to be another Woodstock. Lars Ulrich, drummer for Metallica, stated in a 1999 interview that Metallica was already in talks to do Woodstock 2004. Well, obviously that event never happened.
Obviously.
Supposedly Woodstock Ventures are actively seeking out locations for their 50th anniversary Woodstock Festival to take place in 2019.
Yeah, that almost happened too. And the artist's roster was the weakest shit I've ever seen. I made several videos about that during 2018/19, and yeah, the 50th anniversary was totally gonna happen. The roster though was like the most, oh no, man, I'm just gonna say it, looked like the most wokest DI fucking roster that I've seen for a festival ever. Suck my balls.
I personally love these Woodstock festivals and how they are so accurately able to capture the zeitgeist of that moment in music history, lifted up by that naive belief in peace, love, and music. I'm Josh Cannon. I hope you enjoyed.
Man, I'm glad I did away with those corny ass fucking feel-good moments in my videos. Jesus Christ. I'd watched too much Gaming Historian at that time, I think, because he always did shit like that. All right, well, so that was like my first foray into video essays. Probably not the very first, but one that I was like, all right, I feel good about that one. I didn't cringe too hard, you know? Okay, that's fine. The next video we'll be looking at is my dipping my toe into like parody kind of shit. I used to do a lot more comedic things on my channel, and then I stopped because I realized that like A, they were like very hard to make, and B, like they weren't like super funny, and pretty cringe. But this one I am still proud of to this day. And so we're gonna watch the one parody / comedy video that I did on my channel that I feel has gotten better with age, much like a fine wine. It's called Big Fucking Truck. BFT,
I'm
baby.
gonna take what's mine. Yeah. Big fucking truck. I got a big fucking truck. Big truck nuts. I drive a big fucking truck. Yeah. I voted Donald Trump 'cause his last name sounds like truck. I'll punch you in the face, then I'll get more drunk. Yeah. Big fucking truck. I got a big fucking truck. Whamma lamma ding dong. Come on, man.
All right, I've stated this before about that guitar solo. Like I want a crappy guitar solo for that part because I wanted my main character there, whatever his name is, Jeffrey Dickballs. I don't know. Like I want him to get disappointed at the solo, like and complain about it in the middle of the song. But like, I don't know. After playing like an instrument for like a certain period of time, like your muscle memory like kind of like disallows you to play it shitty even if you like tried. So I was like trying to play like a shitty solo, but I'd always end up like it really wouldn't like I wasn't getting the essence that I needed there. So then I like literally flipped the guitar around the other way, so like my fretting hand was my picking hand and my picking hand was my fretting hand, and for whatever reason those two muscle groups, they only know the one thing. My right hand is my strumming hand and that's all it knows how to do. My left hand is my fretting hand, and that's all that knows how to do. The second you flip the two rolls around, you go back to day one as a guitar player. I shit you not. Your skills do not translate whatsoever if you switch the orientation. So as soon as I did that, I was easily able to play the guitar shittily. So that's how I pulled that one off.
Come on. Come on, man. Work with me on that solo. Come on. Yeah. Hey, man, come on. Let's do that solo again, buddy.
Yeah, we don't have the time for that.
Nah, man. Come on. That sounds like shit. Come on. You want your studio to be responsible for this piece of shit?
I could care less.
Oh, my God. You just made an enemy, buddy. I'm so straight. Definitely not gay. I have sex with lots of women, 'cause they like my big engine. Yeah.
All right, so Big Engine was they still might exist. They were like one of like the top cover bands in Jacksonville for like 15 fucking 20 years. They had like rotating members. I think only the lead singer was the same, but like the Big Engine was like that was like the big cover band even when I was like a very young teenager. And I think they're still around, but like yeah, that was my I don't know what my nod to them. I don't really give a fuck about them one way or the other, but I just wanted to like throw their band name in the song. $1.99, thank you for including Big Fucking Truck. It had to be. It's the only funny, slightly funny comedy bit I have on my channel. All the other ones are completely cringe.
In my big fucking truck.
Hell yeah, Bud Light.
Huge truck nuts.
I have 3 skull tattoos.
Big fucking truck.
This song's dedicated to Five Finger Death Punch.
Big fucking truck.
I ain't no pushy.
I got a big fucking truck.
There's some ASMR for you. Squeaky wheel sounds. So yeah, that was, sorry, I didn't say the date. That was June 15th, 2018. All right, so now we're getting to my next biggest video I've ever made, the Bill Burr H3H3 interview. I made this video on September 18th, 2018. I feel like mine blew up because I was kind of the first person to talk about it. A lot of people have talked about this interview since then. H3H3 is a content creator on YouTube. Most of you probably know that, but if you don't, he would do a lot of, funny videos and all that. And then he got lazy and decided that the grifting was much easier when you put minimal effort into anything and you start a podcast. This is a very common move for a lot of YouTubers. So H3H3 started a podcast, and I hated it. I thought it sucked. I enjoyed his edited content way more. I think that's not a unpopular opinion to make that statement. And so then I saw that, most of his guests were fellow YouTubers. So it was like, yeah, it's softball shit. Like, it's going to be easy. Oh, he's talking to fucking iDubbbz. That turned into a whole ass thing later on, way down the road. But, he talked to Boogie. He would talk to these random YouTubers that had a lot of subs that I've never heard of or whatever. He had, his own whack pack on there and everything. But when I saw that he got Bill Burr, because I was listening to Bill Burr's podcast at this point, and I'm like, oh, bro, this should be interesting. And as soon as I tuned in, it was like, these guys were like oil and fucking water. Like, you had the old school, like, school of comedy of Bill Burr, and then you had that new school kind of internet-based meme, lol kind of comedy of H3, and I just fucking knew that Bill was going to hate this guy. And Ethan was so sensitive, like, like he wasn't used to this, like, old school guy who grew up, in the Comedy Store and like all these other kind of institutions, and it toughened your skin, like nothing got to you. And like all these internet comedians are like soft as fuck, as soon as you insult them, a few times in the comments, they get all triggered. So like I knew that H3 Ethan, whatever, I knew this wasn't gonna be a good interview. And I watched it, and it was exactly as bad as I thought it was. Now, the only regret from this video is that I'm wearing this gay-ass shirt that I only wore the one time, and it was just a bad choice. And I wish I hadn't. And I say gay as in the good way, like two men who are in love with each other, not in like the negative, pejorative way. But it was a gay shirt, and I shouldn't have worn it because I'm not gay, relatively. And yeah, a lot of people pointed out the irony, like, oh, you're pointing out how Ethan's this like, everything's ironic with him, his humor, and you're literally wearing a shirt that says, anyway, you'll see the shirt. But yeah, this is my second or first. I don't know which one's bigger at this point, the Apple one or this one, but yeah, this one got me definitely a lot of visibility. So we're gonna watch it.
How many siblings do you have?
I don't know, dude. The internet's too fucking weird to give out all that information.
Oh, you don't even want to say how many because you're afraid that it will somehow
by all means,
compromise
keep
your
talking
privacy.
about it. Is there any way you can cut this out? I'm honest, dude. Like,
seriously?
Yeah, no, dude. There's fucking lunatics out there.
Okay.
Whoa.
Off the air, I'll tell you.
All right.
Jeez. I love how surprised he is. Jeez.
Well, you can mention the amount.
There's absolutely crazy people out there.
Yeah. All right. I don't know why that got so flat.
Well, that was awkward as hell. When I first checked my YouTube feed about a week ago and I saw that comedian Bill Burr was going to be on the H3H3 podcast, I was shocked to say the least. Bill Burr, comedian, real East Coast guy, actor, creator of the Netflix series F is for Family. He kind of cut his teeth in the New York comedy scene with such modern-day legends as Patrice O'Neal and Jim Norton. Bill Burr pretty much started one of the first podcasts ever, period, like back in 2007. I've been listening to Bill's podcast since about 2008. And then you got Ethan Klein, YouTuber, podcaster in his own right, very successful podcast that I think most people thought was okay at first, and now everyone's just kind of getting annoyed by it. And he's kind of this aficionado of this, YouTube meme culture. So basically what I'm trying to say is you could not have picked two totally different people in the comedy spectrum to get together and have an interview. And, you know, Bill Burr's the kind of guy that he does whatever he wants to do. He doesn't really just go out and shill himself just for the sake of getting his name out there. If he appears on a podcast, if he appears on some talk show, it's usually because he believes in it and he wants to do it. So when I saw him on the H3 podcast, I was shocked because I'm like, this ain't gonna go very well. And it didn't take me too long to prove that I was completely right.
I love everything you do. The great.
This is how you turn it around. This is how you turn it around.
Where
I made you uncomfortable. Now you fucking sit there and compliment me.
So at multiple points on this,
Ethan just Jesus Christ. Apparently, Ethan, like, after this interview, like, he literally went home that night and started taking, like, antidepressants. Like, that's how, like, shook this shit made him.
Podcast, Bill says something that makes Ethan just feel completely shut down, which is surprising because you'd think at this point Ethan would have a little bit more thicker skin, I guess, but I think the fact is that Ethan came into this interview too much as a fan, as a listener of Bill's podcast, and Bill came into this podcast with an attitude of, I don't know who you are, I don't give a shit, you know, you look like some younger guy who, you know, so I'm just gonna go in here and fuck off.
Oh, this is before I used my teleprompter and I had to memorize my script that I would write, and then I would have to, like, regurgitate all the shit that I wrote, like, off the top of my head. And yeah, there's a reason why my videos are a lot more slicker now, and they flow like fucking pig shit. They're so slick. Back in the day, it was a lot of like, what did I write? I'm trying to remember. I feel like I look like two totally different people, like, now compared to back then. I don't know. Must be the hair and the beard or something. It's probably like 20 pounds less fat back then, too.
And that's about what happened.
I almost made it through without making an ass of myself. I got so close.
What are you talking about? I had a great time.
I did too. I really did.
I hope you did. I'm worried about you.
I did.
Thank God you got...
I'm playing it up. I'm playing it up.
All right.
But I'm trying to be funny, but...
we are all worried about him.
Oh, the Theo Von interview with Bill Burr was just as bad. I mean, you kind of can't mention the H3 one without mentioning the Theo Von one. I was surprised that Bill Burr didn't know who Theo Von was. Theo Von is not, like, that much younger than Bill Burr. But dude, Theo Von asked some really, he said some really stupid shit. I mean, I think the thing that still triggers me to this day is when Theo Von's like, "Hey man, so do you keep a gun in your helicopter?" Because, you know, Bill Burr's like a big, like, helicopter pilot. He's like really into flying helicopters. And Theo's like asking him if he keeps a gun in his helicopter, and like Bill's like, "Do I have to answer this?" And Theo's like, "What, man? I didn't think it was that dumb of a question." It's like, really, Theo? You didn't think that was a dumb question? Why would he have a gun in his helicopter? Like, what are they, like, fucking helicopter pirates in the sky that are like trying to dock against your helicopter and steal your fucking cargo or some shit? Like, I don't know, dude. That was like and he like hung on that question too. And it was like, yeah, I don't know. He kind of, Bill went a little too hard on Theo for a lot of it, I felt like, but that fucking "do you keep a gun in your helicopter" question was the stupidest fucking, and it seems like a very Theo Von question to ask, because like he's the aw shucks, I'm just a sweet old Southern boy. He's got that whole persona, and that shit drives me crazy. I honestly can't really stand Theo Von. I can't stand the Rogan Sphere comics, dude. Kreischer, fucking Segura, Bobby Lee to some extent, Brandon Shaw, Theo Von. I cannot stand the Rogan comics, dude. Cat Williams said it best. He's like, Rogan got 11 guys over there and ain't none of them funny, or whatever he said. Like, yeah, no, they're not, in my opinion. I mean, yeah, they're way more successful than I am, but that doesn't mean they're more talented.
So Ethan does his normal thing where he tries to show funny videos that to Ethan and to most younger people, you know, who have jumped on board that so bad it's good ironic train where everything has to be ironic. Or
yeah, so I'm bitching about things being ironic right now as I'm wearing a shirt that says "I'm dead inside" with like pink dolphins and sunshine and shit, and people pointed that out in the comments, and they were right. That was a stupid thing for me to complain about. when I'm literally wearing an ironic shirt in the video. So yeah, bad wardrobe choice on my part.
Dude, it's so funny because it's so bad. You know, he's showing these videos to Bill, and Bill's just like, dude, you like some really weird stuff. Like, they are just not connecting at all. You're trying to put a square peg in a round hole with this interview.
And it's very even tone,
Oh,
so it
she
lights
just keeps
well.
petting her
but it
hand.
does
Yeah,
well.
yeah.
The
This
nails
is
are
creepy,
very,
dude.
very
You watch
healthy,
creepy
and
shit.
they-
Well, this is good stuff. I
You are
mean, you know.
shit.
That's stuff that we've made videos about.
Good
That's
care.
our...
So, I mean, you're very protective of your
Yeah.
cat.
What else is going on in the world? I want to ask you about this.
At some point in the interview, more towards the end, Ethan brings up the Philly incident that Bill Burr was involved in. And for those of you who don't know, a audience in Philadelphia was basically turning against Bill when he was doing stand-up at one point, and instead of...
He didn't turn against Bill. He turned against the Philly audience had turned against the entire, I think it was an Opie and Anthony like concert series that like Bob Saget, Dom Irrera, there were some other comics on there, and then Bill Burr was one of the comics, and every single one of the comics was eating their balls because it was just a really rough crowd. And Bill just like went out there and insulted them for like 15 minutes straight, and he ended up winning. It was like an epic moment in comedy history. But apparently Bill Burr doesn't really like talking about it anymore.
Just kind of like kowtowing to the audience, he just like lashed out against them and started cursing them out and insulting their sports team. It became a legendary viral YouTube clip, and that was how Ethan first discovered Bill. Now, I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing to ask Bill about this, but apparently Bill was really tired of talking about the Philadelphia incident.
This is one of the first times I heard about you. I was in college, I think, at the time. It was when you were getting booed by thousands of people
I was
in
hoping
Philly.
you were. I was like, when you said my favorite
You don't-
YouTube video, I was like, oh God, not the Philly thing again. And then you did the Sherry's Berries. I was like, I love this podcast. Now I hate you.
I love. What can I do? I love that.
I'm joking. I'm fucking with you. Go ahead, let's do it.
But do
So
you?
what was
But,
going through your head,
no, I'm not
Brad?
gonna. I'm not
All
gonna
these people
ask you.
I wonder if Bill was still drinking at this time because he's so irritable in this interview. It almost makes me think like he must have been like hungover at this point because like I've had this attitude when I've been hungover where like kind of everything somebody says is just the wrong thing to say, and I mock them and I'm an asshole. He was just overly irritable in this interview. Bill Burr was like, I don't know. He's gotten a lot more charitable in his interviews since this one.
Have you been moved before?
So again, things just continually get more and more awkward as Bill doesn't really want to talk about the incident, and then Ethan feels embarrassed, and then Bill's like, oh no, yeah, I'll talk about it and all this.
You've talked about this a lot.
Probably more than the grape lady.
I didn't
Yes.
realize.
No, but go ahead. Let's
now,
do it.
Well,
Let's
now
do it.
I frankly,
I like making you.
I like
making
to skip it.
I like making you uncomfortable.
Well,
You
what
do
am I
this
supposed
thing.
to? Well, what am I? Yeah, right. Yeah. And now, what do you want me to be? Well, what was going through your head, Bill, when you're getting booed by all those people?
I don't know.
Now, I feel like stand-up comedians, I know this for a fact, they hate talking about...
Oh, I've still got that lamp, my friend. Don't you worry. It's just in the other room. In storage, I guess.
Their bits as far as like their comedy bits, like if they go on a radio show and the radio guy will be like, so I heard that you really like kittens, and the comedian will have a bit about kittens, and that's supposed to be some segue for the comedian to do their bit on the radio. They don't like doing that kind of stuff, and it's generally seen as kind of hacky to ask a comedian like Bill, who is as seasoned as Bill is, just some real like obvious shit that he's probably talked about a million times. Kind of shows how Ethan's not the best interviewer in the world. I don't think anybody will argue that. However, at the end of the day, this interview was a train wreck because you had two totally different people on the opposite ends of the comedy spectrum. You had Bill, the old school entertainer, and then you have Ethan, the new school of entertainment that all the kids are flocking to, and they're just not mixing together well. That's not to say that it's because Bill's an older guy, because previously Ethan had Tim Heidecker on the podcast, and I thought that was a great episode. I thought that was one of the best episodes of the H3 podcast.
Yeah, but Tim Heidecker and Ethan, Ethan learned his fucking comedy from watching Tim and Eric. It's so obvious. So, of course, Tim Heidecker is going to be a much better guest, a much better fit than Bill Burr, who's probably never seen a single... He probably doesn't even know who Tim and Eric are, even though they're not, I don't know, Tim and Eric are probably like 10 years younger than Bill at least, but like, they're not young by any means, but yeah, anyway.
Podcast, because Tim Heidecker pioneered the exact comedy that Ethan...
Okay, so I'm basically repeating my same thoughts. All right.
Arguably has ripped off, which I explained in my Tim and Eric video, which you can check out by clicking the card, but they are of the same train of thought, the same school of thought. Even though Tim's a little older, they were able to relate, and it just clicks so well. But to see Bill Burr come in, who is not that so bad it's good and blah, blah, blah kind of, comic. That's not his sensibility. It was just funny to see the oil and water try to mix for over an hour. That's just a short video. I wanted to give my take on this because I've been keeping up with Ethan's stuff. I'm just a middle-of-the-road fan when it comes to H3H3. I'm not a big fan, and I'm not the biggest fan of Bill Burr either, but I like both their content, and seeing these two worlds collide as they did, I thought was just interesting, to say the least. Make sure you check out some of my other...
Okay, but I gotta take a piss real quick. I will be right back. I might be gay. All right. We're well into Josh's middle period of a YouTube channel here. So that one came out September 18th, 2018. It's sitting at like 452,000 views. The Bill Burr interview, or whatever. Like I said, I feel like I was pretty in on the ground floor on that one. All right, so the next video we're gonna watch is me delving even deeper into my video essays, kind of covering music that like I always wanted to talk about. I always wanted to do this video. I was really proud of this video, and I don't know. I think I had finally ditched trying to be funny and trying to like yes, I did make that track, and I never really did anything with it. It's literally just got its working title. It just says "good kick," like a good kick drum sound. I guess that's what I yeah, I meant to develop that into something that I never did. But anyway, this next video that I made back in October 19th, 2018, I think I finally ditched the humor and stopped trying to be funny. It was called "When Prog Went Pop." 1970s prog rock going into the 1980s. It was always an idea that fascinated me. So I really like this video a lot. So Here we go, deeper into my lore.
Progressive rock is one of my favorite genres of
Oh my god, I used a lavalier mic. Thank fuck the audio will actually be decent.
music. It emphasizes experimentation and thinking outside of the box. Many of the titans of the prog rock genre earned their stripes in the 1970s with numerous classical releases. But as the 1970s drew on, the genre became stale and found itself in a bit of an identity crisis. And then the 1980s happened and things got even weirder. Stick around as I explore when prog went pop. This is the Overstimulation Station.
Progressive rock spawned out of the psychedelic music of the 1960s, but eventually evolved into a more precise, conceptualized form of music. Long musical passages, fanciful lyrics, and lavish soundscapes all became hallmarks of the genre, and by the mid-1970s, prog rock had reached its zenith of popularity.
Taking away the moments that make up a dull day.
When Pink Floyd dropped their Dark Side of the Moon album in 1973, it solidified prog rock's credibility. Dark Side of the Moon went platinum many times over and stayed on the Billboard Top 100 charts for a record-breaking 741 weeks. Meanwhile, bands like King Crimson, Yes, Rush, and Genesis, just to name a few, were all putting out their most classic material during this period. For a while, this new genre seemed like a juggernaut. However, as prog rock was celebrating its heyday, there was something completely different brewing in certain parts of England and America that would bring prog rock to its knees. In the mid-1970s, the punk rock movement was gaining ground with young people who felt disenfranchised by the establishment. Bands like the Ramones, The Clash, and the Sex Pistols were ushering in a much less refined, much more aggressive style of music that rejected much of the tenets of progressive rock. The musicianship tended to be sloppy. The singing focused more on feeling rather than skill. And the visual aesthetic was a world away from the whimsical garb worn by most prog bands. Punk did to progressive rock what grunge did to hair metal. The stripped-down aesthetic of punk made the often overly theatrical progressive rock bands seem silly and uncool. By the late 70s, four of prog rock's biggest bands, King Crimson, Yes, ELP, and Genesis, either went on hiatus or had major changes within the band. The future of progressive rock seemed very uncertain. By the time the early 80s hit, ripples of the punk rock movement could be felt in every corner of the music industry. The first wave of punk had splintered off into various new genres such as post-punk and new wave.
It was also around this time that record companies began merging into these larger media conglomerates who were more concerned with producing a radio-ready pop hit than they were with giving artists creative control and years to develop their sound. As a result of this, not many new prog bands emerged in the 1980s, and the prog bands that were left over from the 70s found themselves in a bit of an identity crisis. If they wanted to remain relevant in the 1980s, there was only one thing that they could do.
They would... With the heavy influence of new wave, punk, and the new romantic movement, it was nearly mandatory for 1970s prog rock bands to turn in their double-neck guitars for glossy synthesizers and electronic drum kits. Instead of wearing kimonos and capes, many of the prog bands began rocking a kind of yuppie stockbroker look, complete with blazer and scarf. It certainly appeared as though all the classic prog bands had sold out. But did they actually sell out?
I have a theory. It's undeniable that these bands had to change their sound to survive in the 1980s. But if you listen to these albums closely, that same prog rock spirit of experimentation is still completely intact, just in a different way. Take the Genesis album Invisible Touch, for example. Now, sure, it's got some saccharine, schmaltzy pop ballads on there, but I feel like the band did that in part just to get the label off their back so they could include darker and edgier songs like Tonight, Tonight, Tonight and Domino. And I feel like it's that same way with many of the other prog bands at that time. Sure, the 17-minute conceptual opuses about dragons and fairies were no longer being produced, but I feel like this new direction forced these bands to cut some of the fat out of their music. What would have been a 17-minute wank-off in the 70s had to be boiled down to its most immediate and important elements in the 1980s. And you know what? I like that. In fact, some of my favorite albums from these bands came out in the 80s.
I love Rush's innovative synthesizer work on albums like Power Windows and Grace Under Pressure. Pink Floyd's Momentary Lapse of Reason is a great album in its own right. But admittedly, with this example, it's kind of hard to compare to the perfection the Floyd put out in the 70s.
After weathering the 1980s, many of the classic progressive rock bands continued to evolve their sound into the 1990s and beyond. As for the fans of prog rock, well, we're a very patient and open-minded bunch. You never know with this genre what the next album is going to sound like, but you can be certain it probably won't sound anything like the album before it. Half the fun of listening to prog rock is picking apart all the little nuances that the artist meticulously added to the music to continue to challenge the listener. Sure, that spark of 1970s prog rock has changed over the decades, especially in the 1980s, but isn't that why we call it progressive rock? Anyway, my name's Josh Cannon. Hope you guys enjoyed watching this video. And one more thing. What the fuck was Love Beach?
I want you by my side. Don't act so mystified. You know I said I'd always take you to Love Beach.
Love Beach. Goddamn. Fucking Emerson, Lake, and Palmer dropped the ball on that one, baby. Okay. So that was... Liked that one. Liked that one really good. Liked it. Very popular. All right, so on February 13th of 2020, nothing bad happened in that year. That was when I first kind of started doing my album tier rankings. And I feel that's an important thing to mention for my channel because...
What's up, everybody? Back by...
That became like a thing for my channel that I did years after. But it started in 2020 where, you know, you had these tier lists and you'd rate the albums of a band. Now, I'm not going to watch this whole thing. I'm gonna skim through it because it's long. But I did a tier ranking on Pink Floyd. I did Genesis, Rush, Pink Floyd. Those are my first three and probably did the best. Because I was like, I knew most of their albums were really passionate about them. This video got a lot of haters because I infamously put a lot of Pink Floyd's early work in like the D tier. And looking back, I think I gave them way harsher of a review than what I should have. And a lot of Pink Floyd fans like hated this video, but it still did good. And these tier ranking videos would become a huge part of my channel, so I thought it was important to include this one. Again, I'm not going to watch this whole one, but we'll be skimming around.
Popular demand, and because it's easy and convenient for me to knock out, I'm doing yet another tier list on my channel. If I haven't lost all my subscribers by now, I'm sure I'm going to after this third one. This is not what my channel is going to be from now on by any means. However, I've been super busy the last few months and taking weeks at a time to produce one video that may only get 100 views isn't really in my channel's best interest or my best interest. And these are super fun to do. I feel knowledgeable about what I'm talking about for one rare moment in my life. And you guys seem to be digging it, all, 10 of you who comment on these. So someone asked me to do a tier list on Pink Floyd's studio albums, and that's what I'm going to do. Now, there are 3 phases of Pink Floyd record. Even their
Okay, I'm skimming through this one. So I put Piper at the Gates of Dawn, their debut album. I put in the D tier. I agree with that. I don't like psychedelic music. I don't like Pink Floyd's first album with Syd Barrett. I don't. I just fucking don't.
Most mediocre attempt at music is better than any other band, so I can respect that. I can respect that none of their albums are going to be an F tier per se, although I don't know, the more I think about it, I might argue that.
Pencil Punk, you're tripping.
But anyway, Piper at the Gates of Dawn gets the D tier for me. Very psychedelic, very, I mean, I wouldn't say very experimental, but there is certainly some experimental stuff going on here. I just don't like this style of music. This is completely different than the Pink Floyd that the world would come to know and love later on in their career. And there's just no particular song on here that I listen to that I get totally turned on by. And Astronomy Domain was a big one back in their early days. Interstellar Overdrive. And then the one that always sticks out to me.
Oh, were those songs on the first record? Okay, maybe I should re-listen to that. I think that was my biggest blind spot for this video is I'd only listened to those records a few times each, and I kind of regret. So if we skip through here, yeah, as you can see, we have Saucer Full of Secrets. We have more. They're all in the D tier. Yeah, I can see how this would be come off as a troll to Pink Floyd fans.
I know the back of my fucking hand. So moving on to their fourth album, if you will, Umaguma. Again, I'm gonna put that in the D tier.
I agree with Umaguma being in the D tier, honestly.
See a big delineation between what I think is Pink Floyd's best and what I think is their worst. It's not like Genesis or Rush, where there's all this room for in-between discussion on, well, maybe that album could be an A or a B, or maybe this really should be an F. With Pink Floyd, for me, it's pretty cut and dry where albums stand. Umaguma is a very weird album in the sense that it is, the first side is a live album of songs from their previous efforts, Astronomy Domain and Careful With That Axe, Eugene. Then you got Set the Controls to a Harvest Sun, Saucer Full of Secrets. The second album, if you will, because this is a double album, the second album was new material, but the caveat on this was that each member of the band was going to do their own song, almost like a little mini.
I mean, as far as my face looks, it's totally different lighting. My hair's shorter. It's all the same, color. The lighting makes a big difference, but I mean, I was probably 10 pounds lighter. I don't know. The lighting's probably gives my skin a totally different tone now, or it could be the alcoholism. I don't know. It could be a more yellow skin. It looks a more pinkish, healthier liver skin. Who's to say really? The lighting is 100% different in this video than it is on that one though. So, all right, skip through this a little bit here. Oh, I put Adam Hart. I wouldn't put Adam Hart Mother in D tier. I'd probably put that in the C tier. For Pink Floyd, maybe even B at this point. I don't even know if I'd put Saucer Full of Secrets in the D tier.
This time, you were still allowed 4 or 5 albums to develop your sound and prove yourself before they pulled the plug on you and dropped you from the label. Not nowadays. Your first song has to be a hit for them to keep messing with you. If your first song isn't a hit.
Okay. There's a lot of yapping in these tier ranking lists. Oh, I put Metal at B. Yeah. You know, Metal had Echoes on it, and it had One of These Days, which are both great songs, but then everything else on that record is kind of garbage, in my opinion. Yeah. Dude, I put half their catalog in the D tier. What the fuck? Obscure. Bro, I met some chick on Chat Roulette a few weeks ago. She said her favorite Pink Floyd album was Obscured by the Clouds. Fuck off. I hate that hipster mentality of I'm going to pick the least obvious, most obscure record and I'm going to say that's my favorite. When it's yeah, sure, Dark Side of the Moon, The Wall, Animals, Wish You Here, those are all super successful, but they're good. They sold bajillions of records for a reason because they're fucking good. Those other records are so fucking niche, You're literally just saying you like it to be different at that point. I'm fucking convinced. And then of course I put, you know, they hit their stride from like what 77 to 81. I mean, yeah. Where did I put the Final Cut? Because I don't think I listened to the Final Cut much. The Final Cut to me is an S tier record. I wonder why I put that in this one. Final Cut is such an underrated Pink Floyd album. Man, I yap a lot. Yeah, of course, I got Animals, which you hear, they're all S tier, of course. Wall, S tier, obviously. Okay, where did I put Final Cut? I swear to God, if I put that in a low position, I'm going to be pissed at myself. B tier? No, that should be A or S tier. I had just not listened to Final Cut enough. That album's so under fucking rated. Like freakishly underrated. I put Momentary Lapse Reason in the A tier. Yeah, I agree with that. It's not S tier. It's just straight up not an S tier album, but it is A tier for sure. Love that album. Where did I put Division Bell? Ooh, I put that in the B tier. I kind of agree with that. I think I like Momentary Lapse Reason more. Now, people will say Division Bell is the better record. I don't know. I think people got their nostalgia wires crossed. I think they just like the album cover. It's very familiar to them, but I don't think the songs are nearly as good as Momentary Lapse. And then Endless River, which I don't even consider an actual, yeah, C tier. I agree with C tier. Yeah, I was a little too hard on Pink Floyd's first few records there. I regret that. But this was one of the first album tier ranking videos that I did on my channel, so I felt it was important to include here for this retrospective that I'm doing. Now I'm going to do, we're going to go to, the date is May 13th, 2020. Now, what was going on in the entire world on May 13th, 2020? I wonder. I felt like I needed to make a video about it, and I kind of feel like it was an important moment to be alive and to be around, and especially to be a YouTuber. So I made a video about COVID cringe, quarantined themed music videos. We're gonna watch that now. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. Are you anything like me? Are you sick and tired of hearing terms like social distancing, the new normal, stay 6 feet apart, stay inside, quarantine, or any variation on the term COVID-19? Do you wish that there was some way we could escape hearing about all this? Not because we're scared or anything, just because we're tired of hearing it. Well, if you were hoping that you could turn to good old YouTube for a couple of music videos to get your mind off of all this, you're screwed. Ever since the entire world has decided to shut down, artists have jumped on the quarantine-themed music video bandwagon. And unlike the virus, there is nothing novel about these music videos. They all look exactly the same. First, assemble a diversity rainbow of people from all walks of ethnicity and race and sexual orientation and age, just to remind your viewers of how virtuous and inclusive you are during this pandemic, and also reminding them that, hey, my brand still exists, by the way, so whenever those big summer tours start back up, remember Justin Bieber. Second, make sure these videos are as uninteresting as possible. The goal here is not to entertain you anymore. It is to remind you that we are all stuck inside indefinitely. And that's fine, right? Doesn't that sound fun? Isn't that something you want to watch? Isn't it? Third, make sure everybody... Dude, it was like so hard to explain. I mean, I'm sure we all lived through it. It's so, unless you were there though, it was like so. This was such a weird time. It like this shit had like kind of just became officially like, yes, this is a worldwide crisis, and you just didn't know what the fuck was gonna happen in the future. Like it was such a depressing fucking time. Like I blame the pandemic to this day for like making my alcoholism worse, because like I had a pretty good schedule before. But, like, this, like, lockdown shit, dude, like, I mean, thank God I was making YouTube videos, because if not, I would have lost my fucking mind. At least I had something to do. But I wasn't working. Last of Us 2 just came out on PS4, so I was playing that because I got COVID eventually. After having a super spreader event at my house, because my band played and we invited a bunch of people over because we were like, "Fuck you, COVID." I'm always like anti-authority, even in the face of like. And then there was all these like fucking indie musicians like who were like these SJW, just so annoying that they would publicly shame any band that was trying to play like a concert before like too early. And the whole thing was, do you want people to die? Is that more important, or is your band more important than people's lives? They're just so over dramatic about it. Oh no, it was such a fucking weird period.
In your quarantine video is smiling, these great big smiles, because the zombie apocalypse is right outside your fucking door. You've been out of work for 2 months and you can't even go to the bar and get blackout drunk, but by God, we can have tickle fights in our bedroom. Look how happy we are. Now I know what you might be thinking. Jeez, Josh, people are just trying to make the best out of a bad situation. Why are you being so negative? Because I see this for what it is. It is artists taking advantage of a bad situation to further their brand. Look, these people know that this is trending right now. They know it's relevant. And if there was ever a time where people had a lot of time on their hands to sit around and watch hours of video content, it would be right here and now.
$5 super chat from Pizza King. My alcoholism increased tenfold during the pandemic, and I have yet to reel it back to bro, same. I was in such a good like drinking area. Like I was like mentally good. Like everything was good. Like I had like 4 days on, 3 days off. It was perfect. It was great. Like my life was just fine before then the pandemic happened, and yeah, I've kind of been spinning out ever since then on some level or another.
When the first few artists came around and started doing these ideas for having fans send in clips of them, you know, during this whole Corona thing, that was fine. That was kind of a, you know, cute little original idea, but it's so not original anymore. It is so just an overdone idea that wasn't even that great to begin with. There's no inherent entertainment value in watching complete strangers dance badly and brush their fucking teeth. We turn to artists that we love to escape from our everyday lives. That's always been the purpose of entertainment. We're trying to escape the pandemic protocols that are barked at us every single day. I can't go to Walmart without these Gestapo-esque speakers in the parking lot just barking out, wash your hands, stay 6 feet away from people, wash your ass, practice social distancing. You turn on the radio, it's the same thing. You turn on the TV, it's the same thing. You listen to the podcast, it's the same thing. All media outlets are just constantly berating us with shit at this point we basically already know. Another point that I would like to make, and this is really important, people, and especially if you're an artist who's happened to be watching this, way to date the fuck out of your music. Do you think for a moment in 2022 people are going to want to revisit their quarantine experiences via a fucking Justin Bieber music video? That is the closest thing to the seventh circle of hell that I could possibly think of. Nobody is going to want to go back and listen to coronavirus-themed music. I mean, and granted, there's videos that are quarantine-themed, but there's even music where they're talking about it and shouting it out in their songs.
Say that it's COVID-19, not the virus. This year I'm trending.
And it's one thing for artists to cover these, like, historical events every now and then. There's some classic songs, like the Crosby, Stills, and Nash song, Ohio, about the Ohio campus shooting that took place back in the hippie times. But that's like one artist, one incident, kind of one thing at a time. Everybody's doing this. Everybody's talking about this. And by the way, artists can still make super entertaining original music videos right now, even though they might not have as much resources to do so. How do I know this? Because my band Dancing with Ghosts made a super awesome original music video. There's a card. You can go watch it for yourself and probably leave a negative comment.
That would be the video for I Like You. We made that during the pandemic, and I specifically put, because I saw this all the time in videos at that time, I put no text at before or after the video saying this was made during the pandemic of 2020. I purposely left that shit out. I did not want to remind people. I did not want to date that video in any way. Like, I did not want to put anything having it, even though I was going through it, even though I was jobless, even though the future was uncertain if my band would ever play a show again because all these fucking venues were shutting down. I still did not want to date because I had a feeling, I was like, this shit's gonna look so dated. All these people are like jumping on the same trend. They're all doing these like fucking 15 feet apart little pod concerts and all this weird shit. You had to do a concert and everyone had to sit down. The tables, it was so lame, bro. It was so fucking lame. So I was like, I do not want any music I release during this year. I don't want to have any sniff of the pandemic on it, because like we're eventually going to get through this, and we did. And I don't want people to look back and be like, oh, that's a pandemic video.
I don't know, you might not. But trust me, when all this corona shit is over and everything returns back to normal, nobody is going to want to go back and listen to music from 2020 that reminds them of this experience. Hell, I feel like Tiger King probably won't even be watched after everything returns to normal, because that was the hot documentary that came out during the middle of this whole thing. And my last problem with these quarantine-themed music videos, they're just so dopey and just feel good and just lazy. I haven't seen such lazy excuses for an artistic music video from a major label ever, really. I mean, you gotta bet that the budgets on these were so low, the record companies were just like jumping at the chance. This is a win-win for them. Low production cost, look like a hero, build your brand. I mean, look, even if you decide to donate all the proceeds from the video to charity, it still builds your brand up so much and gets you those streams and gets people's attention on you as an artist. So, stop with the quarantine-themed videos. It's corny as fuck. And that's all I have to say. My rant is over. I hope you enjoyed watching this, but have a feeling I'm going to get some hot comments on this one, so please make sure to leave your hateful, argumentative, and homophobic comments in my comment section below. Remember to subscribe to my channel and ring the notification.
Oh yeah, I just colored my hair recently, and I was getting a lot of those comments. Now people just have to get used to it, because I've been doing it for a long time now. But like I just started with that gay little swoop there. And I was like, you're a fucking colored hair guy, gay. Yeah, so I started including that in my little end thing there. Whatever, man. You all wanted to fuck me anyway. Just admit it. Admit it to yourself. All right, so that was that one. Okay, so now June 10th of 2022. You gotta keep the train rolling, apparently. This is a video that I chose for this stream because I liked the direction I went with it, as far as like, let me not do comedy, let me not do like straight up documentary, let me try to make one of those like creepy videos, like taking something that's like inherently not that creepy, but if I like film it in a certain way, if I narrate in a certain way, if I light myself in a certain way, can I make this video creepier than what it actually is? And that would be the creepy Daft Punk music video, They Want You to Forget About.
Daft Punk is one of my favorite musical groups of all time. I often forget just how much they've influenced me musically. I first heard about the band when they released their album Discovery in 2001, with the disco-infused hit One More Time winning me over. I could do an entire video about this album and all the great music videos that went along with it. I kept up very heavily with Daft Punk during this point in their career, and this was a time when the internet was still fairly new, believe it or not, and on-demand information about bands you really liked was pretty scarce. But finally, in 2005, Daft Punk would release the follow-up to the highly successful Discovery with an album called Human After All. Upon its release, this album was quickly panned by critics as a dud. Some Daft Punk fans don't even know that this album exists, but it was one music video off this album that really disturbed a lot of people.
Stick around if you'd like to delve more into the music video that Daft Punk does not want you to see. This is Dancing with Ghosts. In March of 2005, Daft Punk dropped Human After All, the follow-up to their highly successful and critically acclaimed album Discovery. Discovery was seen as a fun, lighthearted dance record, but Human After All had noticeably darker, more repetitive song structures. It was almost as if the band were trying to put you in some kind of robotic trance and reprogram your brain. Barry Walters of Rolling Stone went on to say, quote, "The duo generally repeats rather than elaborates its riffs," end quote. In fact, this record could have severely damaged Daft Punk's career. It was only until the band started doing live mashups of songs from this album with their more popular songs off their old albums that fans started to reconsider Human After All. In 2007, Daft Punk released a live album that debuted at #1 on the US dance charts and went multi-platinum. But let's get back to 2005. The song that most people recognize off this album is the track Technologic, which in its own right also has a fairly creepy music video, but it paled in comparison to the music video for the song Prime Time of Your Life. This was the video that really bothered people. I'm going to try to format this video in such a way as to avoid YouTube's copyright police, so please bear with me. The video opens up with a talking skeleton. As the camera zooms out, we see a little girl watching television. As the child starts flipping through the channels, all the people on the screen are living skeletons. The child then gets up and starts looking at some pictures on her dresser. As the child looks at the pictures, the scenes come alive as the child relives the memories in the photographs. She's handed a necklace and poses. As the camera pans across the other pictures, we see the child jumping rope with her skeleton friends, and she is seemingly overweight in the picture. This is when things get fucked up. The child then goes into the bathroom, takes off her necklace, opens the bathroom drawer, pulls out a razor blade, and begins cutting her hand open, peeling back flesh. She then cuts the skin off her face, peeling it all off. When seeing herself in the mirror, she faints and, seemingly, dies. Her parents, who are clearly not skeletons, rush into her room to discover her on the floor. As the camera pans again across the dresser of photos, we see all the skeletons are now people, and the picture of the child jumping rope is now at a seemingly healthy weight. The video finishes with a video of the child joining her friends in what I'm assuming is a fantasy, to where she too is now a skeleton. This music video is pretty disturbing and is clearly speaking to the mental illness of body dysmorphic disorder. This is a mental illness where the sufferer obsesses about some perceived physical flaw, so much so that they avoid social situations, which is why in this video we see the girl in her room watching TV instead of with friends or family. With most pre-random access memory era Daft Punk songs, most of their lyrics can be boiled down to about 1 or 2 lines. This song is no different. The lyrics literally read, "Prime time of your life, now live the prime time of your life," with other words being thrown in here or there. My point is, with such vague lyrics, many different interpretations can be extrapolated from a Daft Punk song. And clearly the director of this video, Tony Gardner, wanted to touch upon the body dysmorphic disorder issue in one of the most creepiest ways possible. It's not just the concept itself though, it's the way the video was shot. The filters that are used really make this look like an old VHS tape that you might uncover in your parents' closet. Maybe some dark family secret that they never wanted anyone to find out about. Also, the set design. By the looks of this child's bedroom, you can tell she has caring parents who probably live in a nice home in the suburbs. Suburban life, of course, is often portrayed as this clean, wholesome existence where children definitely do not fillet themselves with a razor blade in their bathroom.
This video takes all the norms of what we as a society see as good and turns them upside down in a very dark and visceral manner. You're supposed to look fondly at old family photos, not think to yourself, I'm not good enough, I need to die. But that's the other uncomfortable truth we are faced with in this video, because deep down we know that these kind of things do happen in loving homes to children with good upbringings. This is another reality that we try to ignore. And the fact that this video has made me feel all these emotions, by definition, tells me that this is, in fact, a great piece of art. Unfortunately, however, it seems the Daft Punk camp doesn't want this kind of content to be part of their image anymore. This is the only music video missing from Daft Punk's YouTube page. Warner Music France is the only page that hosts this video, and the comments are conspicuously turned off. I feel like this is kind of a cop-out though for Daft Punk. As a duo that is constantly pushing the boundaries of video and music, why shy away from content that deals with mental illness? I get that since the release of the hugely successful Random Access Memories album, Daft Punk is in a higher musical echelon, and maybe they just don't want to be associated with anything mildly controversial, hence the disabled comments. At the end of the day though, Daft Punk are true visionaries, and who am I to say what they should or shouldn't do with their careers? I just wanted to make this video to highlight a point in their career where they got super dark and then tried to make everyone forget that it ever happened. I hope you enjoyed this video. Remember to like, share, comment, and ring the notification bell. Yeah, no, I feel like even after watching this after, 5 years later, I feel like I still hit my target with that. Like I got across the mood that I wanted to. It is a creepy video. It's less creepy in the context of the actual song, or maybe it's more creepy because I'm playing this ominous music this whole time, which makes it seem more creepy, which is what I was going for, and I feel like I accomplished that. But the actual prime time of your life now, live it. It's kind of I never got any dark vibes from the original song. But I don't know. The whole thing, it was kind of creepy, and I knew if I added the theatrics to it, it would make it more creepy. And now you start to see the transition from the cringe. If you've been with this stream from the jump, I don't know. Press 1, I guess. Press 1 if you've been on the stream since the beginning. As you've evolved with me, you've noticed the evolution here. As cringy as I started out, and now I'm finally hitting some, you're seeing the evolution maybe a little bit. The whole point of the, video here, the 20K, we're taking an exploration from where I started and kind of where I'm going and where I end up. Sorry, anybody, if that was triggering for you. Did not mean for that, but it was a piece that I was proud of, that I feel like did convey emotion in a non-cringy way. I would rather you get goosebumps than cringe bumps. Oh, buddy. Oh, boy, are we switching gears now. Okay, so the next very significant video in my YouTube career came out September 24th of 2021. And the tone is totally different. And it was a little video called Rex Viper, It's Time to Stop. Man, I really debated on whether I should do this video or not, because the Angry Video Game Nerd, aka James Rolfe, is kind of the reason that I got into making YouTube videos, and he's kind of a beloved character in the retro video gaming community on YouTube. But he's been doing some weird shit lately. The first weird thing he's done is put an old oil drum of expired mayonnaise in every single one of his videos. The second weird and shitty thing he's done is a band called Rex Viper, or as fans like to call it, Ass Wiper. Stick around and let's figure out what's the deal with this band of his. This is Dancing with Ghosts. This almost feels like getting into the modern era of what I'm even fucking known for at this point. Rex Viper is a band, quote unquote, that does mashups of video game music and 80s songs all played on live instruments. The lyrics are also changed to be more video game oriented.
Brental Floss already did that.
The band was first conceived during the pandemic of 2020 when James Rolfe wanted to form a band with the intention of playing live shows. Since that was not really a reality at that time, they decided to just release the videos on YouTube where they would get more traction anyway. James decided to make the music, quote, video game themed and uplifting, something like some big 1980s montage. The first video dropped on July 8th, 2020, and was called Mighty Wings and Hadoukens, which is a mashup of the Cheap Trick song Mighty Wings from the Top Gun soundtrack and Ken's theme from Street Fighter II. Rex Viper would go on to release 3 more music videos as of the recording of this video, and they are all some of the cringiest shit I have ever seen. There, I said it. Now let's take a look at why these videos are just so awful. God, where do I start? Let's begin by meeting the band. The dad energy is very strong here. First off, we have Kmart brand Rivers Cuomo on vocals. We have a couple of middle-aged dads on bass, lead guitar, and drums who still think that wearing dark sunglasses make you look cool. Spoiler alert, it doesn't. You have James Rolfe ironically rocking out on rhythm guitar. Like, seriously, he looks so awkward playing the guitar, it's blatantly obvious that this is not his field of expertise, which makes me feel that much more uncomfortable watching him. But at least he's like hamming it up as like a wink to the fans that like, hey, I'm not taking this seriously, I know it's corny. But probably the most offensive thing about these videos is this talentless scoop of mashed potatoes named Justin. I could make an entire video about my grievances.
How ironic, because now Justin's beloved in the Rex Viper lore, and he's badly missed
with this guy. The AVGN community hates Justin, and I completely understand why. He literally came out of nowhere, and like a cancer growth, he spread himself into every aspect of Cinemassacre and slowly started eating away from the inside. Why would James allow this former edgelord that nobody cares about so much prominence on his channel?
Okay, so this came out in 2021. You guys got to realize the hatred for Screenwave was kind of at like a fever pitch at this point, and no one, like, not a lot of people knew a lot about like who these people were, and there was like a lot of like frustration, like, why are these guys taking over Cinemassacre? Like, who the fuck are they? Nobody knows or cares who they are. Like, yeah, that was definitely a thing that was going on. I gotta piss really bad. I guess I'll just let this shit play.
This is a complete fucking mystery to me. I know James has explained in the past that this dude helps him with videos and ideas, but that doesn't explain why he has to be in almost every video that James uploads. He just comes across as a talentless sponge who is painful to watch, especially in these music videos. I so desperately miss the old crew of Kyle Justin and Mike Matei. Back when they kept it simple and small, they all felt like legitimate friends and were involved in the videos in just the right amounts. Justin, however, is needlessly overused, and his involvement in these music videos are the worst offense thus far. Okay, so we've established that Justin sucks and needs to go away. But what about the actual music itself? The concept of covering video game music on real instruments, especially giving it that heavy metal sound, has been done literally since the beginning of YouTube. People were uploading videos doing that. So that in and of itself is not a new concept. There are artists out there that are doing the same thing that Rex Viper is doing, but doing it so much better.
Oh shit, am I talking about Bit Brigade? Oh, hold on, I gotta rewind it. Yeah, I always love giving love to the actual like talented IRL video game music replicators. So I want to see that part again.
Videos doing that. So that in and of itself is not a new concept. There are artists out there that are doing the same thing that Rex Viper is doing, but doing it so much better.
I fucking love this guy. I used to get drunk and watch this guy all the fucking time. Mysterious Man POW is his name. He's got so many fantastic Mega Man
covers. He shreds this shit, man. And he hasn't he's like this ghost of a YouTuber now. Like he never, like, he probably has like a real life and like a wife and kids now. But like he was probably like, literally there's people who would do this amazing content just for fun. They didn't want money. They didn't want prestige or subscribers. They just had extreme talent and put it up on the web for anyone to watch. And this was one of those guys, dude. He was fucking nuts. This is another one, Burning Idol Sticker Brush Symphony cover. It just boggles my... Damn, I want to see that whole video. God, they did such a good job with that song. And I think it was just like a college end-of-the-year project that they had to do for like film school or whatever. It was so fucking epic.
In my mind that this concept was the concept that James finally landed on for his band. I think he knew, since he had such a massive fan base, that it would be easier for him to get this music out to more people than it would be for much smaller YouTube channels that do the same thing, who have a fraction of the fan base that Cinemassacre does. But people can tell the difference. Whether you're an East...
Belquito Fuerte. BitBigray is doing a Mega Man X theme show on May 6th, on the 16th here in New Orleans. Dude, I would be so stoked for that too. Holy fuck. God, I wish they would bring that to Jacksonville. I would go in a fucking heartbeat. Especially if they're doing Mega Man X theme. Like, oh my god. I mean, I'd see them regardless. Like, they came to Jacksonville a year or so ago, but it was on the day that I had to work. Like, I work nights, so I wasn't able to see them, but God, I would have loved to. They are so talented.
Celeb or just a kid in his bedroom, the quality speaks for itself. And judging by the comment section of these music videos, the AVGN fans are starting to notice the lackluster quality. Aside from the videos themselves, people have also pointed out there are sonic problems inside the music itself. Now, I'm a music guy. I have my own band. My channel is named after my band. I produce all my own music, and I consider myself somewhat of a decent producer and engineer when it comes to music. So I've kind of broken down the issues that I have with these songs, and I wrote down some notes over here, so forgive me if my eyes keep going back and forth. Didn't feel like memorizing all this shit. So I'm going to go over some overall issues that all four songs share, and then I'm going to nitpick the individual songs. So overall...
Proto Man, they were more like... They did shit themed on Mega Man, but it was like original music, right? Like, my brother really liked them. He had a Proto Man t-shirt growing up. I don't know. If they're not covering Mega Man songs, I really don't care. Like, if they're doing original music, but it's Mega Man themed... yeah, that doesn't really scratch my brain in a nostalgic way.
The mixes for these songs are muddy as hell. Everyone is
Okay, so I'm just kind of going into the weeds here about, like, the mix and shit, which, you know, isn't... Oh, okay. So this is important because I say the lead guitarist is the most talented one in the band, which will be important later.
Strings his guitar like the Jimi Hendrix style, where the highest... strings.
And apparently Jimi Hendrix did not string his guitar that way. He strung it normally, but took a right guitar and just did it on the left and strung it. I don't know. I got corrected on that so much in the comments that it's like, all right, fine. He didn't string it that way. Jesus Christ.
They're on the top of the guitar and the low strings are in the bottom. That is a very rare way to play the guitar, and it seems like it would be really difficult. So kudos to that guy. So
I was basically saying in this video that the lead guitar player is the most talented one in the band. So just put that in your back pocket.
The first song, I'm going in reverse order here because that's how I watch the videos or whatever. The first song, Eye of the Tiger Electronics. I felt like this song didn't need the clips of the nerd at the beginning and middle of the song. If you're a new listener to this song, those clips are not going to make any sense to you unless you've already seen the particular nerd video or
I like how I acted like there would be new people that were only going to see the Rex Viper video and they did not know who Angry Video Game Nerd was whatsoever. And their only introduction was, it's like 0% of that fan base will that be the case. It's only going to be people who already knew who the nerd was. So I like how I made that criticism as though like I was trying to like future-proof this video, because like I was like, well, maybe, I don't know, this new Rex Viper band, maybe they will blow up and maybe people will know of these songs outside of AVGN. No, they will not.
You know what a Tiger Electronics game is, but I mean, judging by his audience, they probably do, but I just didn't think those clips were necessary. It sounds like during the chorus, it's the eye of the tiger, it sounds like there's someone like doing like this, almost attempting like a scream vocal in the background, and it sounds really bad. Was that you, Justin? Was that your contribution? I doubt it was, but it might have been. But either way, it sucked. The lyrics on all these songs are...
No, what got Red Cow's attention was when I made an entire video about Red Cow and how I liked their content. That's what got their attention, because I DM'd the video to Frankie, and that's what got him to put me on their podcast.
Pretty corny, but this one is the worst.
Because they were also talking about... Because James around this time had put out his infamous AVGN setup 2000 and whatever 21 video, and Frankie and EJ literally spent an hour criticizing it in the most hilarious ways. That is still a legendary video in my mind, that Red Cow arcade video, and no one knew who they were at that point. Like, only the people who fucked with Boxmac knew who they were. Nobody else in the grander YouTube sphere, gaming sphere, knew who Red Cow was until they did that video. I don't even remember how they came onto my radar, but like I just thought that they, especially Frankie, was so fucking funny. I mean, I probably listened to them break down that James Rolfe breakdown of his room. I've probably listened to that. I've probably seen that hour segment that they've done 5, 6, 7 times. I've rewatched that shit because I just like it so much. How they just, like Frankie especially, just being such a, just cutting to the core of why it's stupid in a way that like I wouldn't be able to do. I don't know. Like, shit, I would have included that video if I had thought about it, because that video got their attention, and then I went onto their podcast. I got a lot of fans from that, but I don't know, kind of focusing on my own channel now, I guess, and that video is kind of about, I don't know, I probably could have included that one, but I just didn't for whatever reason.
Rising up to the challenge of the Game Boy. Oh, God. Woof. All right, next song is that they did Hearts on Fire, which this song isn't like a mashup at all. Like, their gimmick isn't even really intact here. This is just a straight up like cover of the original song from Rocky IV. The song, for the most part, is pretty boring. You know, I guess it's a training sequence for all the video game characters and all that. The end of the song is all right. That's probably when it gets the most interesting, when it does the "Getting Strong Now" chant at the end or whatever. I'm not trying to just like shit on these songs because it's like trendy to do so right now or anything like that. I truly think they're horrible, but I will point out parts that I think are genuinely good, you know, or genuinely somewhat entertaining. But if you watch the music video, the scene's ruined by Justin's appearance in them. Moving on, you have the Power Glove of Love? Oh, Nintendo Power of Love. There you go. I liked the various tempo changes in this song. There was a couple of them. If you're recording to a metronome in the studio, doing a tempo change is really hard. So I like the ambitious nature of that, and mashing it up with the Power of Love and the Back to the Future theme. But this song is definitely the point where I can really hear the problems with the mix the worst. It's a very muddy mix. Overall, I feel there is just like too much going on in this song at any given time. And the studio engine...
NGL, I got kind of bored on the second half of this video. Where I'm just like breaking down like the mixes and shit. So like you get the point. This was the first video I ever did about Rex Viper. So it's obvious like why I would include it here. Again, that was September 24th, 2021. And I thought I was done. I thought I was done with the Viper. Did I download the other one that I needed? Probably not. All right, well, this is awkward. Okay, no, I did not. Cool. Got a little behind myself here. Yeah, okay, here we go. So yeah, so like I just had seen I just did that video at that time. I was still recording in my old, like, I guess set, quote unquote, which is just literally my bedroom. I was trying to find like the easiest solutions to set up and be more streamlined, be quicker with my, you know, setup or whatever at the time, because like I had gotten so sick of like pulling out like all the lights, the camera, and all that shit. So then eventually I was like, all right, well, I'm just gonna like build or not build, but like make like a set, you know, where I could just, you know, turn on a few switches and be ready to go with making videos, which is the set that I still stream on to this day. So I didn't plan any of this shit to be like back to back to back, like significant videos, but this was just kind of this period where like I had started to make a name for myself in the Bimmy verse, in the Cinemassacre Truth verse. So it went from Rex Viper, it's time to stop with the music videos, to like literally someone's like, oh, they just played live. So I was like, oh fuck, I gotta cover their first live show. So that's what this is. This is me covering Rex Viper's first live show. It might be one of the first videos of me in this set here that I still use to this day. What's up, everybody? Captain Cringe here. God, I love the comment section of my videos. Anyway, I just watched Rex Viper live, so you don't have to. And Jesus, it was worse than the music videos. It was somehow worse than the music videos. I didn't think that that would be possible, yet here we are. So let's break down why it was so bad, the live performance. This is Dancing with Ghosts. So originally I wasn't going to make another video about Rex Viper, but the last video I did where I was critiquing the band's cringy music videos and their badly mixed music, which you can watch that video here. In the comment section, people kept telling me, hey, they've done a live show, you need to check it out. So I thought, all right, let me just put a little bookend on this whole Rex Viper saga and watch the damn live video. Well, oh boy, did I not know how many more fucking Rex Viper live performances I was going to have to watch after this one. Well, I have, and I got some things to say about it. For those of you who don't know, James Rolfe, aka the Angry Video Game Nerd, was basically one of the first video game YouTubers on the platform that got really big, really successful. I've enjoyed a lot of his video game related content. His music content, not so much. And a lot of people agree with that. So as the show opens up, of course, Justin is introducing the band and introducing the show because, you know, the Cinemassacre team, they are so aware of just how much the audience hates Justin. Of course they would send him up to introduce the band. The dude looks like he's gained like another 100 pounds since the last video he was in. This guy is like rapidly expanding. He is so morbidly obese. Like, this dude needs to lose some weight for his health. I'm not even trying to be mean, although it probably comes across that way, but for fuck's sake, good lord. And I'm not going to harp on him too much harder. I did that in the previous video. This is more about the band's live performance than it is for my disdain for Justin and his absolute uselessness on the channel. But I will say he is consistent because he is just as useless on stage for this performance as he just kind of stands there in the background and occasionally sings. And you know the dude's walking around the Too Many Games convention being like, I'm in a band. It's called Rex Viper, you know, to all the hot cosplay girls or whatever. But anyway, him aside, the word I guess to best describe this performance, awkward. Have any of these guys ever been in a band before?
I don't think any of these guys have ever been on a stage before. They look
he's
so uncomfortable
huge in this video.
and the just the awkward vibes.
Maybe don't put Justin right next to British James, who's like pretty fucking thin. That just makes Justin look like even worse by comparison.
That they're giving off, you know, in the stage banter and everything. Take a look.
I think you should introduce yourself. All right, come on. Do you want to go? Why don't you introduce?
Okay, now it's funny to compare how much more confident British James is on stage now compared to like this first show. Like this dude is like afraid of his own shadow for this first show.
Hi, I'm Justin. I work on cinema.
Hi, I'm Justin.
I've been running too many games for 10 years now. Some fire, strong desire,
It was their first concert. Why did he expect people to already know? Why did he expect the crowd to already know like what their shtick was? He's holding the microphone out like everyone's gonna be like, "Oh yeah, we know what to do here."
That was a fucking train wreck. What the fuck was that? That is something that a band that has never played a show before would try to do, and it fell flat on its ass. And James, my man, what the fuck is this?
Oh, the legendary duck walk. Here's its first debut, ladies and gentlemen. It would go on to become a meme of legendary status.
So fucking awkward and cringy. Like, stop. No rock star has ever done that move. That is not something you should ever, or anyone should ever do or have to see again. Yet here we are. As a musician, like one of the first things I noticed about this show is just how small all of their amplifiers are on stage. They're literally like these practice amps you get in like Junior's first guitar kit with like a Fender Stratocaster Squire or whatever, and it just comes with this little 15-watt amp. It's like, dude, James Rolfe, I know at least has money. I don't know about the other guys in the band, but he could have at least come up there with like a Marshall half stack or like an orange amp or something like that. But they're all using like these bedroom practice amps on stage. And I mean, yes, granted they're mic'd, but I mean the tone that you get out of those amps, it's not great. And the performance, I feel, in a way does suffer from that. The whole performance was weak. It didn't have the power that the studio recordings did. And I know that I was saying in my previous video that the music was badly mixed and all that, but for some reason, after you listen to it for long enough, your ears get used to the bad mixing, and your ears get used to everything being brick-walled and turned to up to 10 volume-wise. So when I saw them live, everything was like weak because they don't have the magic of the studio to save them in their performances. So, for instance, James Rolfe's guitar was way too low. He may have wanted it that way, I don't know, but you could barely hear him. The bass player, okay, now I will say, I do have to preface this, I did watch the footage of this on a smartphone, but the audio capture on new smartphones has gotten really good, so it can give you a good approximation of what the mix actually sounded like. With that being said, they still have a bit of ways to go to capture bass frequency, so I can't really say the bass player's mix. The singer, he was bad. He was pitchy. They could have turned him up more. Could kind of barely hear him sometimes. Now I will say that this band had only gotten together 3 days before their first concert to practice. That is ballsy. I mean, sure, if everyone practiced their parts on their own, you should be able to pull it off. But I mean, you know, these guys actually had an audience, like a pretty packed house from what I heard in the video. So to get together 3 days before your first show and just like drill out all that practice, yeah, it's gonna fuck up your voice. Amateur move, dude. Conserve your voice. Do not spend 3 days belting those high notes out knowing you have a show. The singer is not...
Oh, nothing could be helped for British James, though. He was just singing outside of his range. There was no amount of conserving your voice that was gonna, like, make that concert go well for him. Yeah, that's a lesson we learn later on in the Rex Viper chronology there. But in my mind at that time, I thought, well, maybe he just blew his voice out during rehearsal. But no, he was just singing outside of his range the whole time.
Not really that essential in band practice. It's mainly to get the band locked in and get them tight, and the singer should be conserving his voice as much as possible. Rookie mistake number one. But anyway, the one thing that was consistent, besides Justin being a useless vat of mayonnaise, the other thing that was consistent was the lead guitar player was way too fucking loud. And let's talk about this lead guitar player. I'm kind of pissed off right now, because in my last video, I made the statement that, yeah, the lead guitar player is probably the most talented one in the band. Dude, what happened to this guy? He's a total fraud. He is a total charlatan. Look at this shit.
Dude, he sounded drunk as fuck. That's how I play guitar when I'm like really drunk and I'm like trying to like, I can still play guitar. Let me pick it up and play some lead shit. Like that's exactly how it sounds like yeah, dude sounded fucking smashed out of his fucking mind. Chopped and Screwed Mega Man remix. Yeah, exactly.
Like, what happened? I mean, yeah, I get it when you do a music video, you're pantomiming your parts, you're not actually playing, but it looked like he was hitting the notes on time and accurately. My God, that was awful. Even the most simple lead lines, he was having difficulty with. He was either off pitch, out of tune, out of time, sounded like he was struggling just to do the basic stuff. He was not doing the parts that you heard in the studio recordings. That is fucking bullshit right there. It's one thing for the band to suck and suck honestly, but when you fake yourself to be a better performer through the studio and through doing a million takes and piecing it all together, that's bullshit. Like, that guy went from the most talented guy in the band to the least talented after watching that video. I could not believe that shit. So, yeah, I mean, that's basically my overall vibe of this performance. It was awkward. It was just very pitchy at times, off-key at times. Certain parts sounded okay, but not enough to redeem the performance as a whole. This would never be something that I would want to, like, watch again or show to a friend or anything like that. I mean, seriously, go look up 8-Bit Brigade and watch their renditions of Mega Man.
It's just Bit Brigade. It's not 8-Bit Brigade. I don't know why I fucking made that mistake.
The Mega Man 2 soundtrack. Fucking immaculate. Incredible. That's how you do it. This Rex Viper shit, perfect example of how just because you're an E-Slab, you have a lot of money and you have a lot of followers, that doesn't mean you just get to snap your fingers. I'm a rock star. I'm in a rock band. No, unfortunately, music is one of those pesky art forms that you have to put a lot of time and dedication, and it takes years to hone your craft and become good at. You can't just hire a bunch of moderately to low talented musicians, decide you want to play guitar and, you know, throw a concert together and just be great. No, sorry, it doesn't work that way. Wish it did, but, you know, I've learned the hard way.
All right, well, anyway, that was the Rex Viper live video, because like both of those ones both hit 100K views or nearing that for the live one, and it kind of like, I guess, put my name on the radar for people who didn't know who the fuck I was at that point. So like that was a pretty important video. And you know, unfortunately, I didn't plan it this way, but like then it started like another tradition, and it's another Bimmy related thing. The 2021 to 22, maybe even 23 was the year of Bimmy for me, and Rex Viper. So this is a thing I do every year. State of Cinemassacre. The first one I did, State of Cinemassacre 2022. In fact, this made it on, if any of you people know who this guy is, Papa Gut, it made it onto his radar, and he streamed it on his thing or whatever. So the State of Cinemassacre 2022.
What's up, everybody? So I've noticed in the last, I don't know, few weeks, there's been a lot of activity on my channel in regards to all the Rex Viper videos I made, the AVGN video I made. A lot of people commenting, it's back in the algorithms for some reason, and then it occurred to me that like, oh yeah, it has been kind of a year since all the controversy happened, since the plagiarism, the Rex Viper, all that. So maybe the algorithms are doing some weird, you know, smiling upon my old videos and showing it to more people. So I thought, I was like, you know, let me just take a look at what does Cinemassacre look like in 2022, because I don't look at the channel directly. I just watch the AVGN videos when they pop up whenever I have time, because that's really all I've ever come there for. All the other stuff never really interests me that much. So we'll take a look at that. And yeah, this is Dancing with Ghosts. So let's start with that video he released in January 2022 where he's talking about his love for VHS tapes. I like videos like these when he does these little one-offs that don't really have anything to do with anything. He's done these before with like, I remember for the Sega Genesis versus the Super Nintendo video, he was not in character as the nerd. He just wanted to do a video comparing the two consoles. I guess one could argue the chronologically confused videos aren't necessarily related to video games. I mean, he did one about Rocky. So, I mean, when he does these kind of videos, I enjoy them. So I enjoyed watching the video. And, you know, when James is off script, he's really bad at communication.
We really want to go to hell. We can pull it off.
You can see this in the podcast that they did where he, you know, most of the Screenwave guys were doing most of the talking, or whether it was rental reviews, or even James and Mike Monday, which a lot of people really like, but I always just felt like Mike Matei did most of the heavy lifting in terms of like the conversation and talking and everything. But when James is on script, I think he's one of the best, honestly. I love his scripted narrations about, you know, whatever he's talking about, whether it's a video game or a movie or a behind the scenes thing or whatever. So I thought it was a good video, but it was at the end. It was like the last 20 seconds where he basically buried the indicator that the channel was going in a different direction. So check it out.
I'm happy to have been able to preserve it through my videos. I love being able to share this stuff. I hope to be able to do this as long as I can. This channel is all about remembering a simpler time. And if that's the kind of stuff you want to see, well, stay tuned.
He was really trying to drive that point home with that kind of semi-cheesy string music that was a little much, but yeah, I think he was really trying to indicate that, hey, look, I know I fucked up. I know the channel has lost its focus and its quality because I've let all these other strangers come in and basically take over, and you know, as far as them being involved on camera from now on, like, those days are over. And it's like, thank God you figured it out, James Bimmy. You did it. You figured out that nobody gives a flying fuck about these Screenwave slobs, and they, from my knowledge, unless I've missed something, they have not been on screen for any of the videos in 2022. So yeah, I mean, I would definitely say Cinemassacre as a whole has improved, not because of what they added, but what they've taken away. First off, let's start off with that god-awful podcast where you have, yet again, these Screenwave guys on there who are doing most of the talking and interacting with James like they're all good friends, like they're trying to copy the Kyle Justin and Mike Matei formula, but it's totally fake and phony and forced.
That's been canceled. And then you have Rental Reviews, which has been canceled, which is another thank God, because, you know, James just, yeah, yeah.
I love that artist depiction of that shit. They got Kieran with a literal, like, fucking caveman stump, like, bonking his own head, and then Justy with a cheeseburger shirt, and fucking wind up James Rolfe just, yep, yep. And then I guess what was that, Tony from Hack the Movies, which I don't know anything. It was that Aladdin who shit in the did an upper decker on the toilet there. It's $2 super chat from Rick Dalton. See, he understands the grift. He understands what I need. But you know, he's one of the few. Belquito Fuerte, you know, you're talking about doing these conventions and all. I'm constantly being asked, when's Dancing with Ghosts gonna open up for Rex Viper? Well, you know what? Now's your chance to make that happen. You can have us play at one of your cons, you know, and we have nothing to do with video games, but they'll probably like it. Maybe if they know who I am, which they probably don't.
Yeah, well, everyone else is doing all the talking. And then, you know, just any of the other little one-off things that they would have on the channel where it would be Kieran and Justin doing some VR thing, and it's just like, who cares? This is the thing, man. I know I've done a lot of videos making fun of the Screenwave slobs or whatever, and even the name Screenwave slobs is obviously a derogatory term. But the thing is like, you have to look at the juxtaposition here. In one corner, you have James Rolfe, who is undebatably the YouTuber that I've watched for the longest amount of time, for almost 10 years now. He's brought me a lot of free entertainment and joy.
Broughton is not a word. He's broughten me. Broughton is not a word.
Made me get into becoming a YouTuber myself. Has garnered a cult following of thousands upon thousands of fans because of his great and consistent work. And then in this corner, you have three or four.
Boy, I want to know where that picture came from. It showed up on Google, I think, when I made this video. I would love to know the origins of that fucking picture, because it's highly disturbing.
For unknown, slobby, no aesthetic whatsoever, just nobodies who has this channel that I've never fucking heard of, and they're just in all the videos, and it's just like
Magfest orgy. Okay,
wait, excuse me, what is your name again? Who are you? Why should I care? This legend is not saying anything. You guys are doing all the talking. What the fuck is going on? And so that's why there's so much anger from me about these guys, and they're forming bands now, and it's just like,
oh, Aaron, $5 super chat, like the stream, bitches. Hell yeah, thanks, Aaron. I know Aaron IRL.
Mike Matei and Kyle Justin and James were all legitimately friends, especially James and Mike. There was a authenticity to their interactions and their friendship, and that was seen in things such as Board James. And, I mean, even with the fans with Mike Matei, it took them forever to accept Mike into the fold because everyone was just so fixated on James. But it eventually happened, and you know what? I mean, despite all of his weird bullshit that he did on the side, I liked Mike. I thought he was fucking hilarious as Bugs Bunny and the Joker in the actual AVGN episodes. Like, just that over-the-top, just cheesy acting was fucking hilarious to me. It still is to this day. Like, Kyle was in a couple episodes of The Nerd, but it totally made sense because he wrote the fucking theme song. You know, and then Bootsy was a beloved character in Board James, but I didn't really watch Board James, so I can't really speak on that. But,
oh, well, you know what? I don't want to overdose myself on Bimage here. Oh, man, look at all the just talking I do on this video. I had no clips. Okay, that's something I definitely improved upon. My State of Cinemassacre 23 and 24, I used a shit ton of clips. I thought I could just, like, talk and be entertaining, but yeah, I'm getting bored watching that. But it was, you know, a thing that became, like, a tradition. So now we're going to go to my next clip. I'm telling you, this was, like, the time of Bimmy for me. So the next one that we're going to watch is from January 19th, 2023. If I downloaded it. Did I download it? It's got, oh, okay. Yeah, okay.
So this is from, again, the year of Bimmy. January 19, 2023. I finally watched Bored James in 2023, a review and retrospective, because everyone was like, oh my God, I can't believe you didn't watch Bored James. What the fuck is wrong with you? That was like the best thing he ever did. You got to watch Bored James. Bored James, Bored James. So I was like, all right, I'm going to make a whole ass video on the entire series. And that's what
If you're watching this video, there's a good chance you've seen some of my other critiques of James Rolfe. In my last video, The State of Cinemassacre 2022, I mentioned that I really only watched the nerd episodes and wasn't really interested in anything else Cinemassacre had to offer. There were more than a couple of people who were shocked that I had never seen Bored James. And the truth is, I had tried watching a couple of episodes of Bored James back in the day, but the concept of watching James and his friends play board games did not appeal to me whatsoever. But several people in my comment section insisted that I give Bored James a second chance. Well, in 2023, I finally went back and watched all of the Bored James episodes. So stick around and I'll give you my thoughts. This is Dancing with Ghosts. Back when I got into the Angry Video Game Nerd, I noticed on his YouTube channel other content aside from the Nerd series. He would review horror films in a series called Monster Madness. I definitely don't share James's love of old horror movies or the horror movie genre in general, so I skipped this series. There was James and Mike Mondays, in which James Rolfe and his friend Mike Matei would do Let's Plays of retro video games. I've never been interested in watching other people play video games, so I skipped this series as well. Although I will say from what little I did see, it became clear to me that James was not a very interesting personality when he had to talk off script. It also seemed like Mike Matei was the more passionate gamer out of the two. Then there was the You Know What's Bullshit series, which I actually really enjoyed, but the videos were so short it was easy to binge the whole series in an hour or so. Then there was Bored James. Aside from the Angry Video Game Nerd, Bored James was easily the most fleshed out of all of James's side projects. But the concept seems so horrible to me on paper. Is this dude really going to play board games with his friends and make an entire show out of that? So the first 7 episodes were pretty much exactly what I expected. Hey, remember Mousetrap, the game that nobody actually played? We just wanted to set up the trap. Hey, remember Dragon Strike? Me neither. James actually covers a lot of board games that I've never heard of or even saw on sale at the store when I was a kid. He tends to avoid the classic board games like Clue or Monopoly. By episode 3, Crossfire, a game which I only remember from the ridiculously catchy theme song in the commercial, James is joined by Mike Matei's character, Motherfucker Mike. It was refreshing and almost, dare I say, nostalgic to see an actual friend of James in one of his videos instead of the Screenwave hired help. Almost every video going forward would feature Motherfucker Mike, which again, after knowing how things ended up between these two, is kind of bittersweet in a way. Even so, the series was pretty fucking boring thus far, and I couldn't believe that this was the show that everyone in my comment section was going on about as being great. But I pressed on. By episode 8, Mr. Bucket, I started to see what some of the hype was about. I remembered this stupid-ass game from the commercials I saw on TV as a kid. All jokes in this episode about Mr. Bucket wanting to eat your balls were sophomoric and kind of hilarious. James used to have a really adept ability at using toilet humor in just the right way for it to be funny. These days, all the jokes feel forced, but back then, James still had passion for what he was doing, and it was none more obvious than this episode. James and Motherfucker Mike start playing the Mr. Bucket game, then Mike eventually gets bored and goes home. James puts the game away, but Mr. Bucket comes alive and stalks James around his house, wanting, you guessed it, his balls.
I'm Mr. Bucket!
Oh, no.
It's okay. I don't want to hurt you. I just want to suck on your balls.
The fact that up until this point, the show...
Sorry, it's kind of funny to me still.
...was just 2 dudes playing board games in a room, and now we're experiencing essentially an amateur psychological thriller, was definitely a twist in the series. By episode 9, we are introduced to Bad Luck Bootsy, the third and final character in the Bored James series.
Bad Luck Bootsy?
Oh, Bad Luck Bootsy.
You had to
He's an
jinx it.
asshole.
He's a duty head.
That dude fucked a frog one time.
Fuckface.
He's an idiot.
He sucks his own dick.
Oh, come on.
Why was James acting so much better back in the day than it is now? Like, god damn, did he lose any kind of passion that he once had? Fucking A.
Ugh. Bootsy.
Since I had never seen this series, I had no feelings about Bootsy one way or another, but man, this dude exudes a goofy likability.
James, Mike, and Bootsy play Tornado Rex, and the video ends with Bootsy getting his eye shot out by one of the game pieces. For several episodes after this, Bootsy would have an eye patch, which I thought was a nice touch of continuity. And if you've read James Rolfe's new book, then you know he's all about continuity. The next notable episode was Lupin Louie.
I'm also like noticing at this point in my YouTube career, if that's what this whole stream's all about, I've gotten a lot tighter with my edits. Like, there's not a lot of like in between silent space. I'm just like, bam, 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 next thing, next thing. Yeah, I like that better. I like the tighter edits rather than. I mean, if you've been here since the get-go, you've literally evolved with me up until this point. Oh, $20 from Pizza King. Congrats on 20K subs. You all without a morbidly obese bootlicking sidekick or banning people for bringing up stuff you were deprived of as a child. Thank you, Pizza King. You'll get your review here soon enough, but that will only be on the Patreon. And I may not even promote that. No, I'll promote it. I have a Patreon if you guys want like more content from me. There's probably like 20 exclusive videos on there now. That's exclusive only at Patreon. If you're interested in joining, you can see those videos. The custom videos, they're all sold out. Sold out. Pizza King's one of those people occupying that sold out space. Matter of fact, I only have 4 slots open, and all 4 are taken up because it's a lot of work doing a customized video for someone. So, but yeah, that's the Patreon. Hey, why don't I throw the Discord in there? That's free. Unlike anything Pat the NES Punk offers on his shit. And there's my Discord. It's all in the chat, you fucks. Chew on that shit. Yeah, all my holes are filled right now. Sorry.
I swear, where the fuck did James find all these board games? I have heard of like 3 of them. Anyway, in this episode, James brings the Lupin Louie board game to the PAX 2011 Video Game Expo. I wouldn't say there's any kind of plot to this video. I think it was more of an interesting idea that made for compelling content. We see James play Lupin Louie at the convention with such YouTube stalwarts as Angry Joe and Derek Alexander, which I thought was interesting, seeing as Derek arguably bit off of some of James's clout by starting out as the happy video game nerd.
He's the happy Nintendo nerd. He's a happy Atari Sega nerd. He's the happy video game nerd.
I guess they had made peace by this point, or James didn't know who the hell this guy was. For me, the series took a dip for the next few episodes, especially episode 17.
Nookie dookie, nookie dookie, nookie dookie, nookie dookie. Oh, good doggy, good doggy. Oh, time to shit. Time to shit, doggy. Oh,
that's nasty.
Oh.
Bro, they're probably like in their like 30s at this point. Like they're probably in their like mid 30s at this point, and like they're literally like sitting on the ground going ookie dookie, oh that's nasty. I was like that was a really like weird bored James episode, that one in particular. $10, Daniel Rock Xerox, congrats on 20K sub, brother. You deserve more recognition. I don't know if I do or not, but I appreciate the sentiment all the same.
James and Mike spurging out over a plastic dog that shits fake Play-Doh turds might have been novel back in 2012, but now it's nearly unwatchable. However, the very next episode, Shark Attack, was hilarious.
Oh my god,
and
did I just say 2012? This was 3 years before I even started my fucking channel, and they were doing this shit. My god. Yeah, he definitely had a jump on like most motherfuckers who were trying to like emulate their favorite YouTube stars. God damn, 2012. I don't even know if I like watched YouTube regularly at that point at all, period.
That was for one reason, Bootsy. Even though I'm sure James wrote Bootsy's dialogue, he just pulls off this nitwit character flawlessly, and his infatuation with wanting to fuck the plastic shark was hilarious. I could really see why fans had such a soft spot for Bootsy. Okay, so up until this point in the series, I thought this show was rough around the edges, some episodes were worth my time, others were kind of garbage, and I still didn't understand the hype. But episode 19 and every episode that followed finally made me understand. Episode 19 was a turning point in the show, and I don't know if James had even originally planned for this to happen.
BRB, guys, I'm gonna piss. I'm gonna let this on autopilot.
But Board James went from a goofy show about 3 friends playing obscure board games to a psychological comedic horror series involving board games.
Episode 19, or the Dream Phone episode, sees the three friends playing the hilariously ridiculous Dream Phone game, which is basically a process of elimination game. Teenage voices in the phone give you clues to help you deduce which guy likes you. At a certain point in the video, James says,
Like, imagine if it's the same exact game, same rules and everything, but instead of trying to find a guy who likes you, it's all about solving a murder case.
James returns back to his house with the game, and much like the Mr. Bucket episode, the Dream Phone comes to life. But instead of a girl's voice, it's some malevolent being that starts terrorizing James. Soon James finds that whoever the voice is in the phone has systematically killed his friends. The episode ends with James' typical crude practical effects, and the phone lunges toward James holding a knife. This was definitely an unexpected turning point in the series, and I once again have to wonder, was this always the plan for the series, or did James just really want to make a show about board games, but then randomly got the idea to take the show in this meta-type direction? Every episode following Dream Phone would see James acting more and more bizarre. His character would start hallucinating, and it was insinuating the fact that he was the one who killed his friends and not the Dream Phone. Episode number 22, Ouija/Domino Rally, sees bored James try to resurrect Mike and Bootsy from the dead using the Ouija board. It seemingly works, and the gang is back together again. The last few episodes of this series are easily the best. The Full House and Urkel Games episode was hilarious with just how cheesy 90s marketing went into making these family sitcoms into board games.
If you land on a Joey joke space, you draw a Joey joke card. You tell the joke, and then you get an extra turn. I was pretty crazy in the 70s. Now I can get crazy at any temperature. To say, these jokes are not funny at all. I love working in television, but they're getting so small and the wires get in the way.
And those fucking Steve Urkel glasses. I never knew I could laugh and be creeped out at the same time. Episode 25 features board games based on video games, and we get an AVGN/Board James collaboration, which is impressive, seeing as both characters are played by the same person. The second to last episode sees Board James's psychosis come back, and he again terrorizes his friends by forcing them to play a game called 13 Dead End Drive. Mike and Bootsy ultimately try to escape, but end up getting hanged when James's murderous alter ego reemerges. The final episode of Board James is easily one of James's most ambitious short films outside of the AVGN movie, but this one is actually watchable. James, Mike, and Bootsy find themselves on the set of 13 Dead End Drive, and are dead.
Does that mean we're all dead?
We are all very dead.
So I don't know if this is some kind of dream sequence or fantasy ending, but I'm not really taking an internet show about board games too seriously. James is still in deranged psychopath mode and forces Mike and Bootsy to play the game Nightmare. Mike ends up losing the game, and the three are transported to some nether realm where James uses Mike as a human operation game and Bootsy as a hangman game. The blood and gore effects are very DIY, and to me that adds to the comedy. At this point, I'm not sure if it's supposed to be funny, but I found myself laughing anytime Bootsy got a limb cut off, or this alligator attack. James explains that whoever dies first gets to choose the next game, but then Bootsy requests them to play Candyland, which was a game he commonly wanted to play throughout the series. What ensues next is one of the most bizarre yet funny sequences I've ever seen on Cinemassacre. During the Candyland sequence, things start getting very Inception-esque, with games being played within games, and I feel like the plot gets buried a bit here. They finally end up playing Battleship, and Board James is seemingly destroyed by a missile launched by Mike's battleship. The last scene zooms inside James's sunken battleship to reveal a pile of tattered board games and a human skeleton, which I'm assuming is Board James. And that's how the series ends. As someone who didn't watch this show when it first came out, I gotta say, as a whole, Board James to me is a mixed bag. Much like the Angry Video Game Nerd, there are some classics and then there are some duds. This was a much shorter series than AVGN, so in my opinion, I would say about half the series is worth watching, and the other half is kind of boring. The best parts of Board James is when Mike, James, and Bootsy interact and argue over the games they're playing.
After being forced to tolerate the Screenwave goons for the past few years, it was nice to see James interact with people he actually had chemistry with and who were his real friends. Chemistry like that can't be bought. I also liked James' very DIY style when he uses practical effects.
All right, so that was the Board James one. All right, so now going on, I started my trend of doing videos about artists, whether they're actors or bands or whatever, and they like totally like release like if they're an actor or a wrestler or whatever, and they release an album and it's like out of left field and it's like, what? And then I did like a whole at least 6 or 7 video thing about that, Corey Feldman being one of them. He'll come up later, don't you worry. But the very first one I did was actually a curiosity of me, like back in the day. It was, let me find it on here. It was the video for... what the fuck was the video on? Sorry. I'm like navigating through my whole life right now of videos. Oh yeah, okay. So all right, so we got Jada Pinkett Smith did a video she started a band, a hard rock band called Wicked Wisdom. And this kind of started my whole there was like a period where I did, like I said, 6 or 7 videos where it was like Garth Brooks, Vanilla Ice, Eddie Murphy, Corey Feldman, like these weird, like Macho Man Randy Savage, like doing these albums that you would not expect from these people because it's not their world and the albums were normally garbage. But it all started with Jada Pinkett Smith's Wicked Wisdom band. So that's the next thing we're about to watch.
Jada Pinkett Smith has been making a lot of headlines lately, and most of them aren't depicting her in the best light, to say the least. I just finished listening to Will Smith's 16-hour autobiography, and now I'm listening to the new 15-hour Jada Pinkett autobiography on Audible or whatever. They're not a sponsor, but they should be, as much as I use them. And I don't even care that much about Jada or Will Smith, but that's just the kind of shit I guess I'm into. Celebrities that I vaguely know about and have interest in, and listening to them talk about their lives for a really long time. Oddly enough, in both books, Jada Pinkett's band got brought up. And then I suddenly remembered, oh yeah, I saw her at some kind of rock band. She was in some band at some performing at some award show and when I was a teenager, and I was like, well, that's kind of weird. And then it clicked in my head, like, yes, I need to do a video on Jada Pinkett's band. Yeah, stick around. This is Dancing with Ghosts. If this doesn't scream Hot Topic core, I don't know what does. What you are witnessing is the music video from the lead single of Jada Pinkett Smith's new metal band, Wicked Wisdom. Which, first of all, that is such a boomer name for a band. That sounds like a name that my dad would have come up with if he started like a Christian hard rock band. But anyway, even though Jada, being married to box office billionaire Will Smith, left her wanting for nothing, she was still unhappy, and her ego needed to find something to do that Will Smith wasn't better at. So she started this new metal band. Look, guys, I've read their books. I'm allowed to speak with authority here. I'm basically like a 15th member of the family. Aside from Jada, the band was comprised of guitar/vocalist Pocket Honor. His name's Pocket. I wonder if he plays in the pocket. It's a music joke. A bad one.
Pocket. The name he earned because he was always in the pocket of the rhythm, intensity, and feeling.
God. There was also keyboardist, guitarist Cameron Graves, bassist Rio Lawrence, and former Fishbone drummer Philip Fisher. This band was formed in 2002, and by 2004, the band had dropped their first album, My Story, which was notably more of a pop, urban rock jazz fusion record, which wasn't quite the sound that Jada had envisioned, but I guess you gotta start somewhere. As a side note, My Story, the CD, if you find it somewhere, pick it up because it's super rare, and probably not worth any money, so maybe don't pick it up. Because Jada Pinkett Smith is Jada Pinkett Smith, her band was still able to open for Britney Spears on her 2004 Onyx Hotel tour for 8 dates in April and May of 2004. Man, it must be fucking nice to just decide you want to start a band, and because of your fame, you automatically get opportunities that bands that have built themselves from the ground up rarely get. Yeah, almost reminds me of another band.
Well, there's Bimmy
But
again.
hey, at least Jada was smart enough to hire competent musicians, Bimmy. Anyways, in 2006, when nu metal was arguably at its peak in popularity, Wicked Wisdom released the album they always wanted to make, and it was called Wicked Wisdom. Alright, oh boy, look at that album cover. So fucking edgy. First of all, you know this album is gonna get twisted because the hand-drawn logo is all like, pain, man. Fuck it. Life's not all nice and neat, Mom. I'll write my fucking logo however I want, and you know what? I'm gonna cut some holes in this cardboard box, and I'm gonna make Will Smith buy me an exotic snake that only famous people are allowed to have, and bam! Done. Album art. Fucking hardcore. Okay, so the music on this album is actually halfway decent for nu metal. I would go as far as to say some of these songs even border on like prog metal, which speaks to the musicianship of Jada's bandmates. Now let's get to the weak part of this band. It's Jada. Her voice doesn't sound very good. It borders on annoying. I mean, Jada even said herself in some interview that I was too lazy to find the source for, that when she was in art school, they wanted you to be a triple threat. They wanted you to be a good singer, dancer, actor. And she was basically told that her acting was the weakest of all of her talents, and so she decided to not focus on it. But apparently she took vocal lessons and was able to squawk out some notes on this record. But when she's not singing, she's doing some kind of a Rage Against the Machine homage.
Yesterday don't mean today. Yesterday don't mean today. Yesterday don't mean today. People try to play, but they're all the red.
The single Bleed All Over Me is probably one of the strongest songs on this album as far as melodic and commercial sensibility goes, but alas, Wicked Wisdom only peaked at number 44 on the Billboard Heatseekers charts back in March of 2006. But don't worry, Shannon Osbourne still threw Wicked Wisdom on the second stage at Ozfest in 2005, and this was before their nu metal album even dropped. And the crowds were not loving the fact that this seemingly undeserving band was occupying their space. But apparently, according to Jada, they won the crowds over. So, yeah, if you say so.
Really exciting. I was just amazed to see how many people are. I was like, oh, snap. Got to be 50 thou out this piece. So, it was crazy.
Trying to hang in the rock world. Gotta be 50 thou in this piece. Hey, y'all, we're rock and roll, gotta be 50 thou in the... Yeah, something smacks of inauthenticity about that there. Just a little bit, I don't know. Rock audiences tend to want authenticity, and they tend to, like, just snuff out inauthenticity with the quickness, so, maybe cut back on the 50 thou in this piece if you're at like an Ozfest or something. Know what I'm saying, homie?
And yes, I realize the image quality of most of these pictures and clips are shit, but apparently nobody was too terribly interested in preserving high quality photo and video of Wicked Wisdom. So we're left with pixelated video soup from the mid-2000s. So much like what a middle-aged man might do, Jada disbanded Wicked Wisdom shortly after their second record to focus more on her family. Her daughter Willow went on to cover the band's lead single Bleed All Over Me in 2021 on that weird little Red Table show that they did together. And she sounded fine. I would say she's definitely a stronger singer than her mom. But Willow has actually kind of developed this semi-legit reputation as a respected recording artist that puts out decent music. Though Jada says she's always loved music, this, to me, felt like a complete vanity project that she put together because she was wealthy. And if it seems like I'm coming off as jealous, it's because I am. My band Dancing with Ghosts has been busting our asses since 2015, and it would be nice to have a great big sack of money to grow our band faster and to have all the right connections, because I'm just going to go out on a limb and say it. My band is better than Wicked Wisdom. I know. Don't believe me? Well, go listen yourself, and you check back in here. Also, what did you think about Wicked Wisdom? Although I'm assuming the top comment is going to be something around the lines of, I had no idea this band existed until this video. So anyway, just wanted to make a quick video on Jada Pinkett's little nu metal band that... Bro, but was it Poetic Justice or Menace to Society? Whatever video she was hot as fuck. Like, back in, like, the 90s. God damn, she was hot. All right, now we're, so that was the Jada... That basically, that video started my whole... I had a whole, like, thing there where I did, like, artists I just named: Garth Brooks, Vanilla Ice, Eddie Murphy, Corey Feldman, all that shit. And it started a whole, like, artists who are not known for doing music, and then they dip their toe into music, and it's fucking shitty, yada, yada, yada. So then, like, as my channel went on, 2024, I tried, like, an IRL thing. Why not? And then that video did really well. That video is like almost pushing 200K now, and it's buying CDs in 2024 that I released in June 12th of 2024. The compact disc, such a ubiquitous and important piece of physical media for anyone of the millennial or even Gen X generation. Nowadays, of course, the CD is a fascinating relic of a bygone era, but not so bygone that it would sit in a museum as an odd curiosity piece. You can still actually purchase CDs. Well, kind of. Of course, there are online retailers and auction sites such as Amazon and eBay, which are easily the most convenient options. But what about the brick and mortars, the mom and pop shops, the thrift stores? What does it look like if I were to try to acquire a compact disc in 2024? Well, I live in Florida and it's hot as fuck, but I still put in the legwork and checked out all the usual suspects to see how readily available CDs are in the wild. Stick around as we try to buy some CDs from some stores. This is Dancing with Ghosts. Before I begin this excursion into the wild, I would like to note a common theme amongst most brick and mortar stores that sell physical media. The vinyl fad is alive and well, baby! CDs are looked upon as the annoying leper that just won't die already, but vinyl records have been unequivocally resurrected from their tomb. I made a video almost... You guys see how over time, if you've been in the chat this whole time, how much tighter the edits have gotten? Tight! Just fluent, tight. Let's get all the information out as quickly and as efficiently as possible with as good of audio as possible and visualizations. I feel like I've improved over the last 10 years. And for those of you who have been here since the beginning of this stream, maybe you'll agree. 10 years ago, talking about the death of physical media, and even in that video, I called the vinyl resurgence a fad. Owning a record player and a huge stack of records is like a status symbol or a fashion statement, like having the newest pair of Air Jordans or the newest designer purse. I think the vinyl fad is just that. It's a fad. But honestly, if it's been going strong for over 10 years, is it really a fad anymore? You will see in this video just how much more priority is placed on vinyl records than CDs. Vinyl is here to stay, I think. Anyway, let us proceed. We begin our adventure by checking out a swanky thrift shop in the artsy-fartsy district of my city known as 5 Points. I figured this would give me a decent cross-section for the thrifting crowd. Though CDs are still available for purchase at some retailers, they will most likely be highly curated selections based purely off of the popularity of the artist. And even then, at this point in 2024, it will mostly be the greatest hits of an album the artist is most known for, a la Michael Jackson's Thriller record, or a brand spanking new release from a popular current artist. At thrift shops, however, you have no idea what you're going to find, and that's what makes thrifting exciting. This particular thrift shop is brimming with interesting curiosities, but their CD selection was rather anemic, I must say. I can only assume they aren't really in the market for this particular type of physical media. CDs and DVDs are, for the most part, seen as weeds in the garden when it comes to what most consignment shops are willing to take in, since, honestly, they really are pretty obsolete at this point outside of hardcore collectors. But that's also what they said about Nintendo cartridges back in the late 90s.
Why, out of this thrift shop's 16 CDs, they had 2 copies of Joan Osborne's breakout album Relish was kind of beyond me. Who is Joan Osborne, you may ask? She's the one who did this controversial song in the 90s.
What if God was one of us?
There were definitely some out-of-left-field selections here, but when you only have 16 choices, it's really not all that impressive. However, their vinyl selections were alive and well. They had a more dignified spot in the store, and I'm sure they had been picked through meticulously by young hipsters wanting to show off to their friends just how sophisticated and bohemian they are. I'm sure there are a number of Goodwills that have a better CD selection, but I didn't have much luck at this particular location. Alright, well now we're at Walmart, and pretty much everyone knows that physical media here is dead except for records for some reason, but we're going to see what kind of CDs they have inside still. I'm guessing it's going to be greatest hits and most popular albums. Much like any other location that sold CDs when they were a more relevant form of physical media, Walmart used to have racks and racks of CDs back in the day. They also tended to be cheaper than an actual music store, but the only lame-ass caveat was they would only carry censored versions of any given album. However, I will say I totally bought Daft Punk's limited Alive 1997 CD here. When I walk over to the electronics department in 2024, however, I am greeted with vinyl records prominently displayed on an end cap consisting only of the records that have already gone platinum many times over. No deep cuts here, folks. Then, when we tilt down to the meager CDs on offer, we have random assortments of greatest hits CDs by some of the industry giants and random digipack reissues of old Metallica albums, including their first record, Kill 'Em All, and Ride the Lightning. What the fuck? But then I remembered Walmart has been notorious for striking deals with legacy artists such as AC/DC and Kiss, where they will go above and beyond to facilitate special distribution of these artists' music. Speaking of Kiss, they have Ace Frehley's newest album, 10,000 Volts. That's kind of interesting, I guess. Also, what's the deal with these Now CDs? When I was growing up, they released a Now CD to correspond with the year. Now 1 came out in 1998, Now 2 came out in 1999, so on and so forth. When did we get to Now 90? It's not the year 2088. Another common theme of any store that is pushing vinyl, they are also stocking cheap, unreliable record players as well. The king of these shitty record players is Crosley. Averaging between $80 to $120, these record players are notoriously shit to anyone who is serious about collecting vinyl. Chandra approves. Alright, up next we're checking out Best Buy.
That
the place
bitch.
that
Chandra approves. That was the one who acted like she wanted to like date me, and then she like left me for her ex-boyfriend, got back with him, and then married him. What a dumbass I was. I thought she actually liked me.
I always used to buy physical media, especially CDs when I was a child. In fact, this is my childhood Best Buy. I would always go to and buy physical media. So let's see what the CD situation is looking like in 2024. Well, in 2024, the CD selection in Best Buy is as elusive as a Bigfoot or UFO sighting. Me and my camera lady scoured all of Best Buy in search of any kind of music media. I mean, look at these vast swaths of floor space that used to belong to racks and racks of CDs that have now been taken up by washers and dryers, grills, and flat-screen TVs. Best Buy is sadly a vestige of a bygone era. The main reason millennials would even go to a Best Buy these days is to showroom a product. This is when you go to a physical brick-and-mortar store to check out an item in person, just to turn around and buy it on Amazon. Mind you, this store is not shutting down and closing its doors. This is just how these kind of stores look now. I finally swallowed my pride and asked an employee if Best Buy even still sold CDs.
Hey, do you guys still sell CDs? No? Okay.
No, sir.
Well, I guess that answers that question. Kind of sad, but by no means surprising. These stores would be struggling to keep the lights on, if not for the vast array of refrigerators and flat-screen TVs to choose from. Alright, now we're at the mall, finally at one of the last vestiges where you can buy physical media. That would be FYE. Some people have a Sam Goody at their mall. But yeah, this place is probably where we're gonna find the most CDs. Immediately, vinyl records are being shoved down my throat with their shitty Crosley record players accompanying them. This is a cute gesture that suggests that maybe at some point this was a store that focused on selling physical music media, but to look at it now, it's some kind of pedestrian weeb haven, with all the tchotchkes and Funko Pops that any discerning individual didn't know they needed. These items are bellwethers that grow like tumors, signaling to the more savvier purveyor of physical media that this store is on its last leg. The CD selection, though more vast than any other location thus far, is like some kind of macabre crypt. They have their catch-all rock pop banner that spans all of 5 sections before signaling the final death knell with this unapologetic ghastly void of shelf space that used to be brimming with much larger varieties outside of the top 40. Any other genre in this store fared even worse. More niche genres were relegated to one stall of picked-through carcasses that had more plastic name dividers than it did CDs. Surprisingly, under the dance genre, I was able to find an old Mirwais CD from 2000 that ended up costing me $1. Aside from that, they dedicated 1.5 display rows to CDs, and everything else was relegated to Blu-rays and DVDs. Other forms of media that are not highly sought after these days, unless you're a collector. Also, you may have noticed an orange sticker on most of these CDs. That's because they are either clearance items or previously owned media. And it was also at this point that I was told by an FYE employee that we weren't actually allowed to film in the store, despite the fact that I was using my smartphone to capture this footage with no professional filming equipment present. She was cool about it, and I thought that it was kind of a telling protocol. Let's not encourage people like myself to document the downfall of these stores that I used to love. The truth is, I'm getting old and it's a mindfuck. These buildings that I walked into today look just as they did 20 years ago when I was a teenager. But everything is different now, and making this video really forced me to sit down and face it straight on. Even the mall that I went to when I visited FYE looks exactly how it did when I was 15, with the whole rest of my life in front of me. Am I sitting here today saying that we should shut down streaming services and go back to having to buy physical media as the only way to listen to music? Absolutely not. In fact, that would be an absurd assertion to make. If you still want to buy CDs, your best bet is the internet, hands down. All of the physical media enthusiasts have coalesced onto the internet with their hobby, whether it be eBay or Amazon. Whenever I started my artists who made strange career pivots videos, it was Amazon or eBay where I went to obtain these weird little curiosity pieces because I already knew there was no store that would have had these CDs unless I got really lucky at a thrift shop. I guess the point of this video was to check in on the status of the graveyard that is physical CDs in the wild in 2024. And yes, there is some sickly nostalgic sadness that befalls me when I see these once mighty institutions reduced to a dark, dingy corner of a retail store. It almost feels like they are trying to confine me to a dark, dingy corner of the modern zeitgeist, because clearly my time has come and gone. I have become that old man that yells at clouds and whose references are getting more and more obscure. Sorry to end on such a dark note, but if you clicked on a video about CDs, I think you kind of knew how this video was going to end. Nevertheless, I hope you still enjoyed watching, and I would love to hear any stories you have in relation to physical media. But until next time, have a good rest of your night.
I need you to say in your Chicago accent, wow, he has a fat tallywhacker.
That bitch has Chicago accent, by the way. Anyway, okay, so that was that video. We're getting close to the end here. Getting close to the end. So next we're going to get August 14th, 2024. I've gotten drunker since when I first started this. This was not the first, but it was, where is it at? Oh, no, I know where it's at. Oh, come on, I know I downloaded that already. All right, maybe I didn't. All right, well, you're just going to hold on for like 2 seconds. Yeah, no, okay. All right, I see where it's at. Okay, here we go. All right, so, so when I started doing that, artists who made weird career pivots, Corey Feldman was like someone who was clearly on my radar who I needed to cover. And so I did. I covered his Angelic to the Core record. I didn't include that, even though that one's like, I think that one's in the 100K range at this point, view-wise. But it was long as fuck, and it was like technical as fuck, and I felt like this one was like a snappier Corey Feldman video, and it's also in the 100K range. So now this is kind of the intro of me talking about Corey Feldman
which was kind of a big pivot, not pivot, but it was a kind of a big like totem, if you will, in my YouTube career. So this is Delusional Corey Feldman back at it again, Loserville 2024.
In the beginning, there was 2016's Angelic to the Core. And am I starting to notice patterns here, or is the to the core some kind of anagram for the two Coreys? Anyway, former 1980s child star Corey Feldman has failed in the music industry fairly unspectacularly since the early 90s, with nobody paying attention to his several albums that were released. I think one of the reasons why his earlier albums didn't get any love probably had to do with the bedroom studio quality sound in the recordings.
Gotta walk away. Gotta stand my ground. Gotta walk away.
Wow, that's really bad quality from someone who in 1994, when this album was released, still had a bit of clout in Hollywood. Fast forward to 2016, when the Corey Feldman name had been absolutely resigned to the has-been category, and only nostalgic 80s movie nerds still cared about perhaps seeing him at a convention for an autograph. Nonetheless, Corey Feldman was dead set on being a fucking rock star or Michael Jackson impersonator or something having to do with music. You see, with movies, you need a whole team of people to make the dream work. But with music, hell, all you need is a bedroom studio and yourself. When Corey released Angelic to the Core, he really went for it. He pulled out all the stops and would make sure this was a big deal that couldn't be ignored. I've previously made an entire video dissecting this album in all of its cringy glory, which you can view by clicking here, but I won't be talking about that album in this video. I want to talk about the Feldster's reemergence as a live performer on this bizarre Loserville tour that's been happening this year. This is essentially a showcase of a bunch of novelty acts who have accumulated their own online followings. Limp Bizkit, in 2024, who are headlining this festival, have fully leaned into their status as a meme and are embracing it because, well, they really have no other choice. Their music is still amazing, but Fred Durst is corny, and everybody knows it, seemingly including Fred himself. All of the other acts on this Loserville lineup are also very self-aware that they too are corny on some level. All of them except Corey Feldman. The product that Corey is presenting on stage, in his mind, is not a joke at all. There is not an ounce of tongue-in-cheek in these performances, which honestly makes it that much more hilarious. And everyone is in on the joke except Corey, who still thinks the joke is on us. The joke is on you. Stick around as we look at the Fell Dogs performance for the 2024 Loserville tour. This is Dancing with Ghosts.
How about Goonies too? Was that ever in the talks?
I like to be seen for the art that I'm creating today, okay? So I don't want to go living in the past. Yeah. Let's talk about the set. Let's talk about the theatrics. Let's talk about the
See, I told you, Fred.
On the heels of the Loserville tour, which kicked off on July 16th in Somerset, Wisconsin, Fred Durst and crew put together this bizarre little promo video featuring all of the main performers basically doing a scripted comedic skit together. And even though I do think Corey Feldman was in on the joke in this video, he certainly wasn't fucking around on stage. The show opens up with the same anticlimactic energy that has been seen on any YouTube clip of this guy playing live. Corey's 2022 single, The Comeback King, has been the de facto opener for all of his live shows, and he never quite sticks the landing on any performance that I've seen.
Videos are not playing, guys. The videos.
The band is either off time, the crowd isn't participating, or there are just other technical issues that befall the Feldster.
I don't have the track coming from my mind
That laugh,
on the same count,
that dude in the audience is laughing.
He's still rocking that ridiculous outfit that looks like bunched up window curtains from a haunted house. The Corey Feldman and his Angels era lineup is long gone in favor of 5 desperate souls who want to squeeze whatever little notoriety for themselves out of Corey Feldman as possible. Now, I can sort of understand the older dudes who just see this as a gig, playing some bullshit music and getting paid. But how Corey keeps tricking these young, attractive women to be a part of this train wreck is beyond me. You're young still. You have a chance. Don't waste it on this pile of steaming shit. You know he's banging at least one of them. That's the rule. If you want to be in my band, I'll take you straight to the top. I have a lot of connections in Hollywood. Even though this is only a 27-minute set, it already feels like it's dragging ass. Comeback King is such a repetitive song and at best sounds like a discarded Primus B-side. Then you have all these Temu Michael Jackson performances during the set that are just laughably embarrassing. Let's take a look at some of them. Did I mention these songs are fucking awful? Not only are we greeted to a complete wardrobe change, by the third song, we also get a throwback in his catalog. You see, folks, this is a lean set of Corey Feldman classics that span his whole career. The song is called Diseased from his second album, Former Child Actor, which was released almost 10 years after his first album. Almost reminds me of those Nepo babies I was talking about in my previous video, taking their sweet fucking time in between albums because they don't have to work for a living. I think in this song he was trying to go hard and please all of the Limp Bizkit fans, but he just can't help but to be himself. He's just gotta be Corey Feldman, so he starts felding out hardcore. Okay, not even mentioning the down, 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 down. Following that up with some shit MJ impersonations? When would anybody move like that given the music that's being played behind you? It's like this moody new rock and you're doing the fucking robot, you cheesy lame ass. Then at some point in the show, he picks up a guitar. Well, he doesn't really pick it up, more like he kind of scrambles to grab the guitar and shove the input cable in as quickly as possible. I guess buying a wireless transmitter for $40 on Amazon is just a cost Corey is not willing to expend. All of that excess money goes into his multiple wardrobe changes during their 27-minute show. So when Corey finally manages to get the guitar plugged in, he looks like he just started playing guitar for the first time like 2 weeks ago. His strumming hand is just picking at the top string so delicately, it looks like he's pleasing his own vagina instead of playing a guitar. And he's staring daggers into that fretboard pretty much the entire time, like what he's playing requires just so much concentration. There's no way he can look at the audience, sing, and play all at once. Corey's brain does not have the bandwidth to handle such a task. Seriously, this is some of the most rigid, arthritic guitar strumming I've ever seen. It's like the strings are giving him a mild shock every time he touches them. So as he's playing his latest hit single, The Joke, at the end of the song, Corey Feldman, the Fell Dog, attempts to play a guitar solo. Bro, look at that face. That must be the face that so many desperate women have seen hovering over them after a few too many hydrocodone and whiskey cocktails. He's just doing some random chromatic wank high up on the neck, and you can hear after the solo it's like bathed in delay that keeps repeating just to help him compensate for his lack of precision or really anything at all. Hey guys, you want to play a guitar solo and learn how to shred like the Fell Dog? And by all means, let's keep the actual talented guitarists in the background mix so Corey's lack of talent isn't overshadowed by someone who can actually play. He ends his set with that shitty dubstep rock song Go For It off of his Angelic to the Core album.
Get it. All she wanna do is twerk. Hit the club. Tell him.
Remember this was the one that featured Snoop Dogg for a whole 10 seconds? Well, Corey Feldman pretty much gave everyone exactly what they wanted. This was just as awful as anything he's ever done. Last year, when Corey played Riot Fest in Chicago, some writer commented on how it was almost cruel to invite Corey's band to play a show that was booked with actual musicians. But hey, every festival needs a good novelty act now and then. Corey is clearly enjoying this, and we're clearly enjoying it as well. Does it really matter at the end of the day why we're enjoying it? I would submit that it does not. And it also makes sense that Corey was on this festival since Fred Durst and him are apparently friends. Fred featured on one of these songs off the legendary Angelic to the Core album, so I don't know. I guess he seemed like a obvious choice for Fred Durst's gang of weirdos.
Hey, that was my dipping my dick into the Feldster world. I would go on to do many other Feldster related things after that, but yeah, people, Jim and them and me and others, yeah, there's a lot of milk to be milked from that lol cow. But then I went into this other in April 28th of 25. I wanted to explore something that wasn't like a lol cow thing, and I wanted to like go back to my past, but with like physical media. So I did the video What Were Enhanced CDs, and I felt like this was like, I did a lot of like CD based, I did at least three videos on like enhanced CDs, hidden tracks, and filler tracks, and I felt like that was like a fun and kind of defining angle of my channel. And so after this there'll be one more, and then we're gonna be
on
done.
This channel I've done videos about hidden tracks on CDs, how streaming has ruined the album listening experience, and I've even gone into the wild to search for CDs in the modern world. I have a very nostalgic grip on traditional CDs because I kind of can't believe this form of media is seen as just so obsolete. But on the other hand, I can totally understand why it's obsolete. I guess I wouldn't feel complete in this series of looking at this old media unless I mentioned the rise of the enhanced CDs. Stick around as we see what was so enhanced about these CDs. This is Dancing with Ghosts. The enhanced CD was a curious feature that was packed into certain CDs starting in the late 90s that took advantage of the burgeoning popularity of almost every home having a home computer. With computer technology, the ability came about to not only offer CD playback as an option, but it could also offer an interactive experience that, at the time, was still pretty fucking lackluster. But nonetheless, it was a marketing gimmick that was mostly ignored by the general public. I feel like I was trying to set myself up for something positive to say there, but yeah. No, I had nothing. I didn't even have to look that far, but for my own CD collection, for me to be able to pick out at least 11 CDs that had that infamous enhanced CD logo on the back side of the CD cover. If you're a millennial or older, this logo automatically signaled to the user that if you inserted this disc into your computer, something special was going to happen. Let's take a look at the various enhanced CDs that I own and see what they have to offer. This list seems rather random, but just in my own collection we have Iron Maiden's The Number of the Beast remaster CD, which was released in 1998, the remaster that is, the underrated Maladroit album by Weezer, Deftones' classic White Pony album, 9 Inch Nails' With Teeth album, which was actually a dual disc, which was really the next step in the enhanced CD evolution. We have 2 Offspring CDs that were enhanced, 1998's Americana and 2000's Conspiracy of One, Blink-182's breakout hit album Enema of the State, and their second breakout hit, Self-Titled, which came out in 2003,
also both got the enhancement treatment. Korn's sophomore album, 1996's Life is Peachy, Primus's second covers EP, Rhinoplasty, and finally, the only CD I ever put into my computer back in the day just to see what all the fuss was about, Limp Bizkit's 1998 breakthrough Significant Other. So, on the Iron Maiden The Mark of the Beast album, their deluxe 1998 reissue, it looks straight out of a Windows 95 game selection menu and really gives me that nostalgia boner that I'm after. Enhanced CDs seem to follow a certain format as to what extra content they can offer you. This is the basic content you could expect on an enhanced CD. Exclusive behind-the-scenes stuff, which is probably the most interesting content on these enhanced CDs, seeing as back then, you couldn't simply pull up the video on YouTube and lost media preservationists were still in their infancy. I particularly found this time-lapse spray painting of the Significant Other Limp Bizkit album art still worth watching, even though the resolution has got to be the size of a postage stamp, but hey, that's all computers could really handle back then when optimizing playback for a mass market. Another feature you may find on enhanced CDs were, for some reason, just songs off the CD, which, why is this needed? Don't you already have the actual CD with the songs in a much higher fidelity? This feature always confused me. There's usually some kind of band bio, sometimes they break it down to individual. $2 Super Chat Boots Cat, did you check all of your C's for enhanced Lego? Pretty much. I think some might have slipped through the cracks, but yeah, no, I kind of farmed all my, for this video, like, I had a big enough CD collection to where, like, I could grab at least 10 CDs that had, like, the enhanced shit. Individual members, sometimes they don't. It's before Wikipedia existed, so I guess there might have been some kind of value in this feature. Exclusive photos were always a big part of these enhanced CDs, but, like, it's just a picture. Who gives a fuck? We already had MTV well into the 90s and rock music magazines. Why would I want to see some shitty low-quality JPEG of the band when even at that time you could find shitty JPEGs on the internet? This feature just seemed like some lame filler content, and unless you're showing me some scandalous shit that would be banned in multiple countries, I really don't need to see what bass guitars Les Claypool is playing. Sometimes the bands would include entire discographies of their music in the sense of, hey, if you like this record, here's other stuff from us you can buy. In Nine Inch Nails' case, from their 2005 With Teeth album, they had their whole discography listed, and even short little samples of select songs. But again, this was in 2005, and even by then, DSL and other quicker means of internet access were taking hold, and pirating was the measure of the day. If I had known about your band in 2005 and liked it, I probably had already pirated the 3 songs I liked and incorporated it into my shitty CDR mix CDs, which I had many of. Speaking of Nine Inch Nails and several other artists, after the enhanced CD fad had ended, dual discs became fairly popular. The name is exactly what it implies. It's like a CD sandwich with no CD art. This was an economical way of packing more features onto one disc. Dual discs were almost 100% of the time used for housing a surround sound mix on one side or higher quality video content. These discs are more rare and are still sought after if you have the means to listen on one of those sweet 5.1 surround sound systems, which is really quite an experience if you haven't had the chance to do so yet. I would recommend it. It's a very immersive experience that you can kind of only get from that form of media. Live performances, or should I say clips of live performances, were a feature many record labels thought that people might want. The video for this live Weezer performance looks like shit because video takes up way more room on a CD than audio. So the music sounds good, but since these are the early days of CD storage, there was only so much quality they could put into the video, which is tantamount to basically a PlayStation FMV.
Pepsi for TV game.
It looks like ass, but they dubbed decent audio over the top at least. The Deftones White Pony CD actually has a fucking game that you can play in the style of old Atari games. This is actually a really cool, innovative idea for the time. Not like you'd want to spend any amount of time actually beating this game, but the idea is novel, and it's something you'd fuck with for about 5 minutes before you went on to something else. Being a promotional tool, nearly every enhanced CD had a hyperlink button that led you to the band's website at the time. Now, this being an incredibly ancient technology, of course, all of these hyperlinks are dead now. And what a boring feature at that, as if we didn't know these bands had websites by this time. Then of course you have the enhanced CDs that are so ancient that they won't even work with your PC anymore. My PC is offended that I even put in such an old, outdated disc and refuses to even work with it. I can only imagine the shit quality images and video on these enhanced CDs, but some marketing guy high up at some record label thought that this was great additional content that was packed into your $15 purchase. The problem is, all the various codecs and graphics cards are just too obsolete for newer technology to even recognize. I'm sure there's some app online you can download to solve this issue, but I mean, I don't think you're missing out on much unless you're like a diehard media preservationist. I remember fucking around with the enhancements of these CDs back when I first acquired them, and it came off as clunky and frustrating. At that point in the late 90s / early 2000s, DVDs were making their mark as the way to experience your favorite bands in high quality with none of that installation bullshit. Enhanced CDs were a gimmick and not worth the disc it was written on. It's a curiosity piece that will go on as a footnote in the dying days of physical media, where record labels did everything they could to make your CD buying experience exclusive and provide more of a bang for your buck. But with file sharing and music DVDs, the writing was on the wall for enhanced CDs. Let me know what your experience with enhanced CDs was and if you enjoyed them or not. Until next time, have a good rest of your night.
What a dildo. Alright, the last video of my lineage. The last of my celebration of whatever the hell. It's gotta be my latest one, quite frankly. Because it's done well, and it as I tackled the video game dinosaurs, I did not do the MID punk, but instead I'll do Pat's weird Twitch grift, and that will be my last video. And then you've officially made it through the entire 10 years I've been on YouTube through videos.
Well, it looks like I'm talking about this guy again, Pat the NES punk. If you're in the retro gaming world, you probably know who this guy is, especially if you listen to gaming podcasts or watch YouTube. Pat has a few claims to fame under his belt. He was on an episode of The Angry Video Game Nerd back before it started to suck. He owns virtually every single North American original NES game, including the ultra-rare Nintendo World Championship cards, the gray one and the gold one. He was briefly featured on that scripted-ass pawn shop show Pawn Stars, where he got 15 seconds of visibility on national TV. Pat has written books, hosted several podcasts, created YouTube content, and made a lot of acquaintances in the YouTube e-celeb sphere. But if you know anything about my channel, you know that about a year ago I made an in-depth video talking about how mid I think Pat is and how his content isn't very good in my opinion. Well, I probably would have just left things how they were, since Pat seems to be closing up shop on most of the things he's known for. His once well-regarded CU podcast only comes out like once a month now, if that. There's no more Flea Market Madness videos, and I believe he's finally retiring his terminally unfunny Pat the NES Punk series on his YouTube channel, and it seems like all he really wants to do these days is write guidebooks about various Nintendo systems and watch old TV commercials on Twitch. But then, someone in my Discord posted this image as kind of a lol, look how weird Pat is kind of thing. And it triggered me. This, ladies and gentlemen, is a list of things that Pat was deprived of as a kid that, if mentioned during one of his Twitch streams, could get you a timeout or even banned. But the fun doesn't stop there on Pat's Twitch streams, because there also exists an extensive list of things you cannot slander, or else you may find yourself banned or in a timeout. Well, to say these things grabbed my attention would be an understatement. The original poster on my Discord went on to tell me about
all kinds of other various eccentricities that go down on Pat's Twitch streams. And they are vast! From near constant e-begging to getting into arguments with his mom on stream, Pat's Twitch streams reveal yet another layer of how truly bizarre and grifty this guy is. Stick around, this is Dancing with Ghosts.
Dispenser pack for you!
I don't remember having dispenser pack. I think I was off the double tape by then.
Mature, responsible things you could.
Now you might be asking yourself, Josh, why are you picking on this kindly middle-aged man who just wants to share his love of nostalgia with his audience? Because Pat Contri is a man-child who I believe has found a very cunning way of separating his followers from their money. Pat first started streaming old commercials from the 70s, 80s, and 90s on Twitch during a certain pandemic in 2020 as a fun way to pass the time. Or at least that's what he wants you to believe. But make no mistake, none of this is free. There's a $5.99 paywall just to get the privilege to watch Pat watch old commercials that he just grabs off of YouTube. But wait! That's only if you missed the live Wednesday evening broadcast, because that one is totally free to watch. However, I must warn you, Pat has a fever, and the only cure is more advertisements. Yes, sirree, Bob, if you think you get to watch Pat watch old commercials for free, you are mistaken. He's gonna make his money one way or another. So every 15 minutes, you will be served 5 to 7 minutes of advertisements. Now keep in mind, the Twitch streamers have control over this. For instance, Angry Joe and Caveman Kieran will only have about 3 minutes of ads per every hour that they stream. And even when they do have an ad break, that's when they'll use the restroom, go get a drink, or scratch their ass, only resuming their content when the ad is over. Not Pat. He just chugs along whether you're stuck watching the ads or not. And should you want to go back and watch what you missed, well, you better pay up, you poor fuck, because only members get to do that. Again, every 15 minutes of watch time, you will be shown 5 to 7 minutes of ads. How fucking annoying must that be?
I was high on crack when I did this video.
That virtually forces you to become a member. And if it just stopped there, that would be one thing, but Senior Contri has found a way to poke and prod you in numerous other ways. After you've parted ways with your $5.99, you will still be harassed every 2 minutes by a Streamlabs bot in the chat that will prompt you with things like Ultimate Nintendo Guide to the N64 Library, available at ultimatenintendo.com. Subscribe to Pat on Twitch for exclusive emotes, ad-free viewing, and access to his Discord. Looking for N64 book feedback? Thanks! You can get NES, SNES, and N64 books, shirts, and enamel pins, DVDs, and more at ultimatenintendo.com. You can support Pat on Patreon, patreon.com. Okay, we fucking get it, man. Get your fucking nuts out of my face with all this shit. I already gave you my $5.99 to watch you watch old commercials. At least Pat isn't going to ask me for more money after all of that business.
The bad news is that the hot tub needs a repair. So I went in it last week for the first time in like a month.
The hot tub needs a repair. Why would you take that issue to your live stream? Your fucking hot tub. An auxiliary item, an item of pleasure. Not even of substance or I need this or I will die. It's like my fucking hot tub needs a repair. So I'm gonna like bring this issue to my live stream and see what they can do for me. Who's gonna give me money for that? Like that that I can't couldn't believe he like fucking said that shit.
And one of the buttons for there's two different jet systems, left and right, wasn't working. So I need the whole console replaced, second time. And it's gonna cost me, this is not a lie, for like less than an hour work, it's gonna take like 20 minutes only. It's $550. $550 to replace this stupid console, and it's the second time I had a button issue on this thing. So I should do a hot tub goal. That if we hit that, I would do a hot tub stream.
He says if you hit the hot tub goal, he'll do a hot tub stream. As if anybody wants to see Pat the NES Punk do a fucking hot tub stream. Which he would never do because water and electronics don't typically mix. I'm sure there's some way to do it, but like his lazy ass isn't gonna fucking do that shit. And as if anyone would get, like, he acts as though he's like a celebrity, and like seeing Pat the NES Punk in a hot tub is like, would be some like big reward. Like, oh my God, we have to get to this goal, you guys. Because Pat the NES Punk will take his shirt off and we can see his middle-aged body, and he will get into a hot tub. My God, the hilarity and entertainment value that will ensue will be so great. I really hope we get to this goal. Like, it's just the hubris on this guy, man.
I'll pay for that. First world Pat problems, I know. Oh, we have a hype train going. Hot tub hype. Gotta get to $550.
All at a price you can afford.
Oh, God.
By the way, I didn't mention this in the video, but the whole sealed, he thinks that shit is way funnier and way catchier than that. To me has always been annoying as fuck. Like, he used to do that shit. He has little, like, his little board where he'd play his little sound clips or whatever on the podcast, and whenever he did the sealed, like, he thought that shit was so clever and funny and cute. Like, one thing I'll say about Pat, thinks he is adorable. Pat thinks he is an adorable human being. He thinks that everything he does is fucking adorable. So even his, like, he thinks that shit is adorable and everyone should. Why wouldn't you love it? Like, he just thought to do that. So isn't that fucking adorable? It's like, no, it's fucking annoying. It's pretty fucking cringe, and I wish you would never do that again. Thank God I don't, continually watch him on Twitch, because apparently this is one of his, I guess they call them cheers or whatever, when you pay a certain amount and it makes the fucking noise. I'm not on Twitch. I had a helper on this video who knows a lot more about this than me, but Jesus Christ, if that's how Twitch works. I mean, I guess for me it'd be like, oh my God, I'm gay. That'd probably be mine, but it's like way more tolerable than sealed. Like, it's so annoying and cringe.
$300 for the part. They say like $250 for labor. Thank you, Matt C8. Another gifting goat. Thank you so much.
And he watches the most boring fucking commercials. This dude literally like just grabs like these like 2 or 3 hour chunks, because like there's a lot of people on YouTube who are trying to preserve, media, and I get that, appreciate it. They're trying to preserve media, so they're, uploading all these old-ass commercials, because, like, yeah, I'm in favor of that, preserving this old stuff. He'll just grab these chunks seemingly randomly and just throw it up there, and it's random because he has nothing to say about most of it. Like, I mean, like I've said a million times, I've done old commercial streams on here before. I've done it. I have also done it. I don't charge $6 to see it. I appreciate, the super chats, but like, it is what it is. It's, unless you have a direct memory tied to it, you're just kind of watching and being like, oh, okay. I feel like I just commented on the abundance of like little kids in the 90s commercials. That seemed to be my complaint. But even that was more like, this motherfucker, I know this may not have made it into the video, but like the amount of times he literally just sits there and stares at these commercials, not interacting with his chat, like not saying anything about the commercials. It's like such a fucking grift.
But I'll show you what stickers are going to be probably for sale on the website eventually, but definitely for sale in person.
And he's constantly, that reminds me, he's constantly trying to sell you something, like whatever it may be. And that's not even to mention the stream, like your YouTube chat on this stream, there's not been a single thing that pops up that says, and I'm not saying that's like the worst thing in the world, because like maybe I'll add that, but like it's the paywall, it's the give me biddies, give me tips, give me this, give me that.
He's just constantly asking for money any way he possibly fucking can. You've got to be fucking kidding me. That's got to be it, right? Have you extracted enough money from your audience yet? Hey guys, if you give me more money, I'll play theme songs from whatever commercial or TV show you want. But remember, the more money you give me, the longer the clip I will play. Don't be a cheapskate now. Hand over those biddies. Oh, and here's my tip jar just in case you haven't given me enough money yet. All tips appreciated, but never required. My God. You've found every single way to make money from your audience from this site. And to think, I felt guilty for just starting a Patreon. Me and my associate, who helped me do research on this video, did some pat math of our own, and given his subscriber counts, subtracting for free memberships, and adding in the view counts, we estimate that Pat probably pulls in a little over $200K a year from Twitch alone. Now it's all starting to become just a little more clear as to how Pat is able to afford to live in San Diego without having to get a real job. Good for him if people are willing to pay the money, I guess, so... Okay. I've decided I'm in. I want to give Pat Contry as much money as possible. I want to help him move his books, and I want to become a paid member of his Twitch streams. But what am I getting for my money here? What is this mythical live stream actually like?
And wine, Matus Rosé.
Hey, Matus Rosé.
Why does he just smack his gums randomly? He's just like... I don't know why he does that.
Bring it on home.
Watching you, watching me, watching you. You know, call this buyer's remorse, but it appears that Pat is just staring into the void as a shitty old commercial plays. Seemingly the only thing on screen that's doing any actual entertaining is the old shitty commercial. And yeah, this clip was particularly bad, but it's not really a stretch to find many other clips. Yeah, 200K. You know, he's got 16.5K followers, so like basically almost 17,000. If every single one of them has to pay $6 and we subtracted, I think we were very generous and we subtracted half of that, me and my research partner. So then you got like, what, 8.5K who are paying $6.99 per month, by the way, not per year, per month. Yeah, the math works out to about $200,000 per year under that model. Because you're making, like, what? Yeah, you're making, like, what? Oh, that can't be right. That's way higher. Okay, so on the conservative angle, it's 200K per year. That's on the, yeah, that's on the conservative angle. Of Pat just watching commercials and not... Everyone said the Todd in the Shadows joke. I know, I didn't want to bring this person who helped me research. I didn't want to bring them into the fold. I didn't want to bring them into the spotlight. I didn't want them to deal with any whatever may happen on YouTube. So I just they said they didn't care one way or the other, and I just went with like, let me keep them anonymous because, like, you know, I don't think they're chomping at the bit to be in the spotlight in any way, shape, or form. So, yeah, that's why I did that. Saying anything, I mean...
Indoors and out, and save $5 to $6 on Sears Easy Living semi-gloss, satin, and ceiling paint. Save on bedspreads, all sheets and comforters, plus lots more for your family. 48 pages of store-wide super values. But hurry, Sears' great sale for the home is on now.
Ace Hunter.
Does this even count as fair use when we're just watching a guy watch TV? Right, so UJ Chris says, I don't think a subscriber is the same as a follower on Twitch. I don't think he really has 16K paid. Yeah, that's not what I said. I said we literally docked half of those people based off of just that premise alone. Like, let's just take half of them away and just assume that they have Amazon Prime or they're just a follower, whatever the fuck. If only even half of that, which is like 18.5 200K subscribers are paying $6 a month. I mean, that's some real money. And yeah, to use all the features that need to be, or that one would want to use on such a stream like this, yeah, you would have to be a member, which means you're paying the $6. I highly doubt a lot of these people are wanting to go through that much advertisement and all that. So, and he's making a good fucking chunk of change off of this site. I'll say that much. I don't know if it's 200K. I believe it is probably around that, but it might be less. But even if so, I mean, anything, shit, man. Even if it's making like 20K a year, that to me, that's like a very healthy, you know, easy once a week way of making some kind of income. And the dude barely interacts with his audience, though he will ban members of his audience or put them in timeout. That's something he will do.
That might be an insta-ban, maybe if not timed out for 1,000,000 seconds. Timed out scam? Wasn't a scam, you earned it. Wait a second. What were Catgirl 9? What are you spicing up the
Bro, Catgirl9, his mom's username sounds like she has like a fucking OnlyFans. I gotta pee.
chat? What are you doing? I gotta time out Catgirl9. Tickle the balls. Cause it's a commercial. What are you doing? Catgirl9. What are you doing?
Remember earlier when I brought up all the various things that Pat was deprived of as a kid that you as a viewer aren't allowed to bring up? Well, I feel like now is the time to review this list a little more thoroughly. See, these are all of the things that poor little chubby Pat was deprived of as a kid and is so triggering to him that he may ban you for even mentioning them. We have Busch Gardens. I went. Disney World. I also went. Happy Meals. Oh, I loved Happy Meals growing up and the shitty toys that came with them. A Coke float glass. What the fuck is that even? That is so specific. Light Bright. Etch-a-Sketch. Six Flags Great Adventure. Flintstones vitamins. A custom Carvel ice cream cake. Children's aspirin. Clean sponges. A children's robe. Bro, is this a list of what Pat was deprived of, or Michael Jackson's backstage rider for when he's done playing a show? Anyway, we got Battleship, Play School Electronics, Pillow People. What the fuck is a Pillow People? Foam Finger. Oh yeah, I had one of those. Slip and Slide, 64 count Crayola crayons, Stunt Kite, Speak and Spell, Nintendo Power Fest, Kool-Aid, Swimming Pool, AC. As in air conditioning? Didn't you grow up in Jersey? Does it get that fucking hot there? It was over 100 degrees here the other day. Okay, so the AC does not refer to air conditioning. Per the Jersey people comment, it's Atlantic City. He never went to Atlantic City. It's not air conditioning. I made a fuck up on that one because like I'm not familiar with like Jersey in that way, so I thought AC could only mean air conditioning. No, it's Atlantic City. So that's what he meant. My city in Florida. Game Boy, RC car. And he tags all of this with, at the end, that's just the beginning. Okay, first off, I call bullshit on at least a third of these things that you mentioned. There's no fucking way you never had a Happy Meal, Kool-Aid, or some kind of pain reliever. I guess in this case, children's aspirin. Why, like, deprived of? Why was children's aspirin in that list? If you have a fucking headache as a kid, do you give a fuck what the pain reliever is? Like, oh, I never got children's aspirin. I'm deprived. And using the word deprived, it's like so like I don't know, man, a level of. And then I've had like Pat defenders like, oh, he's being tongue in cheek. You don't understand Pat's self-deprecating humor. I understand Pat's self-deprecating humor. But I don't believe it's self-deprecating. I believe there's like a seed of truth in every one of his self-deprecating pieces of humor that he's thrown out over the years. I truly believe that he like is not being self-deprecating half the time, or 100% of the time rather. I think he's like, he couches his truth in these sarcastic little quips that he tries to sell you as like, oh, I'm just kidding, bro. No, he's not. He's being dead ass serious.
Bro, I could make a video just from this creepy ass list alone. I didn't experience half of this shit either, dude, but I would never call myself deprived, and I certainly wouldn't have made an itemized list stating all the particular first world privileges you didn't happen to have experienced. What an entitled fucking baby. Yeah, I didn't get any pussy in high school, but I'm not gonna make a list about it and ban others who bring it up. I've never seen a clearer case of someone who experienced some kind of childhood trauma, but it doesn't stop there. Not only can you not mention the things Pat didn't get to experience, but you also can't talk badly about things Pat likes. This is such a fucking long list, but we have some of the dumbest shit I've ever seen on here. You guys, you better not say anything negative about Almond Joy, Bon Jovi, he fucking sucks, California, New Jersey, Daylight Savings Time, is this a fucking joke? Utz potato chips, pretzels, and quote, whatever else Pat may add. Dude, this is giving off some serious Linkara energy. Also, we're not allowed to tell Pat what is/isn't funny. Good lord, what a fussy little bitch. Okay, so let's recap. You pay Pat in any and every way you can to watch him stare into the middle distance while old-ass commercials are playing in the background. You can't talk about anything you enjoyed as a kid unless Pat also had that same experience. And conversely, you can't speak ill on anything that Pat likes. Got it. So far, this sounds like one of the most legit live streams I've ever encountered. North Korean dictatorship? This certainly is not. So going forward, we eventually come across an old McDonald's commercial, and just look how Pat's facial expression changes. Oh, this shit right here, like, oh, I've never wanted to punch someone in the face more than this shit. Like, the entitlement, like, he just merely sees a McDonald's commercial and his gay little face, how it contorts. He's like, oh, deprived. And I mean gay in the good way, like, as in two men who are in love with each other, not in the pejorative way.
Commercials are.
Your kids will love McDonald's Happy Meal. It's food and fun in a box. It's a hamburger or a cheeseburger.
Deprived.
Oh my god, I've never wanted to punch someone in the face more. Oh, it pisses me off, you entitled little fucking cunt.
Fries, regular size soft drink, and a McDonald's and cookie sampler.
Bro, look how bummed Pat is that he didn't get a fucking Happy Meal as a child. He is lusting after this experience so hard, as if perhaps his life wouldn't have been spent collecting old video games if only his horrible mother did not deprive him of a Happy Meal. Jesus Christ, what an embarrassment.
Nobody Pat missed it. I wonder why, Catgirl9, why I missed it.
Why does he keep referring to himself in fucking third person, dude? That shit's so it's like some narcissistic cult vibes there, like. And if anybody has kept up with him, which sadly I have throughout the years, because I was a fan of him at one point, Pat likes to refer to himself in the third person a lot. He does that shit a lot.
If only someone in the chat could have altered my history growing up and have bought me a couple of Happy Meals in my life. Wow, that would have been great. Yes,
Would it have been great? What would have changed, Pat? What would have changed if you had had a goddamn shitty cheeseburger, a handful of French fries, and a shitty toy? How would that have changed your life, honestly? Like, oh my god, like, I'm telling you, that deprived list pushed me over the top to make this video.
Shaming you. I absolutely am.
Now you may ask yourself, who is Pat talking to in the chat? Who is this Catgirl9? Well, Catgirl9 is Pat's mom. He's literally giving his mom shit in the chat for not buying him a Happy Meal as a child. Cerebral P, $20 Canadian. 20,000 subscribers. Here's 20,000 Canadian dollars. Thanks for the loonies and toonies, man. Appreciate it. I definitely do appreciate it. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if it gets much more pathetic than that. He enjoys giving his mom shit in front of a bunch of strangers, though, apparently. Here he is bitching about some cookies his mom bought for him as a kid, but I guess they weren't good enough because they didn't come from McDonald's.
Giggles!
There she goes.
Oh, I ate some Giggles growing up. They were cheap. They're cheap ass cookies.
Why does it always sound like Pat's got like a mouthful of like saliva in the back of his throat, and he's like, "Oh, I remember, girls." I can't even like do it. It just sounds like he's got like a lot of like spit in like the back of his mouth that's like accumulating. It gives him this like mush mouth, marshmallows in his cheeks kind of tone to his fucking voice. It's gotten worse as he's gotten older. That's for goddamn sure. I don't know why he talks that. I don't know what makes one's vocal cords sound like that.
They were good.
Me, I like the two kinds of cream inside. There's vanilla and fudge in each one.
Oh. Cat Grill 9, did you know that these are like the worst thing that kids should probably be eating? Giggles cookies was like...
Did you know nobody had like accurate nutrition facts back in the fucking late 80s and early 90s, and parents just bought whatever they could afford because like both of them probably had jobs and were just trying to like make your life a little like happier to shut you the fuck up because you seem like the brattiest little sensitive bitch ass kid I could imagine having come out of my cunt. Like, goddamn, the fact that she even like suffers your ass on your shitty live streams kind of blows my mind a little bit. Amanda Rogers, Rip Base, Canadian $5. Sorry, late to the party. Too late for a show. Oh, like my band show? Oh yeah, I'm gonna be checking out after this, bro. I've been on here for a long ass time tonight.
Tons of hydrogenated sugar shit.
Yes, it was.
You bought them. Not as much as the EL fudges, but you bought them.
But Pat apparently wasn't deprived of Bennigan's or TGI Fridays.
Bennigan's went out of business. Bennigan's was so much better.
Here's another way.
TGI Fridays is still going strong.
See that you get this
God, I miss
special
Bennigan's.
savings offer.
It almost sounds as if you were an ungrateful little shit as a child, Pat. You didn't deserve a Happy Meal. But according to my source, Pat likes his mom enough to have his audience give her free memberships. Because apparently, if not, she would have to pay to watch her son watch old TV commercials.
Here, Paul Simon. Oh, thank you so much, Trademark. Gifting Goat, $9.83 total. $9.83. Oh, speaking of Highlander, one of the sub went to Highlander. One went to Cat Girl 9. Is that a random? Thank you so much, Trademark. Appreciate.
Dude, you know, like, cringed out I would be if my mom was on my fucking stream right now. Not only that, but if she, like, picked, like, a weird, like, slightly suggestive, like, screen name, like, Cat Girl, spelled with a K, Cat Girl 9. That sounds like a fucking, like, I don't know, like, early 2000s, like, slut on my AOL Instant Messenger. Like Cat Girl 9. Sounds like a hua in like the early 2000s. Which, I mean, I guess tracks because obviously his mom's probably like 20 years older than he is. But like, I am so glad my mom's lame as fuck. She don't give a fuck about none of this. This whole world I'm in right now. She doesn't comprehend it and she doesn't care about it. You know what my mom cares about? Growing fucking vegetables in her fucking garden in the back of the house, in the backyard, and tending to my brother's kids, my niece and nephew, and, you know, regular people shit. Regular head screwed on your shoulders right shit. That's what my mom cares about. She's not on my live streams. She's written me off as like Josh is in his own. I don't know what he's doing. He's doing some crazy internet shit. Good. That's all you need to know about it, Mom. I don't need you on my live streams. I don't need you like commenting like we have some weird like older sister, younger brother relationship like Pat's got with his mom on here. Like, I am so glad my mom is lame as fuck, bro. For real.
Appreciate that. Help me keep the lights on and a fruit salad.
I guess in an attempt to add another revenue stream to his portfolio, Pat goes on about starting an OnlyFans for the purpose of selling his stickers and housing the old VODs of his live streams.
Speaking of pics, no, I haven't started my OnlyFans yet. I'm 50 pounds away from that goal. The stickers arrived, so if you're going to come out to Long Island, I'll have the stickers for sale. Not available on Twitch anymore. I'm going to maybe put them on Patreon. Or I can put them on OnlyFans, actually. Wait a second. I can put that on OnlyFans. What's the difference between, if it's not sexual, what's the difference between Patreon and OnlyFans?
Some of the stickers, which he is selling for... Such a stupid... Such a hackneyed joke at this point. You know the amount of people that I've heard talk about doing OnlyFans, but doing like non-sexual content on there, but like that's the joke, is that like, oh, I have an OnlyFans, ... but it's not sexual, it's this other stuff, haha, lil. Yeah, that is like, that joke was tired like 5 years ago, honestly.
For profit, feature likenesses of people such as Crazy Eddie and Sue Simmons.
The Crazy Eddie? You like that? But the Crazy Eddie, the GOAT newscaster, we got Sue Simmons, prime Sue Simmons from like 1982.
People that I'm assuming he doesn't have written consent from to have their likenesses used for Pat's financial gain. I'm pretty sure you can't just slap anything you want onto a sticker and sell it full stop without any kind of legal repercussion.
As someone who's gotten a cease and desist letter from John Cosgrove and Terry Moore's lawyers, the executive producers for Unsolved Mysteries, I can tell you, these motherfuckers catch wind that you're making money off of their IP, you will get that letter in the mail, trust me. Been there, done that.
I also never want to hear the names Pat Contri and OnlyFans in the same sentence ever again, though I'm sure he thought that was hilarious for coming up with that idea.
Hey, Ian, I have an OnlyFans. JK, I'm just selling stickers on there, Lamau.
Now let's get into Pat's inflated sense of self-importance. Pat is a VIP in his own life, and sometimes it comes across as though he thinks he is a real celebrity and not just an internet personality with a dying YouTube channel.
How about 50 most beautiful Twitch streamers? Would Pat make the list?
It is 180 degrees.
Why does he refer to himself in third person, dude? That's like, that's so fucking creepy, and he's always done that. Oh, Pat math. Pat this, Pat that. What about Pat, like, I don't know what that is, but like, I feel like highly uncomfortable referring to myself in third person. I don't think I've barely, if ever, have done it, but Pat, that's like his whole, like I'm saying, this dude thinks he's fucking adorable. Like, he thinks that everything he does and says is fucking adorable. And like, it's like, he's like infantilized. Like, he feels like he's still like a 5-year-old saying these adult things out of his mouth. And so like, shouldn't we all be laughing just by virtue of the fact that like, oh, well, I'm a 5-year-old and I'm saying all these crazy things, but you're like 45 years old though. So now you're like a middle-aged man, and it's creepy that you still think that you're so precious that like anything you say should be regarded as like, oh, that's so adorable that he said that. It would be adorable if you were 5, but you're 45 and you're referring to yourself in third person. You got your mom on your stream. You know, people have commented on this video every now and then, and I'll be like, oh, this was a stretch. This was the most bad faith video I've ever seen. Is it though? That's you drinking the Kool-Aid. That's you thinking that this whole thing is like a big, oh, I'm playing a character. No, this is not him playing a character. This is just who he is. On the podcast, maybe he's playing it up a little bit. Pat, the NES Punk videos, he's definitely playing a unfunny character. His live streams, that's exactly who he is as a fucking person. Why do you think he has a fucking deprived list? I've brought this up before. You know how long it would take me to make a deprived list for myself? I would really have to like sit there and be like, what do I feel like I was deprived? And I wouldn't even use that term because like I had a pretty fucking, yeah, I had my ups and downs like every other kid does growing up, but like I had a roof over my head. I had central heating when it was cold. I had air conditioning when it was cool. I had food in my stomach. I had video games. I never really wanted for anything, and we were not rich by any fucking means. We were middle class as fuck, like most of you probably were. And as Pat definitely was, and yet he still got this list of deprived shit, and it's like, fuck you, man. Like, I don't know. Shit still pisses me off.
From expected to a Twitch calendar shoot. It'd be me versus Asmon Gold for December. Little shoulders.
Someone say combo.
He's on the gear. I can't get shoulders like that. That's not natural.
He's on the gear. Pat's already got testosterone replacement therapy on his mind.
Entertainment system, combining a TV, VCR, and stereo, all in one great package.
Shoulder shaming me. I don't have small shoulders. I feel shamed now.
He does the whole plausible deniability of, I don't have small shoulders, just in case anyone was wondering. I'm only joking, you guys, when greasing his own ego. But no, I've listened to this guy long enough. He's couching his ego under the guise of, just kidding, bro. In this video, Pat takes a poll from his viewers to see if they want him to keep streaming. He only needs 50 votes, which he seems to struggle to receive.
37. Come on, we need 13 more votes. 40. You got like 10 seconds to vote. 43 votes. Come on, 7 more votes. Come on, let's do it. Let's come on, rock the vote. Why do we wait till the last minute? Come on. You got like 8 seconds.
Dude, it sounds like he's fapping right now for real. Like off camera, it sounds like he's like fapping his cock.
7, 6, 5, 4. Oh, 48 votes.
He just came. That's the noise Pat makes when he comes. Oh, man. Because he's like disappointed for some reason or another.
Why do you wait till the last minute?
He never gets to 50, but the audience is still rewarded with the Nintendo Bohemian Rhapsody video. A video game themed parody of the Queen song Bohemian Rhapsody. Nintendo Bohemian Rhapsody was a collaboration between Pat and game music YouTuber Brentalfloss that came out over 12 years ago and is probably Pat's most viewed video. It's about as cringy as you would expect. You see how he's like mimicking in that little tiny screen? Like his old ass is mimicking like the blowing motion that his like younger self is doing. Like as if that was like so funny that it needed to be replicated. Like, I don't know, man. Can Pat still go into the cartridge? Can he still do that blowing motion? And Pat's like, yes, I can. Now, see, I had humility and cringe when I showed you my early videos, like for this whole ass live stream. And like, I admitted when they started getting a little better, but like, I also acknowledged when they were like cringe as fuck. And Pat's Nintendo Bohemian Rhapsody, that came out 12 years ago, and he has no notes. He has no notes to give his former self. He's like, everything you did was exactly, that was perfect. Like that was great. Like, just do more of that.
Insert and press start with me.
Pat talks about how he wrote most of the lyrics, how well the video has done, and then we finally get to the masterpiece.
I bought new controllers, but no.
Dude, he's so, like, he gets so animated. Like, I mean, I just showed you him just sitting there watching videos going like, that's how his face normally is when we watch the commercials. But now that he's watching a video of himself, dude, he is so, like, it's like a caffeine injection, like, up his asshole. He is, like, so, like, he's, like, reanimated. He's, like, a new man now that he's, like, watching himself, bro. Like, I know I spent this whole stream watching my own ass self, but that's because I hit a 20,000 subscriber landmark and I was trying to show you the evolution of my channel. There's a reason to my madness. This is not some random stream where I'm just randomly watching something I did and I'm like, oh, now I'm alive, now I'm awake. Like, but that's literally what he's doing, and it's like, if there was no clearer sign of a fucking narcissist. As you can see, Pat completely reanimates when watching videos of himself, often reenacting and singing alongside to his decade-old opus. Dude, look, he's just as passionate in that fucking little TV screen. He's just as passionate now as ever. Like, he still thinks like this is so good. Like, and the people watching me are like so entertained by me right now. I look like an old somebody's talking about like wearing my dead grandmother's hairstyle. I'm wearing a grandma. I look like an old Jewish grandmother right now. But just me lip syncing to my old video, that's enough entertainment value to, like, that's the cost of entrance right there. Is like me mimicking as an old Jewish grandmother from the old country. Like, not even like, I'm just saying physically that's what he looks like. And he's like mimicking this video that was cringe to begin with, that no one really gave a fuck about to begin with. It only blew up because it was probably released at the right time where everyone had a raging hard on for James Rolfe, and they were like a vacuum. They were sucking up any other retro bullshit that they could find. And they stumbled upon the Nintendo Bohemian Rhapsody or whatever, and they're like, oh, that's kind of cute. All right, whatever. I'll give it a like and a view or whatever. Oh, I might share it because it's, you know, it's corny and whatever. And the word cringe hadn't been invented yet in the way that it's used now. So everyone probably felt like chill bumps of cringe, but they didn't know how to put their finger on it. And they're like, yeah, I guess I'll send this to my friend. I don't know, whatever. And this is Pat's like finest hour. Like that is Pat's finest hour. He's clearly trying to like, and then he like goes on about how he can still hit the notes and shit. Like it's so fucking pathetic, dude.
Yeah, that was awful. I'd rather watch a Rex Viper music video any day of the week.
For real though, I would.
Over that. After the video, Pat brags about how there was no auto-tune and how he can carry a tune.
But people thought that people like in his comments thought I was auto-tuned. I was not auto-tuned. Oh no no no.
Oh no no no. Oh no no no. I am that fucking talented, motherfucker.
My friends, I can carry a tune. Not a great tune, but I can hit notes.
And I play Nintendo. It's so very special to me.
I'm sorry.
It's so very special to me. Oh, he can carry. How do you have that on the internet and not be fucking embarrassed as hell that exists? And then have the fucking Stugats. You have the fucking bollocks to be like, oh no no no, my friend, I'm not auto-tuned. Yeah, no fucking shit. You sound like a fucking, I don't know. Like that dominatrix chick from that one video you did was like just waffle stomping your nuts, like to me is like the worst vocal I've ever heard. Like somebody covering like a retro game shit, like that was like awful.
Patrick, the sound of your singing makes my eyeballs bleed. All right, then we get to the story that was featured on the CU podcast recently about the kid who was bullied for having one of Pat's enamel pins on his backpack. This story originated from one of Pat's Twitch streams, actually.
Landon White says, someone refused to let me shop at their video game booth at a flea market because they saw I had your pin in a podcast. But what, Landon?
Bro, how much, but how much does that story feed Pat's ego, though? Some random dude in some random city in New York went to some random flea market, and he was wearing Pat's pins, and he supposedly got discriminated against for wearing these things. He was told to leave or else they'd call security. Knowing Pat, how much must that feed his ego? And you can tell that by his reaction after hearing the story. He's like, oh no, send me more info. I want to know more about like he loves the fact that he got recognized, like IRL. He is so in love with the fact that he got recognized in real life. Like, it doesn't matter if they're making up the story or not. If there's enough plausible deniability, that fucking story's going up one way or the other.
Is that what? You got blackballed? You got discriminated against? Is that for real? Did they give you a reason why? Can you email me that story? I'll talk about it on the podcast. I'm serious. If you're being for real, Landon, email me, pat@thepunkeffect.com. All right, Landon. I want an email. I want the picture. I want the full story. I want the name of the vendor. I want the location. I want all of it. That could be a segment next week. Well, I'm sorry I went through that, Landon. I want you to... I almost feel like on Discord, I want to fucking FaceTime with you when you go back to that...
Dude, he's just fucking stoked that, like, people still have his name in their mouths. Like, he's like, is that fucking, what was that ancient Egyptian saying that if someone speaks your name, then you're not dead? Like when when Tutankhamun died and all that. It's like, as long as someone's speaking your name, you remain alive. Is none of that truer than with Pat, man? Like, if someone's speaking his name, like, he's stoked about it. He's like, like my Deprived video, I'm sure he fucking loves that that's out there, because it's like, oh, they're still talking about me. Thank God. thank God I'm still being talked about in some way, shape, or form. And there's, oh my God, look how well it's doing. Oh, that Deprived video has done way better than any of our CU podcast clips in the last like 10 years. Oh God, that makes my dick so hard. People are still talking about me. Oh, I don't care if they're talking negative. As long as, like, if I can sue them and I can get money from that, then I definitely will. But as long as they're just like, as long as they're mentioning my name, man, that's all I care about.
I'll FaceTime
Please
with
keep
the guy
talking
and
about
fucking
me.
tell him off. I swear to God, I want to do that.
Oh my God, you guys, how intimidating would it be to have Pat, the NES punk, on a FaceTime call telling you off? I don't even think I believe this story, though, honestly. This dude apparently in the store.
I 100% do not believe this story, by the way.
And on his Twitch stream, this kid apparently went to a flea market and saw a seller tent with a Nintendo logo on it. So he went and he started browsing through their games when apparently one of the proprietors noticed the small little Pat the NES Punk enamel pins on the dude's backpack and started heckling him and saying that he's part of the problem just for listening to Pat's gaming.
Bro, just think about it logically. Honestly, like, if you go to a flea market, first of all, even if you go to a fucking tent, whatever, like, I mean, I've been to a bunch of flea markets. Like, you go in there, it's rare that the proprietor even makes verbal contact with you, aside from hey or welcome or whatever, if they even say that. They're not going to be studying the back of your fucking backpack and, like, with a fine-tooth comb, like, searching all your pins, and then they see a CU podcast pin. They happen to know exactly who that is, what they're about, because they were, I guess, not a fan anymore, but they were enough of a fan to know the context of like, why, you know, they might have an issue with Pat or Ian or whatever. And then they're going to, like, berate the fuck out of you when the whole purpose of renting a tent at a flea market is to sell your fucking shit as fast as you can, as much as you can, because you're probably not going to be there the next day. So you're going to tell a potential customer to fuck off because they're wearing a small little enamel pin that you happen to notice. I don't buy it. I just literally don't buy it. Like, you could... If you're a flea market vendor and you're selling a bunch of Christian tape, someone could walk in with a 666 upside down cross on their shirt. But if they want to spend $100 in your store, you're going to probably fucking sell it to them if you're in a flea market. Now, if it's a retail store, used video game store, and you're that much of a cocksucker, I could see how maybe you would do that in that brick and mortar type. But if you're in a flea market, it's like a pop-up shop for that day. And you're trying to move your shit as fast as possible. You're not going to, like, fucking just turn people away because they have a small little enamel pin for a podcast that you don't fucking agree with. Like, that is such an unlikely story to me.
Podcast. Yeah, because every flea market seller from major cities to podunk towns, yeah, they're all aware of who Pat is, and they all listen to the CU podcast, and the proprietor just happened to spot these tiny-ass little pins on the back of a potential customer's backpack and then proceeded to harass him and told him to leave. None of that really adds up to me, but sure, I guess. Pat and Ian are just that big that some random flea market seller in his 40s spotted the pins from off in the distance and chewed out a potential customer. Trust me, bro. Pat likes to eat on his live streams. A lot.
But they like spinach?
Ugh.
Like a spinach lasagna?
Ugh, the mouth noises. Bro, look at that. Bro, he's like aborting a baby in his mouth right now. That's what it looks like. He's like, we need to abort this baby. He's just like eliminating a living being right now. He's like eating a whole rat. Like, God, look at the cheek capacity he's got there. My God.
Email? Can you access the network?
Bro, looks like he got bit by a snake on his face.
Already? I don't know. I'm asking.
You go, you reach in, you grab it. No,
this is by the way, this is all the same. He's wearing the same shirt. This is all the same stream, by the way. This is like 3 times in the one stream.
Yourself.
Do you have it?
him. A haunted house. Wow, Kellogg's Smacks. Scary how I love those sweet.
But his lack of self-awareness is so great that you'll also find him saying stuff like this.
Putting mukbang stream next week. I don't know what that meant. I looked it up. That's where people just eat a lot of food. Would you want to see me eat a bunch of food?
I like how he's so, like, just not self-aware that he already, like, eats a lot of food on his stream anyway, that he acts like a mukbang is such a stretch for him at this point. It's like, bro, we already, you know, if you pay the $6, you know, and we're watching you do that anyway.
Oh, I stream? That's disgusting. I guess.
Yeah, it is disgusting. You unself-aware dumb fuck.
You can watch me.
Just thought I'd bookend the last bit of this whole thing with Pat stuffing his face, because I find that fucking disgusting to do on a live stream personally, but that's just me. I don't know, man. Pat is a weird, freakishly insecure guy, and that is never more obvious than watching these live streams. It's also obvious that Pat has picked probably the most obvious brain rot to live stream and charge money for. Old TV commercials. I've done my own share of streaming old TV commercials because, quite frankly, it's a very obvious idea, especially if you're a millennial, or it's obviously the most, or it's honestly the most obvious idea if you're gonna do like a lazy ass live stream and you have like no good ideas. Just like downloading like a 3-hour chunk of like commercials from the 80s. It's so easy to do. Like, it's literally like the least creative idea for live streaming ever, and there's not really a lot to say about the commercials. I mean, I've said more on my commercial live streams than Pat ever did. Like, he literally will just watch them like whole cloth, and he will expect $6, you know, paid subscription, like, because it's like that premium of it's like fucking balls in the sky, or Gen X or whatever. And the shit gets kind of boring after a while for me personally whenever I used to do it, especially when they just start kind of repeating the similar commercials over and over again. I guess you could call Pat a shrewd businessman, though, for finding a way to squeeze his audience for as much money as possible while arguing with his mom, smacking into the microphone while eating, and banning people for bringing up things that Pat was deprived of as a kid. I gotta say, the whole list that Pat was deprived of still pisses me off every time I think about it, and was really the spark that made me want to make this video. People with that level of entitlement drive me insane. But, you know, whatever, man. If you want to give him money, that's your prerogative. And to quote Pat, it's capitalism. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed this completely unnecessary video essay about an OG gaming YouTuber whose career is in its sunset phase. Until next time, have a good rest of your night. Oh my God, you guys have all made it through my entire career as a YouTuber. My 20K stream. From the very beginning up until now, I showed you 20 videos that I feel like kind of marked my various growth periods, you know, and all the way to the most recent video. And if you made it through, slap yourself on the nutsack directly. It's going to hurt later on. It's not going to hurt right away, but it will hurt later on. That's how it works with getting hit in the nuts. There's like a sharp pain at the beginning, and then there's like a 10-second cooldown, and then there's the dull, agonizing pain that comes after that. If you have a pair of nuts, you know what I'm talking about. $4.99 from Paul. Appreciate that. You got a number 3 crown. I don't know what that means. Are you the third? The third one? Are you the one who likes me the thirdest? I don't know. But yeah, thank you for sitting through all that me shit. That's not going to happen again until there's another milestone, so don't you fucking worry. We'll be looking at other people's shit next time. But yeah, no, that was fun. I appreciate you guys for sticking around and watching all this, donating, all that kind of shit. Well, I have the least toxic fan base now, but we'll see what happens as time rolls on. You know, I think all like smaller YouTubers start out with a pretty non-toxic fan base. I think it gets more toxic, and, you know, more people, you know, start watching your shit.
That's how it's been with my videos anyway. So a video will start off with like only like the main people who follow you who watch it, but then as it gets bigger, it breaks out of your little algorithmic sphere, and people who have no idea who the fuck you are will watch it, and that's when all like the negative comments start coming in. I've started to see more from the Pat video because it's starting to get outside of the realm of people who would have normally watched my videos. Oh, £5 from input username now. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thanks, mate. But yeah, I'm fucking sick and tired of this shit. Want to do something else. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Love it. Love y'all. Love everything. Loving every minute of it. Until next time. Have a good rest of your night.